Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen,
Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Struggle, hustle. Another day, another rumor. Struggle, hustle. My people come back with glory. My people come back with glory. Ọjọ́ kí búmẹ́nẹ́, ọjọ́ kí jẹ́ kúmẹ́lẹ́yàn ló. Ẹ máa pẹ́, ẹ máa dúpẹ́, inú àlàáfíà. I still there for go slow. I'm a boy as the red, looking for the bread. I still there for go slow. My package, the people must to feel it. Success, I must to take it. I am in a hurry, I want go hustle. Check see take my potion. Abomi, Makwane Kalo. Kajolek Bononi. Remember, say, peaceful society, the sweet. Oh, good morning, Ekaro, Ekaro. Good morning, Ekaro, Ekaro. Good morning.
right. Good morning, Africa. Where are you in Africa this very wonderful morning? I mean, it's great to be alive. It's great to wake up and feel that fresh breath of Mother Africa's nature as it pierces through your soul, your body, your mind, and everywhere, serenading you with the love of Africa. I hope you have a wonderful time. I hope you enjoyed your weekend, because I'm here to have the week starting for you. And you're listening to May in the Box. Now, I don't know where you're listening to me from or where you're watching me from, but I'll be glad if you can let us know where you are watching us from. All you have to do is go to our Facebook page. That is www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. All right, you can go there, just drop a comment right under the stream and tell us where you are watching or listening to us from, because that would be a good one. And also, you can do the same thing on our YouTube handle. There's a YouTube channel, it's still African Patriot Radio, and I'm sure most of you are watching this from different groups in and around on your social media handles. So I like to say the peace and love to you guys. Shout out to my homeboy, Mr. Hangout. I see you, brother. You're doing your thing already. Catwell Jewel Modest is here in the house. He is in the house. When I mean that, I mean she's online in the house. You know what I mean? We connect no matter what it is. I'm telling you, situation will not change us. We always going to move on a great vibration. So go ahead and just drop a comment there and let us know where you are listening and watching us from, so we can know how the connection is going, because the idea is to unify Africa as our forefathers and our leaders and those who fought for the unity, the independence of Africa had always wanted. My name is Mr. May 11, and right now you are in the box, because this show is called May in the Box. And when I'm in the box, what do? We try to break the box, all right? They say don't leave in the box, break the box and make a bigger box, all right? So let's make box. Anyway, shout out to my engineer in the studio this morning. I got Victor on the side. Yeah, Victor sends a 2-finger in the air, though. So, okay, so let's go straight up. What's happening, man? What's happening? You woke up on this beautiful side of life, right? And you're wondering, like, okay, so today is going to be great. After all, we had this wonderful song that, I played, so you can enjoy yourself. And you're wondering, what's the first thing I'm going to do? Well, I need to pray. I need a prayer. I need to say my prayer, and next thing, I go out there to make things happen. And that's why I'm going to play this next song. Before I go into what I want to talk about today, I want you to hear this song, all right? It's a great song, and it has to do with prayer. It is done by a wonderful artist who goes by the name of Elinala, and she calls this one... You want to know what they call this one? Pray for me. So in case you are praying, make sure you pray for somebody, because somebody needs your prayers. Pray for Me by Elinala.
It's legendary mix on the beat.
That's no pay, oh. I did pray to God, me also they pay you one day. Work hard all day, but that's no pay, oh. I did pray to God, me also they pay you one day. A little more shine your light on me, shine your light on me. A little more shine your light on me, oh no. A little more shine your light on me, shine your light on me. Shine your light on me, oh no. Pen and paper, I'm writing songs. Hoping say one day I'm gonna blow. Pen and paper, I'm writing songs. I know say talent for street them yagba, but give me the grace to stand out. Talent for street them yagba, but give me the strength to fight. I know I got what it takes. I'm gonna blow your mind. I know I got what it takes. Oh no. I'm gonna blow your mind. I know I got what it takes. Oh no. Work hard all day, but that's no pay. Oh, I did pray to God, me also they pay you one day. Work hard all day, but that's no pay. Oh, I did pray to God, me also they pay you one day. And they do my shine your light on me, shine your light on me. Shine your light on me, oh no. Every day we hustling from Monday to Sunday. No, they tired for me. I know say you don't try, oh. You don't try, oh. You don't try. I know I got what it takes. I'm gonna blow your mind. I know I got what it takes. Oh no.
It's legendary mixed on the beat.
Wonderful song right there by my homegirl Ellie Nala. Pray for me. And I'm sure you prayed for somebody this morning because we all need a pray just to make it today. That's why we pray. Those who understand MC Hammer with that wonderful song, that song's kind of like old, but you know, it got a word. The message is never old, even though the fashion at which it was delivered might just seem different for you right now. The message stays supreme. It stays fresh and evergreen. All right, so today I want to dive into talking about something I had a conversation with a couple of folks within the weekend about. And I had to pen it down. I had to pen it down because I didn't want to forget a part of it. Before I go into that, I'd like to send a shout out again to Katwal Joel Modest. He actually sent me a message again, letting me know he is watching live from Chip Pangshin South Local Government of Plateau State, Nigeria. Wow. Shout out to the people in Chip. I hope you guys are doing great. Plateau is one beautiful place. You need to be there. There's a whole lot going on there. Well, anyway, so we were talking about going out every day and expecting something good to happen, something great to happen to you. But what happens when you encounter some certain kind of people who don't want to they don't just like the idea, or they have this contrary ideas that just makes you not have a good time. Maybe at your workplace, there's this particular staff that just don't just play team spirit, or at your football club or your sport team or somewhere, even at the gym, there's someone who just don't want to play team spirit with you. They always have a different opinion that goes, contrary to what everybody else is working with. So we started saying, well, maybe they're just suffering from what we call being a difficult person. Now, some people are difficult, but they do not know they're difficult people. They just believe everything is going on well with them. And that's why we said today we're going to touch on some things. It's like we're giving you free evaluation, all right? We're giving you this assessment and evaluation of yourself to be able to know if you are a difficult person or the people around you are difficult persons. You can be able to put a tag on it. Tag it, oh, he's just a difficult person, she's just a difficult person, or I think I am difficult. I do these things, I might be a difficult person. Now, first of all, I'll take this one. He says, if you think that everyone is wrong and you are always right, you are making yourself a difficult person. Now, there's some people who just don't want to hear anything. As long as it's not their opinion, it is wrong. They just feel if it's not your opinion, it is wrong. So when you find yourself having these things, like you always want to be, like you want only your opinion to be used for anything, dude, you might just be a difficult person. You have to start checking yourself, like, I need to do things differently. I need to allow other people's opinion fly too, So you can't just say, because it's not what I said, then it's wrong. Now, another one is, when you have something wrong to say about every good person or thing, you just might be a difficult person. Like, there's a good person, but you always find something wrong. Maybe they say, that guy did beautifully. Say, yeah, but he did it slow. Or, that girl is fine. But she applied makeup. You just want to have this thing to counter everything. That might just be you being a difficult person. Now, if you have gradually become too hard to please because you are becoming a difficult person, anything they do, you're never pleased. No matter how they try to make you happy, you're just never, you're just not pleased. It just looks like, nah, man, I'm not pleased with this. I don't vibe with this. You need to vibe to something. You need to know that no one, I'm telling you, no one can do it all, but you need to appreciate people for the little things they do You need to be able to allow people's opinion be heard to and felt, because that just makes the world a better place, right? Well, you're still listening to May in the Box, and like I told you before, you can contribute on this show. All you have to do is link up with us on our Facebook page. That is www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. Now, when you're there, you can just, like, if you want to holler, tell us, okay, where you are, you know, like, watching us from right now. Shout out to MC Slick. I just saw your message, girl. I'll get back to you. I promise that. All right, so make sure you just drop your comment. Let us know where you're listening to us from. And you can tell us if you've ever encountered a difficult person before in your life. That would be a good story to start with. So let's go back into the music. I got this one from my man, Mr. Seth. You know this dude, smooth gospel R&B, just to make you feel all good and feel as smooth as grease. He got this song he calls No One, and I want you to enjoy it because I have it for no one else but you. Enjoy.
Take me, mold me into a perfect shape. Turn my life into a song that has no end. All I wanna do is please you, please you. What I wanna be is a real sweet symphony. Because of you I have a solid reason to wake up every day, continue breathing, breathing. All I wanna do is please you, please you. What I wanna be is a real sweet symphony. Because of you I have a solid reason to wake up every day, continue breathing. No one compares to you. No one compares to you. No one is like you. No one is like you. No one compares to you. No one compares to you. That's why I love you. That's why I love you. No one compares to you. No one compares to you. No one is like you. No one is like you. No one compares to you. No one compares to you. That's why I love you. 'Cause you first loved me. Take me back to the place where we first met. Hold me, keep me in Christ where I belong. All I wanna do is please you, please you. What I wanna be is a real sweet symphony. Without you in my life, I'm just an empty voice, empty voice, voice. All I wanna do is please you, please you. What I wanna be is a real sweet symphony. Without you in my life, I'm just an empty voice, empty voice. No one compares to you. No one compares to you. No one is like you. No one is like you. No one compares to you. No one compares to you. That's why I love you. That's why I love you. No one compares to you. No one compares
one compares to you. Wonderful song by Mr. Seth right there. And I was talking to you about knowing if you are a difficult person or you are around a difficult person. Now, let me tell you one. If you're somebody that loves to argue, like you argue about things, even when there is no need to argue about it, you just want to drop an argument, you want to drag it, you want to have a side. You can just pick an opposite side, even if you have facts to it or not, just because you do not want to be on one side with everybody. Dude, you're a difficult person. Very difficult. And also, if you're somebody that people have to walk around or walk on eggshells, you know what I mean when they say people walk on eggshells around you? Like, people would rather not talk to you at all. They don't want your wahala. Your get too much. You too they set for your side. Your matter, they know they feel settle. Even if they carry constitution, they know they fit. You're a difficult person. That is why they can't. And they try to settle things with you, but you're on another level. Sorry, no, they do you. You want me to do sacrifice for you? How many ram you want me to slaughter, keep on top altar before they go please you? Are you a god? No, you are a difficult person. You should know it. So you have to ask yourself, is these characteristics, do I find them in myself? If you do, dude, that's what you are, a difficult person. All right, so I have one person that says this station will go places. Of course, we go places, we'll see faces, and we will be one of those people who carry suitcases, not court cases. All right, and also shout out to Theophilos Chukwezugo Nnamdi Ejiofor. He says he is watching us live from Gwarimpa. Now, I was in Gwarimpa yesterday. I had a wonderful time. There was this lady that, she put a little something together, and I respect the fact that there was social distancing and there was mutual respect for everybody, and peace and love to everyone that was there. I like to send a shout out to Mr. T. Mr. T hosted me, and I really had a wonderful time there. Okay, I got my person Zikwelt A. Ochai. How are you doing? He says cool, and you know what? Cool really defines you. For real. All right, so talking about things that show someone is a difficult person. All right, when you know the reason why people do what they do, you know that kind of thing. You're like a mind reader. You just meet someone like, I know what you're thinking right now. I know why you did that thing. You. Oh no, come on, man. You think you're God? You're not God. You're a difficult person. You can't read my mind. Not even a psychologist. That was the crazy notion people had, that when you read psychology, you can read people's mind. Oh, Benny, you did Jones. You're not going to read anything. You can only study human behavior, but you can't tell what someone got in their mind, right? Well, anyway, that is one of them other things. And another one is, if you have correction for everyone but none for yourself, you are a difficult person. I've encountered people like that, who all they do is they're always trying to say, that day you didn't do this one right. This one don't know how to do our work. That one don't know how to do his work. This one don't know how to play football. That one don't know how to sing. This one don't know. Hey, dude, what about you? What don't you know how to do? It's always good to know things you don't know how to do. Because when you know what you don't know how to do, it will not give you the space to think of what you want to learn how to do. But when you feel, say, you don't know everything, Baba, you go Jones. You are a difficult person. Very difficult. They spell your own difficult without the L and T. They say difficult because they cut you out of most things. Now, that is another one if you're talking about a difficult person. Remember, I told you can be part of what we're doing right here by going to the Facebook page. And simple. Check us out. It's www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. You can also do the same on our YouTube channel. Go there, subscribe, click on the notification bell. Always get a notification when we're about to go on air. And you'll be in everything we do. Don't you like the vibe? The vibe is hot, right? Well, anyway, another one is if you are, what now? If you're, what? Let me see that. Oh, if you're too adamant about forgiving people, I talked about that before. There are people who just don't forgive. Forgiveness, no. Almost some people, before they forgive, even devil go forgive you. I tell you, some people don't just forgive. It's kind of crazy. They'll be like, I can't forgive you. You want to die with hatred in your heart? Dude, you have to forgive. Now, if you find yourself too adamant to forgive people, you're a difficult person. You're on your way. You need to change yourself. You need to change your art. You need to change everything. Now, why you need to do these things is because if you do not on time, a time will come when you'll find out you're alone. Difficult people always end up being alone because nobody just fits into your story. Nobody is perfect for your picture. So you find yourself alone. But I like to use the words of J. Cole where he says, We ain't picture perfect, but we worth the picture still. No matter how people are not perfect, you have to understand that they also make up the bigger picture, the big story, the story called life. So try your best this very day to access yourself. Make sure you're not making yourself too difficult for people to be around you. Make sure you're somebody that is welcoming, someone that can help somebody to learn something, to grow. When you see a kid, help him hold the ladder, let him climb up the ladder to reach the top and smile. Brighten the corner for people wherever they are so they can find their way to the greener and the greater future. Always be a medium of positive change. Keep that positivity inside and let that negativity hit the road, because you don't need that. I'll be back with you, for now I want to play this wonderful song, and it's done by Bezalel. He features my man Muda. They call this one Asabe, and I think many ladies will learn a lesson from this one. Asabe is a very wonderful song to teach you something. Just listen to it, listen to it, listen to it, listen to it.
Yes, sir.
It's INZ, baby.
Up in the streets, they call me Bezalel one time. She's like the perfect definition of a boom chakabula. She can do anything for the mullah. They say the magic word, she cooperates. She like a hoverboard, all of them are scared. She don't want the low, she want the high pitches. She just wanna roll with them bad fishes. Buy a pepper soup and a bottle of beer. You gon' sweep her off her foot with her legs in the air, yeah. Her price is always falling, she's so sellable. Wisdom is always calling, but she's not available. She don't really care as long as she'll wear Brazilian hair. Yeah. Tana bingayu masumota, amagayu mavasusonta. Kuzarinta ya zamawota, kuzarinta ya zamawota. But a sensu na susu chuchita. It's a big girl chicken, amberta. Abubu on wo feet take bota. Abubu on wo feet take bota.
Asabe, why to the follow cash back so kidao. Bibi aki kimakai say kachi ashao. Amfani da kida stinga is not a while. Gaikin and the kenki eye to hankalin kijao. You can make a better life, Hari denkin tuba. Kirmakera when it's yani and inkin tuba. All because of money back sa dunia da ki bashi. Iya enki adu aski eba spashi. Kai digzatan sa karatu kiki eba ki bachi. Yoki ni kaduna jika o ma hata pochi. Your life is never ruined, kashi yin sa baki bachi. Tunani kike kule yomi waking ya asara one.
Tana bingayu masumota, amagayu masusonta. Kuzarinta ya zamota, kuzarinta ya zamota. But a sensu na so suchucheta. It's a big girl chicken, amberta. Abubu on wo feet take bota. Abubu on wo feet take bota. Now she 28, she done tire. And news don't cast like town crier. Her life is screwed, she don't playa. She back to church, she join choir.
And mata ba sa sauci, kuma aiken ki ba misali. Kuma ga kan jiki da tsari, where the gold chain pretty hard and tempting. Damn, you never cease to amaze me. Damn, I'm your dog like Rapey on a project, and I want you to say yes on a project, and I want you to say yes. And mata ba sa sauci, kuma aiken ki ba misali. Kuma ga kan jiki da tsari, where the gold chain pretty hard and tempting. Damn, you never cease to amaze me. Damn, I'm your dog like Rapey on a project, and I want you to say yes on a project, and I want you to say yes.
Tana bingayu masumota, amagayu masusonta. Kuzarinta ya zamawota, kuzarinta ya zamawota. But a sensu na so suchucheta. It's a big girl chicken, amberta. Abubu wo feet take bota. Abubu wo feet take bota. This beautiful girl Asabe, the full guys in the line Nigeria. They go from a long queue from inside ROG. You go see how different guys from Rana Dere. Rayu until Yawarkaji. She did travel from just to a Kenny. Gavantachi Kofankari.
INZ, baby.
Legendary mixer on the mix.
Did you feel that song? That song talks about ladies who just, can't stay in one place. They just want to get around, do everything to get the cash and get to town and buy everything that they want. But sometimes you have to ask yourself the right question. What happens when it all goes? What happens when you can't, get your groove on anymore? And they start looking at you like Stella. Only Stella got a groove back. How about you? Well, you know how it goes. All right, so welcome back. You're still listening to May in the Box. And like I said, you can let us know wherever you are catching us from. If you're catching us from the north, west, south, east, Africa, wherever, just let us know, because we are interested in uniting with our distant relatives. That's what it's all about. All right? Now, speaking about uniting with our distant relative, there's been one thing that has been troubling us in the world, and we cannot keep quiet about it. I will not, for one, keep quiet about it. And that is the coronavirus. The coronavirus has swept a whole lot of our loved ones away from us, has crippled our economy, has changed our social life. A lot of things are not the same again, like the things we used to enjoy before. I'm going to happen like that again. No. Now, Seth, you are scared. You go out, you're scared. It's kind of crazy. People scared of hugging each other. Back in the days, that was one of the closest ways you could show somebody you miss them. But now you have to be careful when you're hugging somebody. You're looking. And once you finish hugging, you want to look for the nearest place to get your hand washed or your hand sanitizer. Well, let me just go first off before I give you the statistics that regular hand washing, wearing a face mask, 2 meter social distancing, avoiding crowded places, the use of alcohol-based hand sanitizer or surface sanitizers, and also washing your hand with water and antiseptic soap for 20 minutes are one of the few ways that we can avoid the spread of coronavirus. Now, if you do it, I do it, he do it, she do it, we do it, then we can get through with it and get rid of coronavirus, of which people call COVID-19. We can get rid of it, because when you look at the statistics, always it gets alarming. You just start getting scared, like, what is happening? Are we making progress? What is happening? Now, I was just trying to pen down the statistics of coronavirus spread in the whole world, and it's kind of alarming. But I like to start off first with Africa as where we are. Okay, so as of yesterday, coronavirus cases in Africa was recorded on a very large scale, very disturbing scale, very, very disturbing scale. Okay, yesterday we had 297,112 cases, 297,112 cases of coronavirus. We now have 7,919 deaths. Then we have recoveries of 142,622. Now, okay, yes, I'm glad that we are able to have recoveries 142,622. But I missed some people, and those people fall under the number. Or let me say I missed 7,919 Africans. I missed them. I love them so much, but I miss them. I miss them because this deadly pandemic has taken them away from me. So they are part of the history of those who left out of that. But we can stop this. We can make this stop. All right? We can say no to coronavirus taking our loved ones away from us by doing what is right. And what is right? Adhering to those rules and regulations, the guidelines that are laid for us by our health sector to be able to stop the widespread of coronavirus. And to a very large extent, I feel if we can look into how we will curb corruption, we will be able to stop it, because corruption somehow plays a major role. It is like the new catalyst. You know, when you're looking at the central nervous system and they talk about how what do you call those things? The axons, how they move, how they send information to the brain. They say they have their own road. A car will not move into a city if it doesn't have a road. Now, axons have to send messages to the brain. Now, how do axons move? They can only move when there is a road, and the road is called a myelin sheet. A myelin sheet is a slippery line that you just use to send, just like you have your expressway. So if you make yourselves the myelin sheet, then coronavirus will come in like an axon. So if we are corrupt, it's like corruption opens the door. When you embezzle funds in the name of trying to give palliatives or solve any issue, and you don't do it, you are spreading coronavirus. You don't need to cough on me. You don't need to shake my hand. You spread it. You spread it with your evil ways, because you let evil, you don't even let evil, you are evil, and you let more evil happen because you're trying to live while others die. And that makes you a difficult person. When you look at it all, you're difficult because at the end you just want to be alone. You don't want anything for anybody else. You just want to be alone. And that is crazy. Now, looking about more crazies, let's look into the statistics. South Africa recorded 97,302 cases as of today. All right. And they have 1,930 deaths. Now, I heard there was a challenge in South Africa when it came to testing, where a health worker said she went to 2 communities and they said, pack your load and go. Are you serious? The health workers were told to go. And why is that? Because they have the problem of building community trust and battling misinformation. Many people have been misinformed. Some people have been told that this thing don't exist. These people are just telling you this thing. What happened to my bad music? They'll be telling you this thing because they just want to keep you trapped in a particular place, but this thing don't exist. It does exist. Don't let them fool you. Don't let them fool you. There is coronavirus, and it kills. You might start saying, well, no, I went there, they were treating me with malaria drugs and all that. But coronavirus kills. Now, we need to be serious about these things. We don't have to play with it. It does kill. So everybody has to start looking deep into this and stop taking it as a joke. Well, Nigeria recorded 20,244 cases with 518 deaths. 518 people have been separated from their loved ones. And we still want to vibe with this thing like a joke. We want to look at it and say, oh no, come on, man. They're just making stories. I don't know anybody that died. Well, they're just coming up with the figures and facts and all that. Ain't nothing happening. If it's just figures, then why is the EPL being played the way it's played? Why don't we have fans in the stadium? I thought you said it was just figures. Ghana has 14,154 cases with 58 deaths. So 58 people have been separated from their families. In these people, we have families mourning because 58 persons have left them. They will not see these people again. These people are gone. And like I said, in Nigeria, we have the cases of, we have the population crisis where there's too many people. I've not heard much move being made in Nigeria about test kits, but even if they have it, look at the crowd of people. Look at what was happening when he talked about palliatives being shared. How do you do this? The availability of the kids, the availability of the manpower, there's just too much. Too much, and too much. And somebody needs to start doing something that is right. Africa, we need to wake up. We need to do something. We can't just sit down. Yes, of course, we can tell each other that this is what you need to do to prevent the spread. But we need to also ask ourselves as Africans, do we really love ourselves? Do we put Africa first? Do you put your country first? Are you just carried away with the whole money? Being a leader and maybe thinking about, oh my goodness, when are they going to open all the airports again? I want to go abroad and, keep stretching my neck while I try to look at all the skyscrapers. Somebody laid down for that. Somebody said, you know what? I put the money aside. I'll build my country. Build yours. Build yours. Let's listen to a wonderful song that touches on coronavirus. It's done by my man, a hip-hop head by the name of Dr. Ground Zero, featuring Annie Damar, and he calls this one, I like the name, Stay Alive, because that's what I want. I want my people alive. I don't want to see people die or read people die. I want to hear people multiply and do wonderful things so we can go in great strides. Let's enjoy this one. It's done by Dr. Ground Zero featuring Annie Damar, and it's called Stay Alive.
We're living in the times. Yeah. Another day in the world is eternity in paradise. Life will put you in a box with odds like the dots on the paradise. I'm hella nice like Hades on the freezer. No atonement for your sins, just a bunch of little things ticking on the meter, kicking on believers. Corona got the world struck, now we taking breathers. Some on ventilators, and fam hoping prayers get the answers. Not carried by undertakers, word dancers. Amen. You're so blessed to be alive, and something you should realize. A lot of folks get hospitalized, their blood get analyzed for multiple organ dysfunction. New world order assumption, economic collapse causing urban commotion. For the vaccines, getting no mass appeal, cause before you go through the gates, you gotta pay your bill. On the news is propaganda, an all BS, and just the guillotine chamber where the heads be at. What?
Living in disastrous times, life and death separated by thin lines. Oh, I'm walking in the spirit, my journey knows no limit.
Yo, wish I had superpowers like Batman and Gotham. I can't fathom. Rest in peace, Fred the Gotham. My thoughts quite massive, so I'm weighing up my options. Calculated steps, putting faith into action. Class wars expanding, it's all about the fractions. Playing Russian roulette, who would you bet your cash on? The elites and organizations be stacking them profits. In recession, who the hell are you to be asking them? 2359 seems we're living in the end of days. Like a construction worker, better mend your ways. The pen displays lucid thoughts schemed in this broken pot. Proud of this product who was cooled by the Brooklyn gods. Lies and fallacies rocket through the galaxy. Tired humanity, pockets filled with fantasy. We'll fade away from this whole BS. I'm from Jaws, the guillotine city where heads be at. What?
Living in disastrous times, life and death separated by thin lines. Oh, I'm walking in the spirit, my journey knows no limit. I survive, I stay alive. Oh, we're living in disastrous times, life and death separated by thin lines. Oh, I'm walking in the spirit, my journey knows no limit. I survive, I stay alive. Breeze up, nowhere to hide. Stay up in the lockdown. Arise, we hear the sound. Oh, we will survive. We will survive.
How about we drop another verse for the health workers, doctors, and the nurses whose medical training didn't prepare them for this crisis, a pandemic. The thought alone gets you thermogenic. Lab people, ward attendants, what you do is angelic. And I am one of yours, so what you do I understand. Imaginary hugs and kisses since we can't shake hands. We're soldiers with no guns, morticians carrying bodies on shoulders, it's no fun. Y'all the boldest as they come. Food and clothing industries plus the grocery stores. If you donate a cash, God's gonna be opening doors. Breadwinners lost their lives in the line of duty. Heaven rest your souls, your families, be proud of you truly. Shout out to the world leaders, politicians taking drastic measures, not the ones be stacking treasures. Yo, I feel the pressure, and if you stay at home, be sure that you are not alone. We connected in spirit, you're the best, I feel it to the bone. God bless you all. Shout out to all the health workers out there, the doctors, the nurses, the lab people, the attendants, the record people, and all scientists, the security men, military, the police, paramilitary, vigilantes and firefighters, grocery store workers, people in the food and textile industries. Put your hands together for these people. Clap for these people. Let's go. Clap. Clap. Yeah. Very good. Now clap for yourselves as well for staying at home and not putting too much burden on the health systems. Yeah. We're gonna make it through. The world is gonna survive. The earth is gonna grow. People that lost their lives, my condolences to your families. I know they're in heaven now, smiling down. God bless their souls. My name is Dr. Ground Zero. I'm from Jaws, Nigeria, the guillotine city, where hip-hop heads be at.
Kai, duk sanda na kwanta ai bana iya bacci. I don't sleep at night. Ji nake ina ta haushi, tunani nake waya talaka zai ci abinci. An kulle su a gidajen su ai ba su da yanci. Kai gaba daya ba a matalaka adalci. Suna ta kuka kulli yau mai babu sana'o'i. An rufe kasuwanni gaba daya babu aiki. Duk da mun san wannan cutar COVID-19 da karfi kai. Amma ya kamata gwamnati su duba mu, su tausaya su ba mu sakamakon ƙuri'ar mu. Kai people are dying, yunwa ne take kashe su ba kula akari ya mutum yake rayuwarsa. Kai ko ana saman lafiya ya ake samu, ballantana yanzu yadda mutane suke kulle. An ba da kudade kashashe duk a bamu, amma suna ta takewa duk sun bar mu da babu. Kai da ka ga baba a hanya yana ta kuka, yana tunani yadda iyalinsa za su ci abinci. Kada ku manta talaka ai shine jagora, kun hana su fita nema kun bar su tabara. Kai abincin ba ku ba su ba, kudin ma ba ku ba su ba, amma 'ya'yanku suna cikin daki har da AC, su buga PS14 su ci kati da fanta, miyar su ma da hanta ga iPhone cike da data. Y'all need to do something about this. I've seen a lot of people on streets suna ta wahala, duk da na san ai gwamnatin duka ba ɗaya bane. A duba mu dan Allah, a duba mu, ku duba mu dan Allah, ku duba mu. Kai ku duba mu dan Allah, ku duba mu, ku duba mu dan Allah, ku duba mu, domin kullum yau mai muka muna kuka. Ku duba mu. Kai ga tambaya ina so ku bani amsa, amsan da za ta share wa talakawa mu fuska. Kai shin mai yasa ne wai kuke da buri albashin ku ya isa talaka ya cimma buri? Kai ya ba ma iyalansa kulawa mai kyau na gari, ba ko da yaushe ku dai ku ga talaka na wari. Abadan Allah a taimaka mana, a duba mana domin muna cikin wahala. Kai I really don't have an option than to voice this out. Ya ce ma dukkan mugun mai kudin da ke gari, idan suna da tunani sai su yi nazari akan abin da kuke, Allah zai saka musu. Alkawarin da kuka dauka ba ku cika musu, sai ya sa kuna mutuwa shike shagalin su. Ku gyara halayenku domin akwai kiyama. Ina roƙon gwamnatin mu su ci su taimaka, a taimaka a bar yara su je makaranta. Duk da dai ba a ba su ilimi kyauta, biya suke a haka suke ganin wauta. A da mutum ya ci abinci sau uku ma, amma yanzu sau ɗaya sau biyu ya gagara. Kullum burin su ga talaka a makara, wasu kwana da yunwa su tashi ma da yunwa. A hakan ake sayan talaka da taliya. Mu farfado mu daga duka hannuwanmu, mu dinga nishaɗi da iyalanmu cikin sauƙi. Ko babu sisi muka mun dogara ga Allah, domin shi kadai ne zai cire mu cikin wahala. Kai Allah ba ma gwamnatin mu canji na gari, ya ba ma mai rikon ƙwarya kariya na gari, ya ƙara ma ƙasar mu Najeriya kariya. Kai domin ya sa yara manyan gobe su dariya. A duba mu dan Allah, a duba mu, ku duba mu dan Allah, ku duba mu. Kai ku duba mu dan Allah, ku duba mu, domin kullum yau mai muka muna kuka. Ku duba mu. Kai
Slosh.
All right, you heard that one. Hey, bring my mic close to me. Okay, so you heard that one. That was Kuduba Mu, and it was done by my man Muda. Muda's been doing wonderful works in trying to sensitize people about the coronavirus, and I'm always happy when artists take out time to make things like that work. We appreciate you, because at the end of the day, this is a battle. We are all soldiers, and we must use our weapon. If your weapon is the music, use the music. If your weapon is where you work, like you're a hospital, you work in a hospital, you're a doctor, a nurse, or which of them, please use your weapon. We need to destroy the enemy, and that enemy is one reason we all have to unite. Unite Africa, for the time has come. Okay, so now some people drop messages in regards to the early discussed stuff of how to know if someone is a difficult person or if you are a difficult person. I have Zion Chris here, and Zion Chris says some people can be more difficult than mathematics, and most of them don't even get anything. Elvis Agar just dropped his own this morning. He says it's Monday and we on up. Okay, and we up. APR, the station that rocks. I'm telling you, we rocks. We're like, I don't even know how to describe us. They're still trying to find words to put in the Oxford Dictionary. In fact, they're trying to get it in the Webster Dictionary and Thesaurus to define what we are like. I mean, we like nobody. That's why they don't find us in similes. All right? Okay, well, anyway, you're still listening and rocking to African Patriot Radio, and my name is Mr. May 11. The name of the show is May in the Box. They got me in the box from 10 o'clock all the way to the top of the hour, 12 o'clock. And I'm just rocking with you and enjoying everything that is happening because we get to talk about a whole lot of things. Now, I would like to dive into something different. I really would love to talk about, who made the news. That's the next segment I'll be touching on, who made the news, before I finally let you call me. Because, man, everything happens on this show. You can send a message, you can call, you can holler. You can, you can even pay me if you want to do that. But anyway, I like to recognize all the fathers and all because yesterday was, Father's Day. And I had Victor tell somebody Happy Father's Day. Where's he going? Okay, well, they had to tell a whole lot of people Happy Father's Day in the station. And I also want to say a Happy Father's Day to everyone out there. And that is why I'm going to play this next song for you. It's actually what people say. Every kid looks at his dad as a superhero. When they talk about your dad, there's this thing. You just feel your dad is like the greatest. Ain't nobody like your daddy. He shows up and everything just goes, all the way good. And who else is a better daddy than your daddy's 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 daddy? We're talking about the Almighty Creator. He is the biggest daddy of them all. And so that's why we want to drop this song to celebrate every daddy in the world and to our main daddy. Yeah, the creator of us, the man or the one who created us in his own image. That is our biggest daddy on earth and out of existence and in existence everywhere. Enjoy this one, My Daddy by Mr. Set.
Now if you're looking for somebody, now if you're looking for somebody, now if you're looking for somebody to go tell somebody about your problems and your daily needs, gonna be a very long process. Go straight to my daddy and everything would be under control. He knows what you feel inside. Give him your heart and he'll be by your side. My daddy is who you need. Yeah, my daddy is who you need. Yeah, my daddy would set you free. Yeah, believe me when I tell you he would set you free. Believe me when I tell you he would. He's able. Yeah. Now let me tell you about my daddy. He left his throne in heaven and came to this world for me. Was crucified, dead and buried. The enemy thought he had him, but on the third day he rose again. He knows what you feel inside. Give him your heart and he'll be by your side. My daddy is who you need. Yeah, my daddy is who you need. Would set you free. Yeah, believe me when I tell you he would. He can set you free. Believe Babu, Babu, Babu.
when I turned 16, I fell in love with the mic. fell in love with the music tonight. And I don't even, but I gotta get high for this. Gotta get high. And all my guys know send me a big buy for this. Bitch, I kill a big buy. You can take all that I got, but you cannot take my talent. You can take all that I have, but you cannot change the future. I get some more that I got. I'm alone and cold, it's crazy, but I know I'll be fine. I'll be fine. It may be hard, it may be far. One thing I know is it can be changed. It may be rough, it may be slow. One thing I know is it can be changed. Because destiny don't be my middle. What will be, will be. Don't be scared for me. Destiny don't be my middle. Oh, yeah. I'm a soldier, you're my friend. I will fight on to the end. I've been trying to live my life. I've been trying to do me lately. I've been trying to say my mind. I've been getting so pissed lately. But I will make it till I try. I won't stop until I die. Till I reach my destination. I will be my motivation. You can take all that I got, but you cannot take my talent. You can take all that I have, but you cannot change the future. I get some more that I got. I'm alone and cold, it's crazy, but I know I'll be fine. I'll be fine. It may be hard, it may be far. One thing I know is it can be changed. It may be rough, it may be slow. One thing I know is it can be changed. Because destiny don't be my middle. What will be, will be. Don't be scared for me. Destiny don't be my middle. Oh, yeah. I'm a soldier, you're my friend. I will fight on to the end.
There's so many things on my mind. There's so many things on my mind. I've been waiting for the right time. I've been waiting just for my time. So many things on my mind. So many things on my mind. I've been waiting so long for my time.
It may be hard, it may be far. One thing I know is it can be changed. It may be rough, it may be slow. One thing I know is it can be changed. Because destiny don't be my middle. What will be, will be. Don't be scared for me. Destiny don't be my middle. Oh, yeah. I'm a soldier, you're my friend. I will fight on to the end.
Bad mix. Quality song right there by my man Biza Kim, and he titles that one Be. Now you need to be who you're supposed to be, because destiny is not made by man. That's what he means by that song. Destiny no be man made. In case people they tell you that one a lie, no be man they tell man what you go become, or what man do for your action to reach where you're supposed to go. That is why you have to, shine your inner eye, not the open eye. The way they look, that way they do, they get your follow eye where flow. All right, but anyway, you're still listening to Me in the Box on African Patriot Radio. My name is Mr. May 11, and we've been having fun. Of course, we have a whole lot of messages rolling through. I have this one, a guy from, the dude from Pangshin. I'm looking at Katwal Joel Modest, and he says, I work at a security firm in Lagos State, and I have a difficult supervisor who doesn't want to take corrections or someone's opinions. Whatever he says or do is always right. May 11, what should I do? You need to understand the person. That's the first thing. You need to be sure that his opinion, possibly if you're calling him your supervisor, think about the people above him. Think about when the decision reaches your place or what they've already laid down for him to follow. Sometimes when you're in the position of authority of that nature where you still have another superior to answer to, it's always crazy because your immediate staff will not understand why you take some decision. Your loyalty lies to the people who are on top. So another person will feel, you should have just done it my way. But what if your way was not going to work with the owners, right? Maybe the owners have their own way. They've laid it down for him. This is the road or path you're supposed to take. This path is a no-no. Don't go there. We don't want you to go there. Just stick on this very path. So look at it from that side. But try to approach him sometime. I'm sure everybody always have their good day. Of course they do. So you can just approach the person and try to like talk to them and like, you know, try to bring it in another way. Like, sir, how about? Because sometimes some people don't want you to pin it on them. They want you to bring it like, so how about we try this thing? Or you say, sir, there's this thing I wanted to tell you so you can, I know you'll be the best person that can develop it because I don't know how to go about it from this angle. There's a way you tackle it that will make the person say, oh, he believes I can do it. I need to be Superman at this time. You know, I'm teaching you how to psych your organ out. So you just like make him look like you know the idea, but you don't know it all. You just know halfway. He's the one that can bring the other 50 and make it complete. And that way he want to work with it. And you also say you want to know how you can download the song by Dr. Ground Zero featuring Annie Damar. That song is everywhere. Just Google search Dr. Ground Zero, Stay Alive. It will pop up. I'm telling you, it pops out like Jack in the Box. And you'll be able to get that song right into your phone and listen and enjoy, okay? Now, you too can come over and drop your comments. Tell us what you feel, where you listening or watching us from, and how you feel about anything discussed so far. All right, we talked about coronavirus. We talked about difficult persons. And now we're going to ask ourselves, who made the news? Now, speaking about who made the news, talking about who made the news, I don't really like to touch on the outside countryside or outside the continent, but I have to on this one because it has to do with a Nigerian or an African, and I need to stand for my African brother. Now, a lady we all know in the music industry who goes by the name of K. Michelle, she posted and deleted something, a voice tweet where she was mocking Tamar Braxton's man. Now, Tamar Braxton is one of the Braxton families. For those of us who know the legendary Toni Braxton, you know that Tamar Braxton is Toni Braxton's younger sister, and she had this wonderful song that really rocked the 90s. It was called Tonight. You know, tonight it's all about you and me, kang 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 kang. All my people from the 90s will know what we're talking about. It's a great song though. Well, anyway, she has a fiance. Her fiance happens to be a Nigerian, of course. When you're looking for an African prince, you know what it is. We're talking about David Adefeso. And David Adefeso was the person who K. Michelle was imitating his accent. Now, it is no news that K. Michelle and Tamar Braxton have been at each other. They've been battling themselves, word battle, for a very long time now. But you'll be expecting that at this level, they should drop this whole battle. They should now, you know, grow up and act like grown-ups, of which I noticed Tamar Braxton is trying to do. I mean, she got a nice guy right there, and they've been doing wonderful stuff. She was in Nigeria I think last year. She was with her husband at Mr. P's house, where there was this musical thing going on with Tenny the Entertainer, and we had Simi Sola. They were all there. They were like doing this freestyle thing while Mr. P plays what he knows how to play very well that most people don't know, which is the piano. She already is Nigerian as far as we are concerned, man. We love her and we are happy to have her as our sister-in-law. But this is what's happening. K. Michelle has been attacking her and telling her, trying to throw shades at her, saying that Tamar Braxton slept with the great producer Jermaine Dupri's dad. Now, I know most of you will say we will call Jermaine Dupri dad, but well, she said that was what Tamar Braxton did. She slept with Jermaine Dupri's dad, going back and forth, throwing some old shade. And she even did, she sent a tweet. She said, that was on Instagram. She was ranting on Instagram. She made a video. She said, I'm supposed to fight the bee with no edges? What the you mean? A Muppet? I'm supposed to fight that? You know? So, you know, she called her a Muppet, and Tamar replied saying, I don't really want to speak about anything in particular, guys. I'm in a different place in my life. I don't want to be a part of any kind of negativity. So you can see how she pushed it off. She said, I don't want to be part of any negativity. She now says that the last thing I am going to do, or the last thing I'm going to waste my time with, is giving negative energy. so she's not willing to go into the negativity. She just want to be in that new place, that new space she found herself, that new home. You know what it is when you got an African man in your zone. You're in a new home. Everything just go on and on in a smooth dimension. So she just want to enjoy the ambience of the love that she has right now. That African love, that real love that goes skin deep like our skin color. That's what she's trying to enjoy, and not to have problems up and down. But this didn't end well with K Michelle, because K Michelle, she ran a short video using the new, there's this new Twitter voice notes and stuff, and she came in to say, my brother, it also made me so sad when I saw her no edges. Imitating David Adefeso's voice, then humming, The Lion Sleeps Tonight. Now, humming that The Lion Sleeps Tonight is like mocking David Adefeso's African heritage. Now, that is where K Michelle picked up beef with me. I know you got a problem with this other lady, but what's your problem with trying to diss another person? Have you forgotten who you really are? You've forgotten your heritage. You are African. That is why sometimes I look back and I say, what are you guys really fighting? You fight yourselves. It's just like saying your mother in the village, okay, maybe a village that's very remote, did all she could to put you in school, and you found yourself being all classy and trendy and snazzy. Then you come back and say, I don't want to identify with my moms like that because, she don't look like who should be my mom. That is what K Michelle is doing. You trying to insult a man because of his accent, as far as I'm concerned, with your skin color, of which I possibly, maybe you've been trying to upgrade your skin, or not really upgrade, you're trying to change your skin because maybe you're still into mental slavery. You're trying to insult your roots. What kind of tree is that? What kind of tree insults its roots when it gets its feeding from there, where your history is there? But that's because you are trapped in mental slavery. You do not understand. So you have a problem with a lady and you insult another man and you insult his heritage, of which when they trace your root is where you come from. It's who you are. It's everything that you are. You're just lost. You're lost in everything that's happening. You're consumed by yourself. You're feeding on yourself. And that's crazy. Because who can help you? Where all you eat is you. You eat yourself. And when they ask you, you think, I'm already there. Girl, you're still struggling. You ain't already there. And with the whole idea of the lockdown going down, girl, you got a problem. I think you have a problem. And you need anger management. You need to be schooled on character. You need to be schooled on respecting people and respecting where they come from, their custom, their tradition, and everything that has to do with them. But this one you're doing, girl, it's a no-no. Because you ain't even bumping like that. Why are you hating? It's so obvious you're just part of the people I talked about at the beginning of my show. You're a difficult person. You're attacking somebody and the person is telling you, I don't want to be in this kind of thing no more. But you're so difficult. You still want to push hard. You want to fight because all you have in your heart is fight darkness. You're bitter. And you just want to throw shades on her. Who don't have a past? We all have a past. Might not sound good, but at least we were able to wake up another day to breathe the air. That means there is an opportunity for us to find a better day, for us to right our wrongs. It's never too late to start. So if she did what you claim she did in the past, but she's trying to move on, stop peeling old wounds, because the wound is not on you. You need to fix your own problem. What's your own problem? You got misplaced priority. You don't even know your story. You need a whole lot of education to put you in the right frame of mind, the right state of mind to say things. Because right now, you got behavioral problems. You need somebody to come and lecture you on how to behave yourself. And that's all I got for you, because I can't waste too much words on you. It's obvious you do not know where you're coming from. If not, you would have known where you're going. So if you ain't been able to make numbers like most other people have been doing, maybe you should ask yourself, do I need to go back to the drawing board and ask myself, how did I come here? Where am I going from here? Because that might just be your problem. Let's get this song by Aboki Chicken. She titles this one, Breathe. It touches on the coronavirus side, and I'm sure this will make much sense to you.
blah 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 shit. NCDC is looking for me. Where? See, my eyes are red and I'm looking dodgy. Where? Now everybody's checking on me. Where? And all because I'm looking funny. Where? No be malaria. This one will be symptoms of malaria. Oh. They say something scarier, so I should be expecting something scarier. Oh, if you neglect that, many lives are affected, cause the movement restricted, steady rise of infected. So I beat on the chest, me beating me hand on me chest. Is it the weed or COVID? It's like something don't want me to breathe, so I beat on me chest. Me beating me hand on me chest. Is it the weed or COVID? It's like something don't want me to breathe.
Beat my body like hunger, season me like hunger. This feeling's taking over me. Beat my body like hunger, season me like hunger. This feeling's taking over.
Malaria. It's one of the symptoms of malaria.
Feeling for body, sweet me like honey. I feel the heart, make me the jolly. Yeah, she got the kill, yeah, she got the key to kill. Got me in my feelings from my body to my soul. All over my mind, I'm losing all control to make a change. Tell me where we to go. Summer, we never under. Society stigma is on the cover.
Me chest, me beating me hand on me chest. Is it the weed or COVID? It's like something don't want me to breathe, so I beat on me chest. Me beating me hand on me chest. Is it the weed or COVID? It's like something don't want me to breathe.
Beat my body like hunger, season me like hunger. This feeling's taking over me. Beat my body like hunger, season me like hunger. This feeling's taking over me.
Great song right there, Breathe by a Boki chick, and she calls that one. Yeah, nice song. Oh man, Yashiga the kill, Yashiga the kill. Oh boy, girl got a smooth way she put the words together. Shout out to you out there. Okay, so what's going on? I got my people sending messages. I like to know where you are watching us from. Let me know. I gotta know how we connecting, how far we going, how strong we can get. All right, just go to the Facebook page, www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. Do same on YouTube and we can connect together. I'm telling you, tons of people just joining in, jumping in, trying to get themselves on the vibe. And I love that. I love that so much. Tell you what, we can do this every day. I don't mind. We do this every day. We do it tomorrow. We do it next tomorrow. We do it, you know what I'm saying? We do it every day, even on your birthday. Okay, we can do it. Now, into more gist that's taking place around and around and around, we have this one whereby 15,000 people signed a petition against the Banj. They are asking United Nations to take the Banj off being the ambassador for youth, the youth ambassador. Now that is one big endorsement I would love to have. I don't lie, being a youth ambassador under the United Nations. I know what comes with that. All right, but anyway, there are 15,000 people, and this is following the allegation that was made by Shei Tan, who accused the Banj of raping her some years ago. And it's weird because the case has been back and forth. Last we heard, there was this story of the lady being arrested under the commands of the D'banj. And she was locked up with criminals. And from what she told, because she confided in a Nigerian actress by the name of Dorcas Shola Fapson, who talked to her on phone and said, you know what, you need to talk to me. I mean, I am your sister. Talk to me. And she confided in her, telling her that, okay, I was locked there and I was threatened that if they would leave me there with those criminals and all that, and I was scared. And another thing that scared the lady was the fact that the D'banj talked about a 25 million naira money on the lawyer. I mean, if I was a lawyer and you paid me 25 million, dude, I win any case. Man, I will speak a storm in a teacup. I'm telling you. I will wiggle around in the courtroom like a pig in a poop. I'll be everywhere making things work. So they are claiming that the D'banj had, put 25 million and she got scared because she don't have that kind of money. She doesn't have that kind of money, and that became very crazy because story went out. A certain time they said they seized all her things, her phone and all. And later on there was a story about her phone and her social media handle promoting the D'banj's next music. Now, she was released from the police station, but was adopted again. That was another story that came out by the D'banj's manager, who kept her captive in a house. Now, this is a crazy part. The story is beginning to taking a direction that reminds you of something that happened in the United States of America with an artist that has been locked up by now, about keeping people in their homes. It's kind of scary, right? Makes me wonder. I mean, why are you keeping the person there? And it's not, this one is not on her own will. It's not what she wants, but she was kept there. But she, it's weird because she denies the story in public, but she confided in Dorcas Shola Fapson and said, this is what happened to me. So Dorcas made it known. And lately, a Zimbabwe actress and OAP in person of Vimba Mutindri. All right, Vimba Mutindri also came out with some screen grabs to show that there is a particular company or an organization that actually had the D'banj as their ambassador. But right now they said, we intend not to do anything with this man until he has been cleared. So until he is cleared, we are going to disassociate from him. Now, I hope this goes out well for who is the victim, because I don't want to point somebody and say for the D'banj or for Seyi. I don't know the final story, so I am just going to also fold my hands and hope that the law will do something and justice will prevail, because we need justice, okay? Not just us. Justice. Give us justice. Let's be able to walk around freely knowing that my case was being fought for. So if the D'banj was right, let justice serve its course. If Seyi is right, let justice serve its course. But we know that the D'banj, not too long before this whole story, had signed a deal with Heritage Bank. So we've not heard anything because Heritage Bank has not made a word about it. So we don't know what's happening from that side. But until that thing and all that pops out, I would advise you don't just be quick to judge, but to let justice take its place. Now, most people are condemning it and saying, I hope someone is not trying to use money to bully the whole system of, getting things done their way. But I want to believe that the justice system of Nigeria has a point to prove with all that has happened within their, sector and all. I'm sure they want to prove a point. Every lawyer on the street, every one of them wants to prove a point that there is still a justice system in Nigeria that works. So we are hoping that it will work. And if you have anything you want to drop about it, it's okay. You can do it on my Facebook page, www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio, or do it on the YouTube and we'll still get it over there too. It's still African Patriot Radio. But now I'd like to drop this next song. It's by Muda F, and he calls this one Taurarawa, which means star. Imagine when you call your girl a star.
Exclusive from sweetnigermusic.com.
Like a star.
Okay. Patay naman kiɗan. Yawa, na zo.
She is a star, kai taurarwa. Ta fola ma duk boys ake arewa. Swagin kawai ta gani take zarewa. I did for every penny ba na sarewa. She is a star, kai taurarwa. Ta fola ma duk boys ake arewa. Swagin kawai ta gani take zarewa. I did for every penny ba na sarewa.
Yamma ta yi kai da ni da Ali zamu yawo, da sabuwar Range Rover da Power ya kawo. I just sight two girls Lali da Iyawo. Na wuce da kudu amma kai sai da na dawo. daga na sata zuciyarsu sai ka ce barawo. Lali na yi wa magana sai tana ta fele. You know I'm a dope boy, babu strength telling. Taco cut the dress, so fine boy, your face is selling. Came from the bottom of my heart, and the fire is smiling. That she go mota, guy in us not the hailing. I'm working out, it's a mood that you a blessing. I look at him, not your Godiani, daga Allah. Say not your mata, Mashika net cafe. Masha chop man, hard than Nescafe. Daga net keeping a survivor, me call a movie. Much the popcorn, room, make movie. She is a star, gate, so rara. Top all of my cook boys, I can hide her. Struggling, come and take a Zaira. I did for every penny by the Zaira. She is a star, gate, so rara. Top all of my cook boys, I can hide her. Struggling, come and take a Zaira. I did for every penny by the Zaira. What? Move to a silver bed, say Anna to Kallo. Cousin to her physique, nip for up and Kallo. Kona Zuchi, I take a man without a candle. To me, she's the only girl. Doesn't eat a handle. Derek get to come and Rick a rope on my handle. Now the Zuchi, to come up and hand and bangle. Wait, Alabakache. Tambaya skate, wait, Nina Haukache. Movie a table, so I the girl is super real. Her beauty is for that, Abung and Ajabi. Her is like a class, Nico Madalibi. I will make you famous, Kim and let it be. I love you like a religion, how can I put that? Pupu, you're too funny, how can I put that? I will buy Rolex, had the other more. Come make you for that many, if you need some more. She is a star, Kato Rara. Top all of my good boys, I can hide her. Struggle, go and take a Zaira. I did for every penny by the Zaira. She is a star, Kato Rara. Top all of my good boys, I can hide her. Struggle, go and take a Zaira. I did for every penny by the Zaira. Baby girl, you the best out here. And your physique is damn suicidal. I had a dream shawty that I hump you, but I'm crazy and I'm ready to hunt you. If you need some, you could get some. You rockin' with me, girl, Mr. Handsome. They say that my turn up is a grand slam. And so they had uggers in when I hit the sun. But how can I ever ride 30? When I'm fresh, clean like a Colgate. But how can I ever ride 30? When your girl stuck in me for a day. Hey, baby said the team I move a kid up any. Allah cook, Godiya nake. Muje ne kai ki shopping chain cash and carry. Ni da ke babu rabuwa za mu yi marry. She is a star, kai taurara. Top all of my good boys I can arewa. Struggle kawai ta gani take zarewa. I did for every penny ba na sarewa. She is a star, kai taurara. Top all of my good boys I can arewa. Struggle kawai ta gani take zarewa. I did for every penny ba na sarewa. Ni is a star, kai taurara. Top all of my good boys I can arewa. Struggle kawai ta gani take zarewa. I did for every penny ba na sarewa. Taurara, she is a star, kai taurara. That's murder.
I do not do the regular.
Confisi, Canada, get your move, she na boost. They do dirty from my brain, no. It is true, say not you. They do dirty from my brain, no. I mean, you want to kill a brother. Oh, no. Why you want to kill a brother? I'm a you know buy you me shake it. I'm a this your back they got today's old overload. I see my top fat. Get your back is fat. To me something. It be you, your body the gas mad. Your body the mad. You gon' kill a brother. It be you, your body the gas mad. You gon' kill a brother. Get your move, she na boost. They do dirty from my brain, no. It is true, say not you. They do dirty from my brain, no. I mean you want kill a brother. Oh no. Why you want kill a brother? Oh no. Somebody got this your body na pasha baby. Oh, you too try. Them got it toast out. I'm a walk confirm. Baby, if I pay the rabbi, you go link for my yacht, you go buy for me. Yeah, it be you, your body the gas mad. Your body the mad. Yeah, you gon' kill a brother. It be you, your body the gas mad. So you gon' kill a brother. Yeah, your move, she na boost. They do dirty from my brain, no. It is true, say not you. They do dirty from my brain, no. I mean you want to kill a brother. Your body is calling. I know one miss call. I want to feel your color too, girl. See, girl, I stand out. Jack, quick. 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 Oh yeah, my girl, welcome to Africa. Make I show you around Africa. Show you the feed, the vibe, you the love, the vibe. Oh yeah, move to the sound now. I know you love our Nkwobi, African Nkwobi. I know you feed that hot pepper soup, African hot pepper soup. Make I give you palmy, make I high you with sapele water. I know you love that beat too. After then we go chop shit too.
See me jolly jack, after then we jack, see me jolly jack, after then we jack.
Your body is final. I know go do you. I want to stand for you, yeah. Your body is calling. I know one miss call. I want to feel your color too, girl. See, girl, I stand out. Jack, quick. 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 Oh yeah, girl, I no go do your moment. Make you smile every moment. As a bad guy, I feel key for you. As a sharp guy, I feel shoes for you. Whether you wrong or right, girl, I go there with you. Whether sweet or sour, you go there with me. Cause you are the one I know, you are the one I need, girl. Yeah. You carry body I know, carry body I need, girl. Yeah.
See, baby girl, I go do you well. Yeah. Come close, make I do you well. Your body soft, make I lick it, boy.
My African body is final. I know go do you. I want to stand for you, yeah. Your body is calling. I know one miss call. I want to feel your color too, girl. See, girl, I stand out. Jack, quick. 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 Oh yeah.
It's Playboy Mix.
African love. Oh yeah. Come make I show you the love. Oh yeah. African love. Oh yeah. Come make I give you the love.
Happy Entertainment.
African love. Come make I show you the love. African love.
Mr. Keys, and the DJ make it put on repeat. So you know go man if you get my number. If you get my number, why not like that? Spin on like give me that. Oh baby, give me that. Do it like that. Spin on like give me that. Give me that. See my body ball like a motor. Like Genevieve, I carry fire from Dayton to Georgia. See my body bad like a motola. Face fine like Genevieve. I'm the Dayton lady. Oh, Nico, it just be crazy. Oh, Nico, it just be crazy. Open up belly, come to the floor when you're ready. When you see me on your telly, so you go tell everybody. On the belly, come to the floor when you're ready. When you see me on your telly, so you go ring my telly. They want to follow me, everything I do, John do. Cause they want to be like me. Oh yeah, give me my cosa. Give them the dance, give me my cosa. Give me more, say give me more, give them the more cosa. Dance like it, give me more, say give me more. Why not like that? Spin on like give me that. Oh baby, give me that. Do it like that. my body bad like a Motorola. Face fine like Genevieve. I'm the Jason Lee. Oh, Nico girl, it just be crazy. Oh, Nico girl, it just be crazy. Oh, Nico girl, it just be crazy. Oh, Nico girl, it just be crazy.
They make me want to tease her.
It's a legendary mix on.
Why your Ghana must go eat, they make got the boys them tease her. Ori me tease her. Watch I you tease her. Monica bow, you go bow, your body bow, you go bow. Monica bow, you go bow, your body bow. Monica bow, you go bow, your body bow, you go bow. Monica bow, you go bow, your body bow. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Get your body fire, power us getting no they tire. Your waist got me feeling satisfied. Oh, give me that push any higher. Monica bow, what's up to me like sour. Oh, chicky heavy, jump. You want to kill the air, go bow. Why your Ghana must go, you they make me want to tease her. Ori me tease her, watch I you tease her. Why your Ghana must go, you they make all the boys them tease her. Ori me tease her, watch I you tease her. Monica bow, you go bow, your body bow, you go bow. Monica bow, you go bow, your body bow. Monica bow, you go bow, your body bow, you go bow. Monica bow, you go bow, your body bow. Nobody battle fool like me. Nobody battle fool like me. Monica bow, you go bow, your body bow, you go bow. Monica bow, you go bow, your body bow. Monica bow, you go bow, your body bow, you go bow. Monica bow, you go bow, your body bow.
I've been waiting my whole life for this. Now I'm finally made it. I'm finally famous, yeah. Brother say this time me no be competition. Make you come do your mission. Make you try, make you make your decision before you start to malfunction. Brother say this time me no be competition. Make you come do your mission. Make you try, make you make your decision. Now every day me I dey celebrate. I'm on a new dimension. And all my music it penetrate. I'm on a new dimension. All of my people that I celebrate. New dimension. I dey thank God for life. I dey elevate.
Yeah. So me say mama, papa, come see your boy. He's chilling in the Range Rover. He's chilling in the drop top.
But ain't nobody know you're paying. But only you can know your gain. It takes just a day to change your whole story. Oh, takes just a day to change your whole life. Brother say this life no be competition. Make you come do your mission. Make you try, make you make your decision before you start to malfunction. Brother say this life no be competition. Make you come do your mission. Make you try, make you make your decision. Now every day me I dey celebrate. I'm on a new dimension. And all my music it penetrate. I'm on a new dimension. All of my people that I celebrate. New dimension. I dey thank God for life. I dey elevate. I dey elevate. Now every day me I dey celebrate. I'm on a new dimension. And all my music it penetrate. I'm on a new dimension. All of my people that I celebrate. New dimension. I dey thank God for life. I dey elevate. I dey elevate.
will not get copper.
You got the pop party. You got the cardi woman.
You will not get CC.
You got the pop party.
You got the promise mansion. You will not get CC.
You got the fun to do anyhow.
You got the promise Benz. So sorry, very sorry, so sorry. I'm sorry for you. So sorry, very sorry, so sorry. I'm sorry for you. Go and level the phone, they promise iPhone. Phone on the manager, come on, I get them a call. When I give in a baby, they promise house rent. Go and level on, they promise mansion. You can never receive it lunch and a hotel. Kita a guard drug, it's a cool body hotel. Forget ticket, take if I take out to the pan. Classic, I beg, help on me, sorry.
I sorry yo. They wanna blow in a hurry yo. If I drop a verse, someone I'm money yo. I'm out on the shit, I know they worry yo. If you no get motor, just climb a car. Some people now that they sabi worry yo. That's so to Rio, no time, Korea, chop life, chop rice. Me I like a father. Then now you go do yourself. What in they worry yourself? Even the woman self, see how she they look yourself. Baba is a pity, I've been tell you hold yourself. You just the good people up and down, you they even owe yourself. I don't get I'm a Kamala, I'm a Bakaji. Nakoa Gudu, I'm Barka, the name of Agaji. Horogare, you want and Yasama watch me and Ziga and send a Vaka Shaduka, sick Agaji.
You will not get CC.
You got the fun to do anyhow, see what it costs.
You will not get copper.
You got the pop party. You got the cardi woman.
You will not get CC.
You got the pop party.
You got the promise mansion. You will not get CC.
You got the fun to do anyhow.
You got the promise Benz. So sorry, very sorry, so sorry. I'm sorry for you. So sorry, very sorry, so sorry. I'm sorry for you.
What we go do, sir? If we got the money, what we go do, sir?
We go buy Benz, we go buy Benz. We go buy Benz, we go buy Benz.
So what we go do,
we go buy Benz, we go buy Benz. We go buy Benz, we go buy Benz.
If we got the money, what we go do? I tell you why this girl no great for me, and I be calling her like constantly. She be like, why is this guy trying to kill my battery? Then swear for you, I be you know your size. Please shift, I beg, you're spoiling my eyebrow. You know I see the B now, my guy T Brown. If you don't get the money, make you double your hustle. Double your hustle. And if you double your hustle, what are you gonna see? What goes around must surely come around. What we go do, sir? Surely come around. What we go do, sir?
We go buy Benz, we go buy Benz. We go buy Benz, we go buy Benz.
So what we go do,
we go buy Benz, we go buy Benz. We go buy Benz, we go buy Benz.
If you got the money, what we go do? See, I be chilling in the corner when I get money, wearing Gucci and Prada when I get money. No say the boy don't hammer.
Big boys, we know they drive on the holla.
See, I be chilling in the corner when I get money, wearing Gucci and Prada when I get money. No say the boy don't hammer.
We go buy all the bar, we go run them back to back.
Every day and night I the hustle, make the money, and I dey pray, Baba God, make you make my hustle pay. If we get the money, what we go do, sir?
We go buy Benz, we go buy Benz. We go buy Benz, we go buy Benz.
So what we go do,
we go buy Benz, we go buy Benz. We go buy Benz, we go buy Benz.
If you get the money, what we go do? We no go drink the water, steady champagne, no more kai kai, no more taxi, no more Uber. AMG, no Honda. First class from J-Town to Lagos. See all the girls now, not them, they rush us. See a Mac and she just they dumb body. She say she want be my somebody. I remember last time she and you with this snub me. Now we get the money, we go do say. Now we get the money, we go do say.
We go buy Benz, we go buy Benz.
We go buy Benz,
we go buy
Where my people them day? J-Town. Shall we go make money, Abby? Hey, PJ.
Slosh.
Wonderful music, break time right there. Hey, you still with me? Because I'm with you. We got a dancing thing going on in the studio. A whole lot of people bumping their heads. For those who can't get off their seat, shout out to Victor. Okay, so how is it going with you wherever you are, man? It's morning already. By this time, you should be thinking about what you want to have for lunch. And I don't know if the next set of people are going to dive into the studio and want to ask you questions about that, but I guess I just give them a hint about something they can do. So, you possibly are trying to get yourself something to eat, and you're wondering why nobody wants to know what you want to have for lunch. Well, for me, I'll tell you the truth. I'm going to eat one of my favorite. There's rice and beans. It's around already. It's around already. I'm already seeing it, and I'm about to go and eat it. But anyway, I don't know about you. I just hope wherever you are, if it's not afternoon in your place yet, sorry, I'm on my lunchtime. But if it's not, I'm sure yours will get there, and it's past. Hey, good day. I hope you're going towards the evening, hey. But anyway, I had a wonderful time doing this with you, and it's always great to share. Always great when we have a platform where we can connect. There's a certain time I used to say, oh my goodness, I can only connect with people in a particular state. But here I am. I'm trying to connect with people anywhere, everywhere. One thing we need to always let ourselves know is what matters most. And I'm telling you the truth. When I listen to a speech made by the late legend and person of Muhammad Ali, his son, who is 47 years old, they call him Muhammad Ali Jr. He said his dad wouldn't have vibed with Black Lives Matters. He is so sure of that his dad wouldn't vibe with that. Because as far as he was concerned, Black Lives Matters, White Lives Matters, Chinese Lives Matters, every life matters. Everybody was created by God, and God loves everyone. God did not pick a particular person that should be killed. So he is trying to let you know that his dad wouldn't have vibed to it. In fact, he said his dad would possibly had rolled with Donald Trump, because we know the dad actually endorsed back in the days. He endorsed Ronald Reagan. Yeah, Ronald Reagan, and there was one other one. I think it was one of the Carter people. He endorsed them for presidency. So he wouldn't have vibed with them, because that is racist as far as he is concerned. Saying Black Lives Matters is racist. He believes that all lives matters. And that is what he's saying. So I just want you to know today that all lives matters too. In the sense that though we are fighting the racist attack of white on black, as we saw in America, of which he too said he condemns the act the police officer did, and any crooked cop needs to be locked up. But he also wants people to know that everybody matters in this big picture of life. And that's what I want you to know this day while you go about everything you're doing. We heard the story of in Ghana, where they said some gunmen had raided the embassy, Nigerian embassy, and they broke and destroyed most of the stuff there and the accommodation. And some Nigerians were saying we should not tolerate that in our place too. You see, that is how we start to fight within ourselves. There's this song by Jay-Z. He says, nobody gets rich when there's a family feud or something like that. Now, this is a family feud, because in Africa we are all family. So if we start picking reasons to fight one another, then there is no hope for another or a better tomorrow for each one of us, because we're each other's brother. All right, so let's try to keep the peace. Also, we heard the stories that's going on in South Africa, where they were bringing out a hashtag Nigeria must fall. Now, no, our Nigeria must not fall. Africa must rise. That's what we should have in the back of our minds. That's what we should work with. That's the status. That is what we should look at. All right, so let's make these things work. Let's try to be law-abiding people. Let's be peaceful. Let's just be there. Let's live freely in Africa. And when it comes to love, when it comes to peace, when it comes to being together, one thing we must always remember as Africans is, when it comes to that, there is no walls. There is no walls that blocks us from loving our brothers. No wall stops us from being at peace. No wall stops us from going farther, moving to your country to do things you come to mind, because together we will move for the better. And that's why I leave it with this song by Crinary featuring Hybrid, and he calls this one No Walls. I'll be with you again tomorrow by 10 in the morning, so don't you go nowhere. When you're sleeping in the night, make sure you put an alarm, because I'm going to be with you. I'll be here with you, having fun with you, and I'm sure we're going to have a great time again. Remember, you're listening to May in the Box on African Patriot Radio, and I am here live for you, Mr. May 11, to do this with you again tomorrow, 10 a.m. all the way through.
When darkness falls, I hide away from the luxury of clothes, happy to be rid of foundation blends. I find a voice that is mine, a voice I don't have to hear to listen, still, small, and full of reason. When darkness falls, I come out of the closet of forced smiles, free from exaggerated laughs, not dangling on either side of a sensitive conversation or holding my breath through this roller coaster life. When darkness falls, I beg her to remain. Her warm embrace keeps me sane. Her still calm pain is like a safe veil, not covering my face to hide my shame. I am bold to hold conversation from my heart to his ears, not limited by the shallow mess of my peers. When darkness falls, I rest. I rest in peace like the dead in the nest of the spirits. I live life the most, and even truly, I think about my love, and it's okay when they have lumps. In my chest, there are no hasty thumbs. When darkness falls, I hide. I come out. I beg the sun to set a little longer. I make supplication to the clouds to stay darker so I can live a little and love a little. A little and a little is all I need to live a lot. And when darkness falls, my favorite part is no walls. No walls.
I don't even know how to begin, man. Like, for real, nothing in this world is actually that easy to see. You go behind bars for crimes you didn't commit and still end up telling your children and how to protect their existence within. I guess it's time we talk about some illusions we all see, but forget to exaggerate the way it affects our everyday reality, cause dreams are simply real life situations of both earth.
Every crime, yeah. We all have the same time, I use mine. We all feel the same pain, I kill mine. Was never my intention to be here live. This is just a message to the poor to wake up the mind. What is your perception on the coin, huh? Why you always really trying to speak without a voice? Do you believe in God and go back to your defense? Cause the pretense was just a setback to get the check. What you do about the people you destroy? You call it a game of politics so you alone can bask in the joy. My life is just a toy, the heartbreak of my devastation is what you choose to feed on and just avoid. And nobody say my eyes get voice to even shout a town crier with messages we know they carry back. It's all about the money and the big cars, big houses, big countries, everywhere my freedom they carry lost. The revolution is here, my Okada never got. The people are starving and no be saying we this off our past. It's just a circle of pain to let the honey drop. A lollipop is not enough for me to be forever strong. I just wanna paint a picture to the whole world, but I'm lost in a big house with no walls. The only option that I have is just to show love. You are the light you desire, it takes a man to grow some. We all equal and we possess the same sun, but destiny will always be delayed without your feet up. Take the challenges according to your strength and keep on, cause life is not a competition, this is not a race, huh? A sniper is never scared of height. A dead man is the only dead that is not afraid to die. A striker is never out of sight. So many people in your life and you're still not afraid to tell a lie. This is for the hunger in the streets. I've been lying if I ever said I never saw defeat. Control a big appetite before you beat a dish. A type to sit on the table of men but never saw the king. I believe that my article is not to be dismissed. You're swimming in the ocean of riches without a fish, and your ship's about to sink, eclipsed in the treasure of the deep. It's just a pirate circulates in the sea. Surviving the hard time has never been a fighter. For you to be not
name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Alexis Media.
From the start, them they tell me, say definitely I go blow. Every time then they hear my sound, then they come ask me for more. Now the love I receive all true, they bring me tears of joy. Baba God, I beg you, oh, say you make my heart so pure. Oh, I change my story. Now my prayer every day, make you change my story. Let your blessings come my way, change my story. Now my prayer every day. walk and pray, no darling. Them ask me when I go shine. Oh, Oluwa, no, Asiko ni gbogbo nkan. Every day we walk and pray, no darling. Them ask me when I go blow. Oh, Oluwa, no,
Man, I've been doing this shit for a long time. Been not so easy, sure you know that. Sharp money, my love will pay. Money on my mind, every minute. All of my life, I've been working on it. Mama used to tell me I could make it. Oh Lord, I keep praying for your blessings. Only watching my story today. From nothing up to something. I did pray for your blessings, yeah. For your blessings. Only watching my story today. I might pray every day. From nothing to something. I did pray for your blessings, yeah.
Asiko ni gbogbo nkan. Every day we walk and pray, no darling. Them ask me when I go shine. Oh, Oluwa, no, Asiko ni gbogbo nkan. Every day we walk and pray, no darling. Them ask me when I go blow. Oh, Oluwa, no, Oluwa change my story today. Right now I dey hear my sound. Oluwa change my story today. From nothing to something. Asiko ni gbogbo nkan. Every day we walk and pray, no darling. Them ask me when I go shine. Oh, Oluwa, no, Asiko ni gbogbo nkan. Every day and night, yeah. Them ask me when I go blow. Oh, Oluwa, no,
She move my day bed, don't need. Oh yeah, everybody get their own story. Oh, yeah. Kira kita odola laye. If you're making that dough, you know me shalaye. Ozu go pay muraba lagbade. No one mamupo body check and your shake. If you think it, you can make it.
Thanks for joining us. Good afternoon. How are you doing and how was your weekend? Mine was amazing. Thanks for asking. It's about that time of the day where the midday patriot take over the baton. And yes, it promises to be an amazing time on the belt. Yes, because we have a lineup of interesting program for your listening pleasure. First up, we have Ladies Watch, and then there's Sports Gist, and then we have Diet Plan, of course, and that these are programs that you do not want to miss out on. My name is Udo Immaculator, and right now it's about time for Leaders Watch. Today we shall shift our focus to the lingering political crisis in Edo State, and that has defied all interventions. You can recall that the feud between the incumbent governor and his predecessor started in 2019, and it has snowballed into a major political crisis that threatens to cripple political activities in the state. Well, during the early days of the crisis, 15 Edo State lawmakers on the platform of the APC were excluded from the inauguration of the new lawmakers that actually took place on the night of the 7th of June 2019, to be precise. Only 9 lawmakers were inaugurated on that night, and with some of them coming out to claim that they were actually abducted and forcefully taken to the National Assembly complex. And 3 of the 15 excluded were later inaugurated. But on December 4th, and that was still in 2019, Edo State Assembly declared vacant the seat of the remaining 12 that refused to come forward. actually come forward for the inauguration, and that of the other two members who, according to the Deputy Speaker of Edo Assembly, did not meet the mandatory 181-day sitting requirement. And these ostracized lawmakers are believed to be pro-Oshimole. Despite the intervention of both chambers of the National Assembly, the governor refused to issue like a fresh proclamation for the inauguration of the 15 excluded lawmakers. And so, in the course of the crisis, the state APC was divided into the Obaseki and the Oshimole faction, and the governor made a deft move against Adams Oshimole by getting the APC in his word to actually suspend him. And this called into question whether he should remain or he could still remain or occupy the seat of the party chairman. And in no time, interested parties went to court, and Oshimole was removed as national chairman. But Oshimole, recovered his seat in a very dramatic fashion through court processes on the eve of a national convention that would have cemented or permanently removed him as national chairman of the APC. So today, like I said earlier, we're going to be focusing on the lingering political crisis in Edo State, and I'd like us to look at it from three places, or should I say 3 dimensions. First, we look at the case of party supremacy, and then we're going to be looking at the sovereignty of the governor, and then godfatherism, of course, not just in Edo State, but in Nigeria as a whole. And I am not alone in the studio. I have with me a political analyst, or he likes to call himself a social analyst, in the person of Mr. Victor Tehemba. Thanks for coming on the program.
Yeah, thank you, Magulita.
Okay, we will delve right into this conversation when we come back from this break. But remember, you can be part of the conversation by dropping a comment on the comment section across all social media platforms. We're streaming live right now on YouTube at African Patriot Radio. On Facebook, it is www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. And on Twitter, it is Patriot_radio. We look forward to hearing from you. Let's go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Stick with us.
Josephine Paul, Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Welcome back, and thanks for staying with us. Remember, this is still your #1 station on the netwave, African Patriot Radio, and the program you're listening to is Leaders Watch. And like I said before we went on that break, we shall be beaming a touch light on the political crisis that's currently going on in Edo State. And basically, a lot of people have tied it or said that there are two factions to it, the Obaseki and the Oshimole faction. However, my guest in the studio will be doing justice to that exactly. Remember, you can be part of this conversation by dropping a comment across all social media platforms. Once again, on Facebook, it is www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. We're also streaming live on YouTube at African Patriot Radio. Mr. Victor Tehemba, thanks once again for coming on the program.
Yeah, thank you, Magulita.
Okay, I'd like to ask you the right question. What do you think is the genesis of this, should I call it a fracas in Edo State right now?
Well, when you ask about the genesis, right? Like it has not been clearly defined what exactly has been the problem. Yes. So when you basically find out that this whole crisis started, and then when it actually started, many people were not aware. You know, there are some feuds that occur between a governor and his person and predecessor.
Okay.
And then you get to find out that maybe there's an element, there is something, there's an action, there's a policy that the former governor does not agree with or something. But here, it never seemed like that. It seems like they both understood what the problem was, but then they didn't want to bring that to the public. And then when you look at all reactions that have
been put forward as regards,
nobody has really put any concrete. The allegations against the governor has always been
that
he didn't, like after he became governor, he left behind all those people who worked for his re-election. I remember when one time his former DG, the governor's former DG of the
Director General,
yes, of the Lieutenant Godwin Obaseki campaign.
Okay.
After he became governor, the man came out to say that since the man became governor, he has occupied, or rather he has surrounded himself with people that were not there.
Okay.
When they were in the struggle of becoming governor. And so it more looks like, if you look at Genesis, it more looks like the governor did not adequately compensate those who worked for his election.
Now, when you say those who worked for his election, that's like you're talking about the party.
Yeah, definitely. It only has to be the party. I know the party consists of the individuals that are members of the party.
Let's talk about party supremacy. Is the party supreme to the office of the governor? Or yes, I'd like you to address that.
Yeah, so the thing is, the party is not supreme to the office of the governor, but the governor is subject
to the party.
To the party supremacy.
Okay.
Yeah, so because the governor came out on the platform of the party. So the thing is, I understand one thing is that when you come out as a governor to contest, there are people you defer to, like the state chairman of that party. Yes, even the chairman of your ward. You know, the chairman of your ward, as little as you might be richer than him, you might be more influential than him.
But you owe him respect.
Yes, on the singular fact that he's the chairman of your party, he can decide at any point to, find a way to suspend you from the party. And once you're suspended at the ward level, whether you are the national chairman, like what we
just like what we saw in the case of Oshimole Adams here.
It doesn't matter. You are no longer a bona fide member of that
I'm
party.
tempted to ask at this juncture, between the interest of the party and the interest of the state, which should the governor hold supreme? Because he has to take decision in the best interest of the state, and then when what the party wants, it's not in line with what the state wants, so, then he's caught in the middle, don't you think?
Let me try and remember something that the governor said in 2018, or was it 2019? Either late 18 or early 2019, and when he tried to explain the cause of the crisis, he said that in 2006, between 2006 and above, some people constituted themselves in an alternate government. Government resources were mostly going to the pockets of private individuals. Private individuals were responsible for collecting taxes on behalf of the government and all of that.
So it seems like Obaseki came in and stopped their means of livelihood.
A lot of people did not like that. Now there are a lot of policies that he had taken that didn't really sit well with a lot of people. And that is where you can also say that the genesis of the problem started from. And so when you now ask about whether the interest of the party is more supreme to the
interest of the state,
no, it is not. But the kind of politics we play in Nigeria, I've heard politicians
say
that party supremacy, you must. So it means that if the party does not agree with this policy that will really set the state on
in the right path,
on the right path, then it means that you as a governor, you need to listen to that. But like at a point in time, we need to understand that nationalism, our national interest, the state's interest supersedes any other
that
thing,
of the party.
The state or the country is not governed by the constitution of the party is governed by the constitution of the country.
Okay, yes, and then you said something earlier. You talked about not paying mind to the people that put you in power. That's like brings to fore the issue of fatherism, I should put it that way, alleging, because a lot of people have come out to allege that Oshimole was trying to influence the decisions of the governor, thereby and the governor wasn't paying mind to him, and that's like the beginning of the feud or the fracas that he had.
Yeah, so that is just part of it. But then when you also look at the fact that not paying mind to people that are bringing power, see, politics all over the world, but most especially in Nigeria, the kind of politics we play in Nigeria is a compensational politics.
Okay.
So if you know somebody who is going to contest for governorship, presidency, by the time you work hard to campaign for that person, you are not working hard to campaign for that person because you believe the person has the ideologies or has the capacity to get things done.
Okay.
You are doing it so that in the eventuality that he or she gets into office,
that's going to compensate you
for your effort. And that is why in this country, when people are given appointment into government offices, they come out to celebrate it.
Okay.
Why? Because they see it as a compensation for their effort
and not a form of service to the nation.
So that is where problem comes. Now, when they say the governor is appointing people that do not work for his whatever, I think people are supposed to understand. But these people he is appointing, are they capable?
Okay.
Yeah, are they capable of getting this job done? Nobody's asking that question. They're asking why are you appointing
this person?
They work for you, but perhaps to the governor's mind, I need to get this thing done, and I know this man, he can get it done. Let me go and get him. Let me go and get her to do this work. But they feel no, we have other people here in this party. Why didn't you appoint us? So that's just an issue that a lot of people disagree with the governor, and they're also looking at the case of godfatherism.
Yeah.
It has always been a big problem. It's actually one of the bane of political growth in Nigeria.
Because I feel like the case of godfatherism having to your decisions are being influenced by people. I think this actually does undermine the sovereignty of the governor.
Yes.
Don't you?
No, you see, definitely it does. And then when you also look at the fact that in Africa we have people who are power drunk, people who like to clinch to power and all of that. Every governor that has left has attempted, not even hidden, overtly attempted to impose a candidate. They want to choose who should succeed them. When that shouldn't be the case, you leave who should succeed you to the state. If there's a candidate you want to support and whatever, but not trying to impose. So every governor that has left in this country, Nigeria, has had a hand
in the making who the next king was going to be.
And then what that always brings is that if this particular person made it possible because he has the resources to make you governor, then that person becomes a de facto governor or a de facto president.
Yeah, so that's like ruling from behind.
Ruling from behind. And so at the time that you're no longer taking instructions from that person, then you have an issue. We had an issue like that in Benue State between the present governor and the former governor, George Akume.
Okay.
Where these present government, a voice notes or
a recorded voice note
between the governor and his
predecessor.
And it alleged that the governor blamed his inability to perform on the former governor because he has to be paying royalty to the governor.
Okay, I guess that's as much we can take on the program today. We're actually trying to look at the reason behind the current political crisis in Edo State. Remember, like I said, you can actually air your opinion across all social media platforms. Basically, that's the most you can take on the programs today. Up next is Sports Gist with the Midday Patriot. Do stay with us.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Bad girl in other place, Queen A.
This sounds amazing.
Raise the roof. Danny Ace, Pano Mix, yo.
Oh, Danny Ace, the magic finger.
Hey, yo, Caribbean. Tell me no shoot back, me no rebound. But the looking at your eye be like you Egyptian. Yelling like your style, she a swim for your ocean. Backside big like a bumper. Fine smile bright like a Santa. She no do no silly can. For you silly boy, she fi do no dirty wine. Man down, gunshot for your area. Boom, 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 gunshot in the area. Bend the drip on the back, she a tempter. Pour some ice, galley hot like a boiler. She a controller, she no DJ, but she fi a control ya. AI girl with the A1 sound coming through blazing. Them a color girl trailblazer. Whoosh, she a fight for her tune, them a color fortune. Tell them man a color fortune. Tell them man a color fortune.
He just wanna let them know. He just wanna let them know. He just wanna let them know who I be. He just wanna let them know. He just wanna let them know. He just wanna let them know who I be. I'll strike like a thunder. Just for your wine, see no blunder. See me I fight for your matter. Me the ganja as a lighter. Girl strike like a thunder. Just for your wine, see no blunder. See me I fight for your matter. Me the ganja as a lighter.
Me casa su casa. Whenever he call me, catch you guys later. So what on the beat and F up your speakers. No apologies, I life up your seekers. What you wanna do, but massa vodka. Either way I whoop ya, come ask me later. So come ask me later. Nina London girl, South Greek. Got you fit the lockdown mood. Good book crit, on the rhythm savage mood. Good book Greek, telling me the showstopper. Look good, B. Nina London girl, South Greek. Got you fit the lockdown mood. Good book crit, on the rhythm savage mood. Good book Greek, telling me the showstopper. Look good, B.
He just wanna let them know. He just wanna let them know. He just wanna let them know who I be. He just wanna let them know. He just wanna let them know. He just wanna let them know who I be. I'll strike like a thunder. Just for your wine, see no blunder. See me I fight for your matter. Me the ganja as a lighter. That girl strike like a thunder. Just for your wine, see no blunder. See me I fight for your matter. Me the ganja as a lighter.
And the wire, but bang 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 say, Now realize, girl you're good and very very nice, very very nice. On top of your matter, oh I personalize, girl our future I don't visualize, girl. See I be thinking about you, girl, every day and night, and the lovely things you do, you dey control my mind, girl. Oh yeah, baby, give me good loving, baby, give me good loving, baby, give me good loving, baby, give me good loving. You dey champagne me for the lovely things you do. You dey champagne me, but I can never let you go. Baby, champagne me for the lovely things you do. You dey champagne me, and I'll never let you go. Hey, money back all me, see you making me go gaga. And if I be a slow starter, for you I run over. Hey. 7 months before your birthday, I put my reminder. Yeah, this how I love me. last it forever. Oh, and I will hold you tight and I will treat you right. Even for that time, baby, I go be your light. Cause we will never fight, now I realize. Say now only you, baby, now you there, my man. Yeah, nah. This must be love, baby, I can feel it. Oh yeah. And I know, baby, I can see it. Oh yeah, baby, give me good loving, good loving. 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 You the champagne me for the lovely things you do. You the champagne me. But I can never let you go. Baby, champagne me for the lovely things you do. You the champagne me, and I'll never let you go. And I will hold you tight and I will treat you right. Even for that time, baby, I go be your light. Cause we will never fight, now I realize. Say now only you, baby, now you there, my man. Yeah, nah. This must be love, baby, I can feel it. Oh yeah. And I know, baby, I can see it. Oh yeah, baby, give me good loving, good loving. Baby, give me good loving, good loving. Baby, give me good loving, good loving. Baby, give me good loving, good loving.
Oh no dey pop, my hero, no dey pop, oh my sherry, your love na wonder, baby please, no send your mouth, I want you, baby no pop, for you, I go on for the do. Baby please, no one no other, I want you, my finance, right, Femi, baby don't pop, for you, I go on for the do. Just take me as I am, I did there for you anytime I am, I 100% love you when I say, baby, I want no the plan, baby, no the pump, you know say man the pump, just take me as I am, yeah, I did there for you anytime I am, baby, I 100% love you when I say, baby, I want no the plan, baby, no the pump, you know say man the pump, oh, no get no, 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 baby, you remember how we first met? Nobody told that before. So your love is what we're waiting for. Your love is to keep us. You been there, say your love not true. So I give my heart for you. Yeah, yeah. Baby, please, no one no other. I want you, my finance, right, Femi, baby, don't pump for you. I go on for you. Just take me as I am. I did there for you anytime.
Hello, welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. You're still hanging with the Midday Patriots right here on your number one station on the net wave. It is African Patriot Radio. And I've been joined by my favorite girl. I'd like to call her that. Or should I say my partner in progress, the beautiful Imam Ekanem.
Hello.
Say good morning. It's a new week. Oh, good afternoon, rather. Okay, so it's about time for Sports Gist right here on African Patriot Radio. Remember, you can be part of the conversation by using the hashtag Sports Gist across all social media platform. On Facebook, it is www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio, and we also stream live on YouTube at African Patriot Radio, and on Twitter, it is
radio_Patriot.
All right, yes, so I just had to make her say something. All right, it's Sports Gist, and today we're basically just going to take you around the world of sports, especially as it concerns African players. First, I'd like to say work begins at the National Stadium as task force are set to start work in Lagos today.
Finally.
I thought we were going to do the drum roll thing now.
No, finally. I mean,
it's long overdue, yeah. Because the ministerial task force that was set up by the Youth and Sports Development Minister, Sunday Dare, will commence work today. There's to start with the verification of occupants and identification of illegal structures within the stadium complex in Lagos.
Okay, I mean, you mentioned Sunday Dare as your man crush Monday.
The last time, because he was so much in the news for the good reasons, for the right reasons actually.
Well,
and to think...
He's not falling short of it, so...
Yeah, sure, he's doing so much because you know that the facelift, should I call it the facelift or the makeover? And actually, okay, because I think the makeover in Kaduna and Abuja is has gone through advanced stages, but that for Lagos has just been approved, and I kind of think that our stadiums are beginning to look like marketplaces.
I mean, with people selling stuff by the side and everything. You won't be far from that.
Yeah, so they're actually going to look to eject illegal occupants, yeah.
Okay.
I feel sorry for the people that live here because a lot of them might not have places to go.
Well, I think some of these things should have been put in place way before now.
Okay.
The stadium is going to be around. They should have put certain laws or certain what would they call them now? This notice is to tell people, okay, you cannot have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because people even live there, and people have turned some of the changing rooms, people are sleeping there. There are people that even sell, they have stores in there, and I say stadiums are beginning to look like marketplaces. And this is one thing that the inauguration committee, Mr. Dare, charged the committee to bring back the lost glory of the edifice, and in a bit to do this, that has to be done. And I kind of facelift. I think this is like a makeover, yeah.
Okay.
And I kind of like that they give them a 21 days ultimatum to complete their assignment.
Oh, that's actually fair enough.
I think that's a good one because many times you just give people assignments and there are no time frames, and so they just go and have this lackadaisical attitude. Yeah. So that's one thing. Okay, on to the next one. Do not laugh, please. Promise not to laugh.
Nope.
Ex-South African star Fortune is aiming to become Man United manager.
Okay, why was I supposed to laugh?
Okay, because I said this earlier. Someone was like, "Oh, he's having told dreams." Really told dreams.
And the thing is, because actually, as far as I can remember, no black has actually been manager of Man U.
I don't think of the EPL of any team in the EPL. No. So that's why people are saying he has black dreams, because he is like the former Manchester United winger. He used to play for them. His name is Quinton Fortune. He hopes he will get the chance to manage the Red Devils in the future. So he linked up with Manchester United.
Emphasis on hopes.
Hopes, of course, because hope is last to die. Come on.
True.
Well, he linked up with the Manchester United from Spanish outfit Atletico Madrid in 1999, and he spent 7 years at Old Trafford. Well, the South African has spent his last 2 years earning his coaching badges. And so?
Well, I mean, he's earned his badges, hasn't he?
Should you get?
He should be given a chance, though, in my opinion.
He deserves a chance.
But
okay.
Let's be realistic. Sometimes life does. I mean, what we want in life doesn't always come to us, no matter how.
But just work towards it. You never know. The universe just might bring it to you. So keep hopes alive, brother. Okay, on to the next one. Taiwo Awoniyi wants a chance with the Super Eagles.
Well, yeah, Liverpool striker Taiwo Awoniyi has actually expressed, or should I say, admitted that he would really, really love to play for the Super Eagles.
Yeah, but I think he's played for other tiers of the Super Eagles. He played for the under-17 and the under-20.
Mainly youth leagues, but right now he he actually wants the opportunity. He wants an appearance to the team.
Yeah, I think I also read the statement where he said like it's every player's dream to actually play for their national team.
It is. But in Nigeria, it's well, let me just say in Nigeria, but like we're talking Nigeria, we're here. It's going to take a lot for you to
feature,
to join the team. And with the way Gennett Roy is going right now, being very picky and particular about players,
you actually will not blame him because
I wouldn't blame
Nigeria has like an abundance of really good players.
There are a lot of talents in Nigeria actually. Okay. So when you look at that, the competition is actually quite stiff. So if you want a part. You want a position, you want a place in the team, you have to bring your A game.
Yeah, bring your A game on Taiwo Awoniyi. We just hope that, like, it's just a game of hopes, like we say. We hope your dreams are actualized anyway.
Well, the thing about Awoniyi now is this. He's actually, should I say his place in Liverpool is actually sort of hanging in balance because he hasn't been able to show himself or prove his worth there.
A lot,
so now he can't play for Liverpool because he doesn't have a permit to play a work permit to play for Liverpool, and now he's been looked as ineligible to get a permit
because
okay, he didn't have like an appearance in the Nigerian national team one. That's one, and then there was this talk about him not gaining experience from any of the top 5
EPL teams. Yeah. I've seen that as well. So this is like killing 2 birds with a single stone. It will work both ways for him.
Yeah, that's the thing. The thing is, he actually went on to like get experience. Though he went to Germany.
Okay, when he was playing for Mainz, yeah. But I think like the what's it called now? The coronavirus actually did mess with that a bit.
Yeah, it actually worked in his favor, sort of. If you look at it that way, because there was the break, and then when they resumed the Bundesliga in May. He actually got the opportunity to play.
Play more often.
So he's played in every game they've played since the resumption in May.
You're actually on the right path, and
I was getting the experience.
One step at a time, but we just hope you get to your dream destination. On to the next. Yes, talking about what's it called now? There's this hashtag that's really trending lately.
Black Lives Matter.
Yes, and then the Premier League has tried to send a lot of messages over the last few weeks. Some have designed lately over the weekend. I actually saw jerseys with the logo
instead of players.
So we just have the Black Lives Matter over the number of the player, and I think that's like a good one.
Well, still on Black Lives Matter, Senegalese Liverpool player, the Senegalese Sadio Mane has actually been on the news lately. I think a lot of people have actually come out to bash him.
Yes, I was part of that train. Trust me, because he's black. I know, like the global movement started like 7 years ago, but it reignited with the death of George Floyd, who died after a police brutality. Of course, in Minnesota, we all know that story. It's been trending for a while.
Yeah.
So we're expected to kneel.
So yeah, the EPL actually brought this new law where before every game, once the whistle is blown, every player has to kneel in support of, everything that's happening. Yes.
With the Black Lives Matter and just pushing it forward.
With all of the excitement, Sadio coming onto the pitch, and then the whistle goes, they blow the whistle, and every other player goes down on the pitch, and he doesn't.
And to think he is black, I mean...
What's the thing? I mean, people do a lot of things under excitement, so let's just blame it on the excitement. He probably was just too excited to get back on the pitch.
I think we should live exemplary lives. If you want people to take you seriously, you have to be a serious person. So people don't go out.
But him being excited doesn't mean he isn't serious. I'm not trying to support what he did, though.
You know, there's something like when I was growing up, my mom tells you that the days you get in trouble the most are the days you're super excited. Or super hyper.
So try to contain your excitement.
Yes, I know that feeling when it's been a long time you've been on the field of play and then you get the opportunity. But hello, brother, you how do you put it? You didn't do well. You know do well. Try, brother. All right.
People make mistakes. I'm very sure he's learned. So let's just take it easy with him.
Yeah, and I know they're supposed to kneel with one leg. Next time you come on the field of play, kneel with both. Uncle prostrate.
Yeah, just tell him to lie down. That's
just
fine.
prostrate. All right, let's end this on a happy note. Super Eagles star celebrate Father's Day on social media.
I'm actually going to say, it's coming late. It was yesterday. Well, happy Father's Day to all fathers out there.
Yes.
Remember, you are all amazing.
You are the real MVPs. In fact, they are our MCM today.
Yeah, all the daddies out there.
So shout out to all the daddies, especially my daddy.
Yeah, I hope my daddy's watching.
Yeah, I love you, and you're the best dad in the whole world. And all of the foster daddy or daddy figures I've ever had.
You are a recent day superheroes.
Yeah. Happy Father's Day. All right, on to Super Eagles celebrating Father's Day. Some of the current Super Eagles player, alongside a few other ex-internationals, actually celebrated this year's Father's Day, which took place on Sunday by posting on social media. The likes of Wilfred Ndidi, Moses Simon, William Trust Akon. There was also Odion Igalo, Joseph Yobo, Vincent Ejema, and Chidebere Wakali. Yeah, they all posted. The one that really got me was the one of Leicester City midfielder Ndidi. He tweeted alongside a lovely picture of himself carrying his little daughter, whom he gave.
Daddy goes.
Yeah, that was given birth to like a few weeks ago, and he said, "Happy Father's Day."
Well, happy Father's Day again.
But you see them on the field of play, and you're like, okay, these are really young games. Like, you don't see them like family men.
But the thing is,
they are players.
Despite the work, they still actually have time for
family. Because literally you see a guy that's promiscuous and you call him a player, but these are players, they're actually family men.
Yes.
And they're enjoying
I like what you did with that. That's fine.
No, because the one that really got me, okay, there's this one that the Udinese defender Trust Akon wrote. He said, "Happy Father's Day to all dads, especially to mention all his peers that are doing their best without a blueprint."
Wow.
That's like there's no manual for being a father,
there isn't, actually.
There's nothing cooler, better than seeing you all being the best dads and co-parents you can be. Happy Father's Day.
Am I allowed to say happy Father's Day again to my daddy?
Oh, that was so touching. Shout out to all the fathers that are being super cool dads without a blueprint. Like, there are no manuals. You just do your best, and we love and appreciate it.
And mostly get it right.
All right, I guess that's the most we could take on sports just today, and I hope you had fun listening, because we had fun.
Well, I had fun. I don't know about you.
Okay, we had fun hosting the program. Up next is Information Africa News. Just stick with us.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
It's Angelo. I'll be already know. Life na jungle, oh. Body, you need to struggle, oh. Sure you want collect all the bundle, oh. Yeah, 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 yeah. Life na jungle, oh. Body, you need to hustle, oh. If you want jump, so they bubble, oh. Yeah, 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 yeah. Reggae baby, oh. I land to you, they make men go crazy, yo. They say you find the pass it a rego, maybe, yo. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I learn to you, they make men go crazy, yo. They say you find a pass it, that rego maybe, yo. When the beautiful ones are not yet go shot, yo. And it's your birthday. Go shot, yo. Oh, yeah. Good morning, afternoon, depending on which time or evening. I hope say this little piece of advice I go get meaning to those who been they feel solo. Based on their baby, you are all on your own. Now you pray to the ceiling. I know the situation of the country right now no funny. You know go even feel wash your car clothes, make you big money. I know say you go like to right your wrongs, but there's no penny. Meanwhile, you go how you see that on one wife, stay on it. But based on this fact, you say you won't give up. Una, you feel give up. BP rising, no green drop. But based on this advice, you say make I shut up. I go shut up. One more line, then I lock up. What?
Waiting, man, do. Life done, they do hard for man, do. You just find a way to survive, too. Another value, do. Waiting, man, do. Life done, they do hard for man, do. You just find a way to survive, too. Another value, do for man, do.
Life na jungle, party, you need to struggle, Sure you want collect all the bundle, oh, yeah. Life na jungle, party, you need to hustle, If you want jump, so they bubble, oh, yeah. Reggae baby, yo. I learn to you, they make men go crazy, yo. They say you find a pass it, a rego maybe, yo. Oh, yeah. Reggae baby, yo. I learn to you, they make men go crazy, yo. They say you find a pass it, a rego maybe, yo. When the beautiful ones are not yet born. Go shout, yo. And it's your birthday. Go shout, yo. Oh, yeah.
Baby, your back did it cause I go slow. They made bad man one dance, see as on two. Show me your back, make us spend all the money. Now man they walk, now babu they chop
Oh my lordy, Ninja situation ready. Boys just they grind on a steady. All I want ask is just one more question. Waiting,
man do. Life done they do hard for man do. You just find a way to survive too. Another value with the full man. Waiting, man do. Life done they do hard for man do. You just find a way to survive too. Another value with the full man.
Young famous on the mix.
Narokesh. You want to talk with you.
It's Blaze and the Big Baby.
One man fit carry plenty woman. Hypocrite around and say I'm mystical. Me I know sound I like to do one. It no matter if they identical. Black as you melanin, Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it black as you melanin. Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I'm too ugly. As I make money, the guy them come around. The guy them come around. They say I too upload. As I make money, the guy them come around. The guy them come around. Angelina kill it best. Angelina tie mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina no. Angelina kill it best. Angelina tie mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina oh yeah na Sikira oh Sikira Yetunde oh Yetunde Sikira oh yeah Sikira they want you to give me the comparada Sikira oh Sikira show Sikira oh Sikira Like as you melanin Angelina oh my joy Undisputed on my medallion She dey give me on a daily I like it black as you melanin Angelina oh my joy Undisputed on my medallion She dey give me on a daily
Them say I too ugly, oh. As I make you money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Them say I too ugly, oh. As I make you money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, tell your mama, Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, no, Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, tell your mama, Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina,
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Good afternoon, you're still on to African Patriot Radio. Time check Africa. The time is 1 p.m. in West Africa, 2 p.m. in Central and South Africa, and 3 p.m. in East Africa. This is Information Africa News reaching you from African Patriot Radio. You can listen to this broadcast by live streaming at www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. My name is Ekane. Tanzania has passed a bill that will offer immunity to its top leaders against persecution for any action undertaken while in office. Tanzania's parliament had earlier in June endorsed amendments to the Basic Rights and Duties Enforcement Act, giving leaders of the three arms of government protection from being sued in their individual capacities. The leaders cited in the bill are the President, Vice President, Prime Minister representing the Executive, Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, representing the legislature, and the Chief Justice, representing the judiciary. Any person aggrieved by the actions will only have the option of suing the state through the Attorney General. The new clauses are included in the Written Laws Miscellaneous Amendment No. 3 of 2020, which were approved under a certificate of urgency before Parliament was dissolved last week to pave the way for the October general election. The bill was rushed through Parliament despite an outcry from the civil society over its constitutional compatibility. It now awaits formal assent by President John Magufuli. Zimbabwe's doctors and nurses on Friday went on strike demanding salaries in foreign currency. The health workers' strike came 2 days after government awarded civil servants a 50% salary increment. A temporary allowance of $75 was also awarded to all government workers, but unions representing health workers said the offer fell below their expectations. The 14 unions declared that their members were economically incapacitated to continue reporting for duty until the remuneration package is reviewed to their satisfaction. Civil servants have been demanding salaries in foreign currency, citing the collapse of Zimbabwe's newly reintroduced currency. In the world of business, Nigeria's Vice President Yemi Osibanjo says Nigerians are willing to pay for electricity if the services they receive from the distribution companies are constant and better. Osibanjo expressed this view while featuring in a webinar on economic sustainability beyond COVID-19 organized by Emmanuel Chapel on Sunday in Abuja. He said it was not true that Nigerians did not want to pay more for power, noting that they had been unhappy with the poor services over the years. Reacting to a question posed by the former Emir of Kano, Mohammed Sanusi II, Osibanjo said, "Just to comment on the point you made, and I have alluded to it, that income elasticity is more important for persons living in the rural area and for the poor who need to have electricity for whatever means of livelihood they have." In entertainment, Kenyan female rapper Petra on Friday teased out her upcoming collaboration with Jamaican king of dancehall Vybz Kartel. The rapper shared a snippet of the music video hinting at the release of the song dubbed Turn Off the Lights. Petra becomes the first female artist in Africa to feature in a collabo with the dancehall artist, who has previously teamed up with male artists from Africa like Wizkid. She went on her social media and shared a preview of the upcoming banger with the incarcerated dancehall star. And in sports, the Confederation of African Football, CAF, has agreed to refund $200,000 to the Liberian Football Association, LFA, after an investigation established that the money was mysteriously transferred from cash account in Egypt to the account of Rosenbaum Contemporary Group in Poland in 2018. It has been a long time coming since the president of the LFA, Mustafa Raji, at his first official press conference as president of the Football House on January 18, 2019, announced that the investigation was being carried out by the Liberian National Police and CAS Finance Department. In a statement posted on its official page on Tuesday, June 16, 2020, LFA said, "The investigation has officially ended, with CAF making a commitment to refund LFA the $200,000. The amount is CAF's annual subvention to the LFA for football development programs in Liberia." With the African Football Governing Body making a commitment to repay the funds, it implies that the LFA will receive $400,000 as subvention for this year. And onto the weather. Kampala, Uganda is having a mix of sun and clouds at 26 degrees Celsius. Freetown, Sierra Leone has scattered thunderstorms this morning and expecting mainly cloudy weather at 29 degrees Celsius and this afternoon, while Abuja, Nigeria is partly to mostly cloudy with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms at 27 degrees Celsius. And that was Information Africa News is produced by Elvis Oga. Before we go, our proverb for the day is a South African proverb that says, "The most beautiful fig tree may have a worm." I am Ekanem saying good afternoon and thank you for listening.
Josephine Paul, Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
When I think I'll leave you answer. What the volume that's how we get to Allah. Not until I met Fatima. My baby girl, she the answer. My
baby give me assurance. Hey, with zero wahala. Not until I met Fatima. My baby girl, she the answer. My baby give me assurance. Hey, with zero wahala. She the bust my brain like. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Love for Mona, baby. Yeah, yeah. Call me dead. For your love I don't grow beer. Marry me, let's born children. Hold my hands, let me take you there. That could you call me dead. For your love I don't grow beer. Marry me, let's born children. Hold my hands, let me. Auntie Vanessa. When I think I'll leave the answer. What the Valima, oh. That's when we get to Allah. Yeah. Not until I met Fatima. My baby girl, she the answer. My baby give me assurance. Hey, with zero wahala. Not until I met Fatima. My baby girl, she the answer. My baby give me assurance. Hey, with zero wahala. She the bust my brain like. Yeah, yeah. Love for Mona, baby. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Love for Kanaku, yele. Badam in chopper, yele. Now so him I sharpen, yele. We enter Eve heaven, no. Love for Kanaku, yele. Badam in chopper, yele. Now so him I sharpen, yele. We enter Eve heaven, yele. But shock on me, dear. For your love, I don't grow beer. Marry me, let's born children. Hold my hands, let me take you there. I could shock on me, dear. For your love, I don't grow beer. Marry me, let's born children. Hold my hands, let me Auntie Vanessa.
Let me know on the mix.
I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world there's room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful.
Once upon a time in our lives, yeah, situations stabbing like knives, yeah, questions rising, how do I fight? Yeah, that is not for you and me, leave everything to the king. You need to feel nice, yeah, painful feeling means you're alive, yeah, ain't no dead man feeling likewise, yeah, thanks and praises to the king, after suffering comes relief. Life is hard and I can understand. Things we see sometimes don't match up to what we deserve. Not the same thing. Everywhere you live, you smile, you love. Hey, this ugly shouldn't be when you're the one involved. You were beautiful in every way. Sun or rain, you have me any day. Price for joy, you name it, I will pay. I will never trade you for no one in any way. They see bearing in you as the babies. Had to love you all that I embrace. You were star, no one can take your place. I will never trade you for no one on any day. Doesn't feel right, yeah. How they do me bad but flex life, yeah. They cheat me but still they leave large, yeah. Where's the drive to stay good when surrounded by evil? You need to love still, yeah. Let go from unless you won't heal, yeah. God is at the wheel, so stand still, yeah. Trouble, pain, they disappear when you wait, you wear a chair. Life is hard and I can understand. Things we see sometimes don't match up to what we deserve. Not the same thing. Everywhere you live, you smile, you love. Hey, this ugly shouldn't be when you're the one involved. You were beautiful in every way. Sun or rain, you have me you for no one on any day. See in life, what you like will likely shun you. But be careful what you like and what you shun to. He's your type, you trust him and now he hurt you. But the other loved you, but he wasn't for you. Then it's
It's food o'clock. Okay, that's how I like to introduce the show, Diet Plan. And my name is Immaculator Udo, and I have been joined by the complete squad. Yeah, we like to call ourselves the Three Musketeers. And remember, I am the Atena.
Oh, okay, here we go again.
All right, so I still have the very beautiful.
My name is M.
And we have the man that's...
The blackest.
What did you say? What did you say?
He said the beautiful, so like.
And then he's the blackest.
The blackest.
Oh, the dark.
Yeah, okay, the darkest.
The darkest.
The darkest.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I like to add the blackest to it. Snow in the building.
Okay, we have Mr. Snow in the building and Lady M. Oh, and it's time for, I say it's for the clock, so you basically know it's time for Diet Plan.
It's food.
O'clock.
Okay, first of all, we want to know what you're having for lunch.
Oh, yeah, what are you having for lunch?
I mean, it's lunchtime, so.
It's about that time. Yeah, and make sure whatever you decide to have today should be healthy.
Advocates for healthy.
Yeah, we are advocates for healthy eating, please, and it should be as close to its natural state as possible. You should really stay away from already processed food. Anyway, so we do not deviate from what we're talking about today. And we started a series last week.
Yes.
Yeah. We're talking eating disorders. And we promised you that we're going to take you through a series like first we tackled anorexia
nervosa.
Okay, and today we have decided it is going to be bulimia nervosa. Why does it always have to be like a nervosa?
I don't know, it sounds Latina.
Like it goes, nervosa just has to go with it. Okay, but before we dabble into the topic today, can we like go through what disorders are? Like eating disorders, basically. If something is not an other,
yeah, we talked about it. It is a disorder.
Basically, that's simple English.
I remember mentioning last week that most times people hear eating disorders and they just assume it has everything to do with food.
Yeah.
But it is actually more psychological than.
Actually, I think it was when we started dealing with these topics in particular that I got to realize it had psychological
effect.
Yeah, because I like to say it has mental effects, but you're going to start looking at me like a crazy person.
She ain't calling anybody mad, no?
No, I'm not calling anybody mad actually, but it is mental when you say psychological anyway. So it's just not about food; it's about those behavioral accompaniments to food. So we talked about anorexia. Today it is bulimia nervosa, and I've got two very up-to-date people in the studio.
And
they're going to be oh wow, pick up
he's ready for us today.
All right, take us away, bulimia in your terms.
I think I'm coming from the general perception.
That's the whole idea.
Okay, not my own, right? Generally, so I think it has to do with people who eat a lot, like at some particular time, like probably you just start eating a lot today or at this particular moment, probably because you've not eaten
for a long time,
or probably because you want to abstain from eating subsequently. Like what do you call it, binge eating?
Binge eating,
yeah, eating a large proportion of food at a time.
Well, they think just like anorexia, I'm already saying just like anorexia, bulimia actually tends to develop in young people
as well. Sure.
Young people during adolescence or like early adulthood.
Young people and adolescents. I think this is more like a peer pressure problem.
Yeah, I think it could be looked at from
it could be looked at from remember when we talked about some of the causes or contributing factors to anorexia from last week. We mentioned
Peer pressure,
mentioned society, the media. So it's all inclusive. But just like anorexia, like you said, it actually develops during adolescence, or like early adulthood.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I think its similarity to anorexia is also because it also has to do with a distorted body image.
Yes.
Both ways. But in this case, you don't necessarily have to be underweight.
No. Most times, people with individuals with bulimia actually still maintain like a normal, healthy body weight.
Okay.
But they view themselves as still being fat.
Okay, so that distorted image is still there.
So unlike anorexia, where most times they actually, they actually get to the point where they begin to lose weight or begin to look underweight.
Okay.
Bulimic patients actually still maintain like a normal, healthy body weight, but deep down, instead of them, the way they see themselves, they don't see themselves as healthy, they see themselves as fat.
Okay, here I have that it's like an adverse physical, the adverse physical side effect may not be noticeable. That is when you're talking about them actually being of normal weight.
Yeah.
So you might not just see it or notice it from the outside, but over time they take a toll on your body. And now the effect of this is the fact that people might not be able to directly pin what's happening to them.
Yeah.
Because they see these people as normal people. Oh, you eat. They eat.
Yeah.
I mean, they're like normal people. But most of you eating sometimes is actually done like in secret. Let me just put it that way.
Okay,
Wow.
I think somewhere while I was doing this research, I got to find out that I think people that actually indulge in this bulimia, as opposed to anorexia has got to do with societal pressure. Like what your peers think. But bulimia is more of what your family think. Like usually a lot of patients that have bulimia, you get to look at it and then you see that their parents have this expectation of them, or maybe it has to do with their family background. So in your family they are fit people, and then you have this image of.
I still feel society could still come into, or your
does.
peers could actually come into. So imagine having like a group of friends who are like really fit, or they're like exercise freaks. Let me put it that way. Workout freaks, fitness freaks, like everybody just wants to be fit, and then you're there and then you feel like, okay, I'm not as fit as them, and then you get. Most of these things actually have a lot to do with your emotions. So imagine you get really emotional about this, and then you start eating, and then you notice, oh, I'm eating, I'm actually going to like blow up, like become really fat, and then you
start giving into.
You start, because there's the purging thing they also do too.
I saw it somewhere online, and someone was like, calories count, but like you shouldn't count them. Like your
calories count, but that's seriously, it's a liner.
So most people, when you realize probably you want to achieve or shade this amount of calories, and then you put yourself under some. Probably some people call it dieting, like the last time we talked about it.
When I said that people use dieting as a means to actually starve themselves,
then you starve yourself indirectly, and then sometimes you just find yourself eating too much.
Yeah, you should pay attention to your calories, but do not fret about calories.
That's not counting. See, like a rapper. Your
calories
count.
So it doesn't get to the fact or the point where you begin to count the grain of rices. Because at that point when you're counting
rices,
one grain of rice, two grains of rices,
three grains of rices.
So you pay that much attention, and then you might even begin to count grains that you consume. And I think like we said, it's all related to like food related behaviors. So before we begin to confuse both, for example, people who have anorexia they severely reduce their food intake.
They do,
like because they want to lose weight. People who have bulimia eat whereas bulimia, they eat an excessive amount of food in a short period of time. Then purge.
But
use other methods to prevent weight.
But you know, there's a category of anorexia, also the binge eating and purging type category. They also do that too. Now, what actually differentiates like anorexia from bulimia? Is the fact, like you said, now bulimic patients actually eat like a large amount within a short period of time. A short period of time. But then, like you said, the major difference, the way you can actually differentiate them is when you look at an anorexic patient, you notice that they are usually underweight.
But the
bulimic patients actually maintain like a normal, healthy body weight. Despite what they think.
According to how will I put it now, study. Here's one thing: people with anorexia, they tend to skip mealtime. like they skip meal time, they look for a way to just not eat at all. Then people with bulimia, they feel they are more concerned with not with what they eat, but with how they look. So you understand? So they tend to eat though, and sometimes they're like, it's just like telling somebody I'm dieting. And then, you know, when I tell you I'm dieting, on the table, you expect to see those diet piece of food or in front of me. And I'll do that in front of you. But away from where people are, they tend to eat a lot in secret. Okay. Now, that's basically the problem. And they know that because I've told you I'm dieting, because you see my portion, I'm not expected to gain weight. And so because I know I've eaten, I've cheated, I want to like purge it out, so nobody nobody knows, and it doesn't show up in the long run. So it goes back to being a psychological problem.
So I feel okay.
No, go ahead.
Ladies first, right?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I feel generally like we said the last time, you know, your society, your immediate the people you associate yourself with
goes a long way
in helping you deal with stuff like this. And like she rightly said, it's not written on the face. You don't have easy symptoms and signs that you can use to pin it down to people. So like I'm an advocate for like talking, right? So like let's try as much as possible to see that we don't talk people into okay, probably you eat too much or you understand, like if you have to do it, probably come from a professional and a more
you need a nutritionist guide,
something like that.
Well, the thing about, you talked about binge eating here, I was actually going to
elaborate
on that. So the thing with individuals with bulimia here is this: when they binge eat, we talked about them eating a lot within a short period of time. When they eat a lot, there's usually this feeling of this lack of control, this feeling they get that they cannot actually control how much they eat. Now they eat to the point where they get so full that it hurts. Like, so you're really full, like you can't stop eating, you know you're full, you get to that point where it actually hurts, like you're painfully full. Let me just put it that way. So that's wow.
Why do I feel like they're eating for the future? Let me just eat for every time I'm not going to eat. Just to make up for. So portioning is key.
And one funny thing about this is binge eating. This binge eating could actually occur like on any kind of food, but most times with bulimic patients, they tend to eat what they would normally not eat.
Okay.
So you talked about you gave an example here when you said, okay, you're dieting, people see you eat this, and then you go back in your closet and then you're eating like a whole bunch of things. So imagine someone that's trying to be fit, and then you remember, people know I'm dieting, I'm supposed to be like in good shape. And then you look at yourself and then you notice, or you look at yourself and you feel like you're not in that shape you want to be.
Okay.
And
then you begin to panic about the calories.
Panic about that. So now normally on normal day, if they see you, normally probably wouldn't take in a lot of a lot of sugary stuff or a lot of processed things that contain like lots of calories. Okay. Normally you wouldn't do that. But when that stuff comes on and then you start eating and you can't control how much you how much you're taking in, you can't control that, it becomes a problem. So now normally you wouldn't eat this, but when that happens, you basically eat everything.
Anything. And there's something about having people around while you eat. You tend to watch it. You eat slower, because I feel if like I say losing weight healthily, like you want to eat with somebody, because you go out on dates, eat in a restaurant, eat in an open place, pay attention to the way you that way you can actually pay attention to your portioning.
I still know people that will go out to restaurants and still eat like
please respect your family name.
Do not shame your family in public.
But most times you have to also be yourself.
Be yourself doesn't mean embarrass yourself. Come on now.
True.
No, okay, but like generally, so we should not come from that point where you're rightly saying, if you don't do it probably when you're with people, but then you still go back and
now
so
that
know how to gauge yourself.
Now that is the problem.
We're not doing it, and then you don't deceive yourself and people think you're deceiving people.
Some people you're deceiving
yourself. That's the problem. Because in the case of anorexia, you're trying to please people. You're a people pleaser. So even in your closet, you're trying to please people. But in the case of bulimia, you're pleasing. It's
yourself.
It's just surface on the surface.
You're playing with yourself, basically.
Yeah, you're pleasing other people at the detriment of yourself. You're playing yourself.
You're not pleasing anybody. Basically, if you ask me, you're not pleasing anybody. You're just doing it for show.
That's the whole idea.
You can't. Well, anyways.
The reason people show
Beauty,
off.
they say, is in the eye of the beholder, right? So.
And then this is not attacking, but then I think I saw somewhere that it's like mostly related to like young female.
Yeah,
females
are more affected.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you want to lose weight, but you're not willing to go through the process of losing weight. I think these people are actually preoccupied with the thoughts of food, but in the wrong way.
Yeah.
So now, these are all the things you want to eat, but now you feel like you can't eat them in public. And then you eat them in private, and you're like, but I'm supposed to be
That's the thing. So that's why they not engage in purging.
I think that also has a lot to do with your self-esteem, not being happy with who you are or how you are. And
you could actually do there are a couple of things you could do to fix stuff like that you don't necessarily have, because like if you're blooming, it clearly means you're not even going anywhere with whatever you feel is wrong with you. Okay. Probably you feel I'm supposed to chase some weight and I'm eating too much, but then you still find time to eat too much, and then you can't still control it. So like I said earlier, try and talk to someone who is specialized in that field. Yeah. You want to shed some weight, talk to a nutritionist. You can still eat well, right?
You can still eat well. You don't have to eat a lot and then go ahead to purge to compensate for the number of calories you've taken in. I mean, it just don't sit right, if you ask me.
Not at all.
Okay, we'll still be talking bulimia, but when we come back from this short break, just stick with us.
Josephine Paul, Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
SOS Music.
We all got blessings right inside us. You can just name it, get rid of the virus. Cause I know, every day you pray, you stay. I know. Cause I know, you came, you asked, you praise. I know. Cause when the sun goes down and you still gotta use for the light, what if and all you wish for ain't what you gonna see tonight? Say it's gonna be fine. Say it's gonna be fine. Say it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Man, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Man, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Sometimes the music got me thinking, if I'm really gonna make it, maybe leave it. But that's the basic. I mean, that's a part of that and everybody gonna face it. Put the max on, but you still face it. No faking like Tom Cruise on a mission with his face change. I ain't talking moolah when I'm talking face change. Opportunity to prove a skill upstage. And when you do, there's no change. I remember 2010 trying to put down my lyrics. It's funny writing 20 songs in just a week. It's just you with your melody, no beat. I ain't bragging about house and no beats. No room for the coaches. Tell me how the team's gonna prate. Well, it's just me listening to music from my uncle's room. Talk about preaching the gospel. Now it's all real like NF. Cause when the sun goes down and you still gotta use for the light,
What if it all you wished for ain't what you gonna see tonight? Say it's gonna be fine. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Say it's gonna be fine. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Say it's gonna be fine. 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 The change comes out right from inside. It all springs out from what you desire. As a man think getting inside so easy. So think right, cause that's who you be.
Hello and welcome back. Thanks for staying with us still. This is still your number one station on the net wave, African Patriot Radio. I thought I was going to get back up.
I'm sorry, we're not singers.
It's more like subliminal.
Okay.
Add bass to your voice. See
who's talking. Okay, this is still, we're not dissing, it's not Savage Crew. This is still Dial Plan on your number one station. I remember we told you can be part of the conversation by dropping comments across all social media platforms.
Yes.
On Facebook, it is
www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio.
And on YouTube, it is
African Patriot Radio.
All right, straight on to the business. So today we're talking bulimia, and basically there are two categories of bulimia. Let's look at them. There's the purging bulimia and the non-purging bulimia.
Non-purging. Okay. I think normally when you mention bulimia, anyone who's conversant with it will just generally just think, oh yeah, this one's just purge.
Yeah.
And purging, like different methods of purging, vomiting, using laxatives, diuretics, and all
enemas as well. That's like someone with this type regularly does induce vomiting. Basically, that's what we're saying, and that's after binge eating.
Yes.
And then non-purgative bulimia.
Yeah, they focus more on excessive exercising.
Yeah. You see, one thing about I think people with anorexia, they actually just feel that like they're always overweight. But people with bulimia, I think they have the problem of perfectionism.
Yeah, yes.
Maybe you should be a size 8. And then at that point where they feel they've eaten too much and they might add weight, that's when they exercise. Unlike the anorexia where they watch what they eat in and out.
But the thing with should I say both or individuals suffering from both is this: they're actually super conscious about their body shape, body weight, and all of that. Both of them actually. When you talk about perfection, now with bulimic patients or individuals here, they have this body type or body shape, body weight in their mind. So most times what this one is actually gone in for might not be what this other person is gone in for. That's the thing. So once they have that image in their head and then they look at themselves in the mirror and feel like, oh no, I'm not there yet. They just keep going.
So basically, an anorexic patient, they just feel like they're always like constantly overweight. But bulimic patients have this figure in their head how they want to be. So I'm the normal weight, but once I feel I've eaten too much, that's when I exercise. I'm of the normal weight. When I feel I've eaten too much, that's when I try to throw up.
They have this feeling, you know when I always say people that eat and don't grow fat don't know what God has done for them.
So it's got to do with metabolism.
But I feel I feel like bulimic patients probably have this thing in their head that even probably when they drink water or breathe, they just add weight. I'm serious. Do you understand? They just add weight. So they feel like when they have that episode of binge eating and they get to eat and they just look at themselves like this very big balloon.
Yeah, I think it's like an anxiety, like out of control, when they eat
Yeah.
out of control, and then they have this anxiety. Anyway, let's look at some of the symptoms of bulimia. Maybe this way, because we've been really trying to paint a difference between anorexia and bulimia, just so people do not confuse the
Mix it
two,
up, right?
because they actually turn. I mean, it's just almost the same.
Yeah.
The symptoms are almost the same. So
Similarities.
they're really
Well,
very similar.
They actually have, but one of the should I say one of the major
Differences.
one of the major difference, like I mentioned earlier, body weight. When you look at body weight, you can actually be able to differentiate. And the good thing about bulimia is that it is usually self-diagnosable.
Yeah, but the problem is, how do
you know when you have a problem? That's the thing.
Because sometimes you're not even paying attention to the fact that you have a problem.
Yeah.
Your only problem to them, the only problem they have is that they don't want to grow fat.
Exactly.
So I think you just need to like start paying attention
To the right
and,
problem.
and people around them need to start paying attention to, because like you said, most times it's not very easy for them to realize that there's something wrong with them, something going on with them. So one major symptom, one of the, should I say, commonest symptoms.
Okay, that works.
Common symptoms of bulimia, is that they usually have the recurrent episodes of binge eating, like we talked about, with that feeling of lack of control.
Yeah, so basically, I think
First
this,
and foremost.
yes, this actually affects a lot of people, and you might not even know you have bulimia. Simple example: if you feel like, okay, I'm trying to lose weight, and then there are days you call your cheat days. Okay,
And
I'm dieting, and then you say I have cheat days.
Cheat days.
This is I ate too much, and then the next day
Why are you cheating exactly? Because I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you're cheating yourself.
I think we're having one day we should actually deal with unrealistic diets.
Diets, yeah.
Yes, because we have unrealistic diets, and then we end up hungry at the end of the day. When in the real sense, you should eat healthy and then incorporate a lot of fibers and
Then you
vegetables.
notice you get hungry, and then you get to eat more. And then you feel, and then you feel this is my cheat day at the end of the period of that diet, and you realize that you've lost little or no weight, or you've added more.
Yeah, and then you go to, let's say you indulge in binge eating the previous day, and then you go to the gym, and maybe you usually spend 35 minutes.
And then you spend like an hour.
Yes, and you're very conscious. Oh, I ate this, I should burn this.
Oh, that's another thing. Another symptom of a bulimic individual. And I'm going to... Well, I'm not saying everyone who decides to spend more time with the gym is bulimic. I'm not saying that, but when we talked about two categories of bulimia, we talked about the purging type and then the non-purging type. Those ones that engage in excessive emphasis on excessive exercising. Now, the thing I'm going to go back to that your rap bar that you dropped.
Sorry, remind you.
Yeah, please remind me.
Okay, you don't. Your calories count, but you don't count.
Don't count your calories. Yeah. Now, when it comes to bulimic patients, it's the other way around. It's like it works both ways for them.
Yeah.
Your calories count.
And
you also count your calories.
That's when you see people on the treadmill and they are thinking, how many calories have I burned?
So that's the thing now. Now with bulimic patients, especially the ones that are the non-purging patients, the ones that involve excess.
They're not taking laxative
They are so invested in the amount of calories they burn per day, because now they feel like, oh, I have cheated myself somehow, I've eaten a lot of food, I need to, so they pay a lot of attention. They feel like close attention to the number of calories they burn while exercising, so they actually go overboard doing it.
But when you're on the treadmill, what do you look at? I look at the number of miles I've covered. How many miles I've covered? That's what I do.
I look at miles, not even the calories I burned.
Yeah, I look at the miles, but
so I want to be able to take a picture and show my brother and say, hey man, I did this, you did before. Do you understand? I did more than you did the last time.
So like it's more on perception, and that's why I think it could be pinned easily to like psychological.
See, for me, except you're obese, I don't think. People should go to the gym to keep fit.
Yeah.
Thank you. Basically, if you want to lose weight, it should be a combination of exercise and dieting in the right proportion.
In addition to what you're saying, I have a lot of people have this conception that when you go to the gym, it means you're trying to lose weight.
No, you just keep fit.
People actually go to the gym to keep fit. Not necessarily to lose weight.
So basically,
I have to correct that.
Yeah, noted. So basically what we're saying, that constantly worrying about weight or appearance is one of the signs of bulimia. And eating to the point of discomfort, like you said earlier.
Painfully full. Emphasis. So
you don't want to get fat, but you're eating. Doesn't that contradict? Like it's
That's the thing.
contradictory.
Well, adding to the previous point you made before this one, now you talked about excessively worrying about
Your
body
weight
and all.
appearance.
Like you said earlier, it has a lot to do with your self-esteem.
Esteem.
So now your self-esteem is like you have a self-esteem that is overly influenced by your
What
body
people
type, your body shape, what people think about you, whether or not you have that perfect body that you envision in your head.
So I kind of see people, for instance, let me give you a typical example that happens to a lot of teenage girls, especially those that start dating early, like quickly, and then maybe you're out on a date with someone and he's like, or you're watching a movie and it's like, that girl looks fine, and in your head you want to be her.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now that is a problem.
A big problem. I think that could be pinned on the media, right? Like
yes, and
you really just want to pin everything on the media.
No, like,
You're all part of the
seriously,
media. I hope you know that.
the media paints this picture of a perfect
like,
person.
Check out advertisements, check out endorsements. Like they want to portray
Use
a
all
particular thing. They
skinny.
use like all
Yeah,
skinny,
and I
people.
think
some kind of
even
curves.
I had a cousin that went for a movie audition, and then when she's actually a teenager, when they give her a role of a mom, because she's on the big side.
Yeah.
So we have to really watch and not body shame people, and then not wanting to eat in front of others is also something.
Yeah.
Okay, so how about whatever advice to bulimics out there?
Okay.
Whatever advice? Well, I would say be satisfied with how you look, because I know there's generally this fear of gaining weight, despite the fact that you actually maintain a normal body weight.
Yeah.
Okay.
So-
See, I would say see a specialist, see a doctor, talk to somebody, see a counselor. Talk to somebody about issues. I mean, there's so many medical ways of treating bulimia now. I mean, amongst other things. Thank God for progress in technology and otherwise.
Yeah.
So be yourself. Be happy with the way
Who you
you
are.
look. Happy with who you are. Don't let the world. I mean, you are beautiful the way you
Don't
are.
let the world define you.
Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, it will be. I've been saving this for the last actually. So your body weight
That
does
to drop
not
some
actually.
bars.
No, it's not like bars. It's like more of like not something that someone will say like D.
All right, please drop
All right,
it.
drop it.
Okay, so I would want to say you should know that your body weight is not an ultimate sign that you're healthy or not. So most times you should do the right thing. Make sure you're eating right. Make sure you're eating in the right proportion. Don't go doing things that you're not yourself. And like she rightly said, talk to a professional, talk to a specialist, talk to someone who can give you like real things you could do, actual things you could do to help, and don't keep staying and turning in one place. I feel like a motivational speaker.
Motivational speaker, OT. Anyway, I'll just skim what they say. You are the best definition of yourself, your masterpiece. And please, the society does not define you. And if there's an image of yourself you like to create, don't do it in isolation. They say no man is an island. So you need people. And of course, you are the first person that can diagnose whether you have bulimia or not.
Exactly.
So we're talking about it in your head. You're like, yes, I know for a fact that okay, I exhibit some of the symptoms and I should pay more attention. Did you hear that? Exhibit symptoms, pay more attention. All right, it's always fun on the show.
Okay.
I'm just saying word, like word.
Word, not right.
I'm feeling that.
Okay. All right, they've turned this into a fun show. Of course, maybe because it's about time for Fun Fact Africa. That's a fun.
I thought you said aye.
Okay, that's how we like to wrap up the show. But over to Amam and Snow with Fun Facts. Are you ready to have fun? Because I am.
Well, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll do that.
All right, quick one. Stick with us.
Stay tuned.
welcome back. Still the Media Patriots in the house. Yo. I knew they were going to do that. All right. So we had diet plan early, and it is time for, my favorite part of the show, African fun fact.
Yeah, you just need some bass backup. I had to.
Girl, have you heard your voice?
Nice come true. Hope I'm not intimidating you.
All right, this is still African Patriot Radio. Remember, you can join us. You can be part of this family, this community by following us on all of our social media platforms. And, leaving a comment, dropping a comment, just drop it. We want to feel you. We want to know whether or not you connect with us, on some level. Yes. On Facebook, it is www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. On YouTube, it is African Patriot Radio.
And on Twitter, it is radio_Patriot.
I got my backup singers here,
Yeah, we here.
All right, African fun facts. What you got for us, No?
Okay, I came in contact with this online, right? And it was like kids would actually boys who don't grow with their their dads, like they tend to be more colorblind.
Wow.
Wait, say that again.
Like kids who don't grow like you don't get to spend more time with your dad as a boy, as a male child, like they tend to be more colorblind, and it was something I could relate to, and I could relate to like a couple of my friends. Like most times you're mixing up the maroon with the
purple
and other colors.
A lot of people do that, but I don't pay attention.
Yeah.
So I was looking at it from that point, like okay, if you're growing up, like probably your dad is always with you, and then you make a mistake and probably call colors that might look similar. Probably you're calling that light green, you're calling it probably orange or lemon. Like someone could easily correct you.
Yeah.
But I think men generally have this thing of green is green. But it's weird that we have sky or blue is blue. Or we have sky blue. We have light blue.
To them it's just light blue, dark blue.
They're more on the primary colors.
Do you understand? Blue is blue. Say, this is blue. This is pink. So we have fuchsia pink. We have baby pink.
We have turquoise.
I've never heard some
cockroach brown.
Are you serious?
Envy green.
You've not heard champagne gold.
I mean, we going to weddings.
Class in session. Oh no, like those weddings used to get me.
Yeah, onion purple.
Tomato red, pepper red.
Pepper them red.
No, but seriously, I don't like the part where he said that you pretend not to go with your dad, you're colorblind. It doesn't mean that our moms that your dad would correct you if you call a color wrongly. Does that mean to say that your mom wouldn't if you did call a color wrongly?
No, I don't think you got that. Is that growing
male children like growing up without their dads, like
without
like probably not
I
that he's not.
I don't know where the concept comes from.
Okay,
but
that's like he said, going without your dad. That he tends to correct you if you call the color wrong.
Which is actually kind of like contradictory in what we see now because women actually know colors. That's the thing.
A lot more. So I think
we're probably growing up without generally with the parents close by or someone to correct you. Does that sit well for you?
Okay.
It's not my fact. It's not my fact.
Your power, fight for the rules. All right, so we got one here from the people of Northern Angola. They said when male children reach the age of 5 or 6 in the Northern Angolan Songo tribe, they are sent to live with their uncles on their mother's side. Now, this is because chiefs inherit their position through matrilineal lines.
Okay.
So it's like they practically start grooming you from small.
Does that back up my color?
Oh yeah,
that backs it up. Right?
No, but then it kind of like moves you out of the way.
You're sent to go to your uncle because you tend to inherit the chieftaincy title from your mother's side.
You learn color.
It's your uncles from your mother's side, so
you learn color from your uncle.
That's what we're talking about.
I don't understand, brother.
I want us to look at it this way because where we're from, right here in Nigeria, you tend to inherit a chieftaincy too from your father's side.
Right?
But in Angola,
and sometimes you want to become.
Tribe in Angola.
I just like the Angola people because they are supporting my facts.
Because I just feel like, okay, here in Nigeria, you're like, oh, your mom, your son of your mom, your dad's not from here, so you're not eligible to become chief and stuff. But all
right, okay.
Is that like less patriarchal?
It's more matrilineal.
Okay, so we got another one here. In the Poko tribe in Kenya, wealth is measured by how many cows a family has. Now you know that most people in that tribe actually they're actually known rare.
Yeah.
Some of they actually either like should I say bank on cows or corns.
Okay, so they're nomadic.
So,
They are
yeah.
nomads and
So they're like
farmers.
and farmers. So there are the two groups of people here. They call some the corn people and then the people
cow
the cow
people.
people.
Cowboy.
So it depends on what they actually like cultivate or you understand.
Yeah.
So now they're like, all Pokot people measure their wealth by cows. So whether or not you cultivate corn or you keep cows, when it comes to measuring how wealthy you are,
it's measured by how many.
by the number of cows you
So,
have. So the
it's
number, sorry, I don't want here. The number of women a man can marry is determined by how many cows he has.
Oh wow. So it's just like in our days where you're like, I love you, I want to marry. Like how much do you have?
Yeah,
the
how much?
people will be like Idiego.
How
They're like how
much you have?
So
So
now
then-
MM will be asking somebody how many cars.
And why do you have to use me always? This is just not fair.
But it goes a large way to talk about knowing if the man is capable of like probably handling the daughter.
Taking care.
Yeah, and then you try to see a cow and then you like those big, really big ones and you look at them and I come from the middle belt, so I'm like used to seeing the headsmen.
Yeah, okay.
The
Let me
heads,
see
not
what I
the
want to
heads,
say.
the news headsmen. I look flying here.
Are you trying to tell us something?
Let's not go into
I don't know, I'm
it.
just saying, but like
No, but it's
it's
fine.
serious money.
Really?
Serious
Cows.
lad.
Cow is gold.
Okay. So we actually short on time.
I hate to say goodbye.
I like when I say that and then she does that. Because I know she's having fun. It's like got the fun shot.
Sadist.
Cut it.
Sadist.
Alright, so this is still African Patriot Radio and we are the midday Patriots.
About
We'll be with
signing
you,
out.
yeah. We're about signing out. We're giving you latest watch and then the diet plan we talked about. Bulimia, please pay attention to yourself and now we give you fun facts. So
we didn't give them sponges. Did you forget?
yeah,
to remind
that is
them?
sponges. Oh wow, sorry. How could I
Not forget
forget?
to remind you. Immaculate.
So there was sponges and then the diet plan and then we gave you African fun facts. So if you're in Kenya, don't forget to mention or find out how many cows that guy has before he comes to marry you. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you didn't come to this life to suffer. That's all I can say.
Not
Oh,
at all.
shit.
All right.
Or better still, you could gather your own cows too. They are cowgirls, right?
that could. Wow. Oh my God. Okay.
Sorry.
All right. So I have been on in the studio. I've had with me in the studio the beautiful Immaculate Odor.
Snow White.
Yeah, Snow White. And then we had Snow Black.
Yippee.
Yeah, the dark and cold one. Well, my name is Em, and well, we're signing out. Stay tuned on African Patriot Radio because the Sunset Crew have, other interesting programs lined up for you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Oh na na na, Cyrus and the Big. Oh na na na, Fuego. Don't you ever leave me for the paper. She said my success is the payback. You be the sauce, you be the flavor. I no go ever use your playboy. If you give me love, I no go run away. And every other day go be like holiday. Maybe scatter body or you wanna waste. The way you hypnotize be like I the crazy. You know say body no be firewood. Come make I show you up for my hood. You know say body no be firewood. Come make I show you up, yeah. You be my rhythm and blues. I fit to make you my muse. Linda AKG for the news. Ovia baby for the groove, yeah. You be my rhythm and blues. I fit to make you my muse. Linda AKG for the news. Ovia baby for the groove. Oh yeah. Oh baby give me all the loving. All the loving. Oh my baby say yeah. Oh yeah. Oh baby give me all the loving. Oh baby give me all the loving. Oh. Shut up, put the Gucci on the plate. My baby give it to me, it's getting late. My baby give it to me, you know say waiting you got it, baby, you know say you get it wait. Baby give me love, oh, yeah. Baby give me trust, oh. Baby give me love, oh yeah. Baby give me trust. I no go lie, what I'm feeling inside. You make a nigga wanna turn upside down. The way you roll, the way you shake, come on me baby girl, oh yeah, give me green. You be my rhythm and blues. My rhythm and blues. I fit to make you my muse. Yeah, yeah. Need I catch you for the news. Oh, be a baby for the groove. You be my rhythm and blues. My rhythm and blues. I fit to make you my muse. Need I catch you for the news. Oh, be a baby for the groove. Ah, oh yeah. Oh baby, give me all the loving. Oh baby, give me all the loving. Na na na. My baby say yeah, oh yeah. Oh baby, give me all the loving. Oh baby, give me all the loving. Na na na. Give me all the loving, you're my baby girl, you. Give me all the loving, you're my baby girl. Don't you ever let me go. Don't you ever let me go, no. Don't you ever let me go. O-V-I.
Cyrus and the beat, a Bralo producer.
Okay, one time, people, what you do? It's a fresh week, and we're about to get it later than late because this is your number one radio station, African Patriot Radio, and it is that moment for the Sunset Patriot to take you on a ride from now through 5 p.m. My name is Elvis Ogan. I'd like to say a very beautiful good afternoon to you, and many thanks for joining us. I got some amazing people in the studio with me. What's up, people?
Yes. We're the trilogy, and we're, how do you call it? Trilogy, right?
Yeah, trilogy.
yeah, it's so good to be back, and I hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. My name is Josephine Paul. I would like to officially welcome you on this journey with the Sunset Patriots.
Good afternoon, Abuja. Good afternoon, Africa. Good afternoon, wherever you are right now listening to us. Of course, it's the Sunset Patriot, and my name is Zion Chris.
Muslim brother from another mother, like no other.
I see.
Is that good? It's actually a very beautiful Monday afternoon,
Yeah.
the 22nd in the month of June 2020. And man, I mean, the time is actually flying.
Oh,
Last
running.
weekend, we were actually talking between 14, 15, or what have you. Today, we're talking 22nd already.
20 seconds.
It's
funny how
good.
time
We have
flies.
so many beautiful programs that will be rolling out on this belt, and they will be coming in this particular order from now through 3 p.m. You will be taking you on a journey concerning issues that bothers you, me, and society on the program. You, me, and society. Today's topic is going to be one important one. And should I actually tell you now? Hold on and wait a minute. All right. At the top of the hour, 3 o'clock, we turn the tables around for some musical interlude through 3:30. And then from 3:30 through 4 o'clock, Josephine Paul will be coming through with a game show where you'll be testing how much you know. You think you know it. Test your knowledge on that one.
yes.
All right. And then at the top of the hour, 4 o'clock through 5 p.m., we'll be taking you on a musical ride for 1 hour non-stop. We call that program Urban Vibe Africa, where we spin beautiful record from every part of Africa, east, west, north, south, central. Trust me.
Oh, yeah.
All right, these are the very beautiful programs we've got lined up for listening pleasure of this amazing Monday afternoon, and we'll be taking you through evening on the Sunset Patriot. Now, back to what we have at the moment, Yumi and society.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that we have to continue from where we stopped on the topic social security. Yes.
Yeah, that was what we discussed last weekend. And we were actually making mention of after doing a whole lot of research and everything with Chris in the picture, and then our duties had to take him outside the studio, and he was unable to join us. I wouldn't know, maybe he has said his prayers very well. That's why God made it in a kind of way that he will be able to join on the show this afternoon.
Yeah. So it was so unfortunate that I wasn't on that show. I really missed
yeah, so Mr. Chris, officially, welcome on the topic.
Thank you.
All right, it's all good. Josephine Paul actually just introduced the topic. We'll be talking social security. Recall last we were actually pouring our heart out.
Everything back to back. I mean, that was like that could not just be just dissolved. That's last week. Yeah, as of last week, we couldn't just exhaust everything because there were point after point and segment after segment that we needed to talk about, and then it was quite practical because every single person is involved in this because it's you, me, and society. So
yeah. So I think it's very important that we just give a recap of what we talked about
yeah.
last time, where we define what social security is, and we say it's any policy of the government that tends to give financial support or monetary support to the less privileged, talking about the aged and disabled people, or people with low or zero income.
Yes. Yeah. Clearly, it's a system of government that provides monetary assistance to people with an inadequate or no income, like you just said.
Yeah. Yeah. So we basically talked about it the other day, and we were trying to look at how social security fared so far in this country, and we also look at the place of social security in governance, where a large part, the part 2 of our constitution is largely hinged on it, because the government is all about the welfare of the people, securing the lives of the people and the welfare of the people. So it's more like a responsibility of the government to see that people are well catered for.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any responsible government will definitely take the welfare of its people as a priority.
Yeah.
So it's a very good thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So if you want to take it from the angle of societal issues, we've actually seen how senior citizens, we talk about, I love calling them the senior citizens, but people call them retirees, how they are being treated, and we're trying to look at a practical example of how difficult it is for them to access their pension, which is largely blamed on the corruption in the system, where some people tend to purposely hold back this money or make the whole process cumbersome so that you get tired and
just
maybe
forget
you just
about
forget
it.
about it,
Yes.
and then some people sit on the money. And I think we've seen several revelations and then allegations upon allegation that have actually led to so many people leaving office from time to time. And we're looking at, okay, imagine somebody that is earning a good amount of money, the person retired, and 4 years you're on issue of pursuing your pension. And then to make matter worse, this pension is not as if somebody's dashing you this money.
It's
It was a
something you
percent,
worked
if something you worked for, something you've saved. It's just like taking part of your salary to save. You bring a certain percentage, then your employer bring a certain percentage, and then at the end of the day, you're supposed to get this money without ease. I think I remember we're actually sharing some easiest way to go about the whole stuff. Like we said, okay, it was quite understandable to see that. Okay, they make the process a bit secured, but not very hard or difficult. A bit secure in the sense that so that nobody else can come and claim your pension.
But it should be accessible.
Yes, because by the time you are able to provide your retirement later and then some certain proof about yourself, okay, you're the person that's bearing this name, and then you provide some necessary information, I don't see any reason why it should be hard, and it's becoming an issue. That is why we're talking about it on You, Me, and Society, because if we're talking about sometimes most people that actually wait on accessing this money, they develop mental issues.
Yes.
Some of them
Heart
even
attack.
die in the process.
Yes.
And Jojo was talking about some people out of desperation and all of that contemplate suicide, mental stress and all of that setting, which is actually becoming a societal issue and a menace in the society. So it's very important and pertinent that we address these issues.
Yes, truly, because what you just stated right now are some of the consequences that result for people being, denied of this opportunity, of this pensions, of this money or income that is due to them. And then, as a result of this, it can actually lead to a lot of psychological problems or effect on people's lives. So I don't know. I think I have this little detail about social security.
Okay.
Because I think it's something that is not just practiced right here in this part of the world we're in, right in Nigeria. It's something that is global, and every single community or country needs to practice it. Social security arrangements are collective remedies, against adversary and deficiencies ranging from pensions to disability, and then compensations, then death benefits. I think we talked about it.
We talked about
death
last
benefits as well as free, quasi health care. Okay, I think I listed down some things that different angles or segments that social security can actually fall under. When we talked about health care and then education, Nigeria as a whole, we've actually practiced a lot over the years. Have tried various social security angles and schemes like our systems. Well, but however, some of the pertinent ones that we actually see that are quite something that someone has to look into. I'm talking about the health segment, healthcare system. That most times some people do not really have that enough cash or enough income to actually treat themselves medically, and then they actually have to run to healthcare, but because they have to run to health care medications and all that, they need to consider that aspect too. But I'm trying to make a point right here that if this actually some segments that we're talking about health, and then we have death benefits. I think there's one you called, actually I've forgotten that one. When I remember, I actually say it. So all of these angles and all of these segments actually help in our social security, not just like workers, civil servants, sectors and all that, but across various unskilled. Yes.
When you were talking about social security, not something we only practice in Nigeria, all over the world. I think I've seen some setup concerning the American setting of the social security. I've seen that of Canada. I've seen that of India. And we all know what it entails. Like in America, I think there's this package that takes care of the aged, where at a certain age you go to the hospital and then you get treated for free. I think I came across a manifesto of a particular governor from the southeastern part of the country where he talked about it, but I don't know how well it was implemented after he must have gained access to office. We know what the political terrain from this part of the world is. So we, like you were saying, when you talk about health insurance, I think last time we talked or social security or concerning the health angle, we took a look at it, and then maybe some people might want to confuse it for maybe there's some of the subsidy that's been pumped or being granted to some of these drugs, because most drugs that we normally use in our day-to-day life are ordinarily subsidized, else you might not be able to afford them. But that's actually quite different from what we're talking about. And then when Josephine Paul talked about social security should go beyond, okay, providing for the welfare of the workers, maybe after retirement and all of that. I think social security has to do with just anything that has to do with monetary assistance to people with inadequate or no income at all, and then low income. And I think at the course of the research for this particular program, I saw that time over time, we've seen successive government and even the present administration try to see how that can be achieved, where they come up with different schemes and then policies to see that they give. Like we were talking about when we were making research for the last week's edition, we're talking about the conditional cash transfer.
Yes.
But every time we talk about schemes and policies like that or initiatives of the government like that, one question that comes to mind of people from this part of the world is the data deficiency we've been talking about for a while. So how do we not go about these things when we have data deficiency? It's
a very big problem. You know, when you don't have a comprehensive database of Nigerian workers, then it's a big problem to be able to know the number of people to cater for.
You know, if it's for the workers, it will even be easier because maybe the payroll might be there, except for the issue of ghost workers that some people might want to perpetrate. But thank God for initiative like the BVN, the IPPIS that the government has been trying to use. And then, I begin to wonder when I tend to see people kick against that. I think it was in the news this morning that some certain group of people, like the people from the oil sector, were warming up for strike because the government is trying to adopt the IPPIS
there will
in that sector.
Yes, there will always be saboteurs in the system. You know, there are people that are always benefiting from. There are people that always benefit from any ill in the society. You know, so these people will always fight to make sure that the system doesn't work.
Okay.
Because they are benefiting from so.
Okay, like if we are now looking at basically when we got to a point last week when we were on the program when we were talking about some of this legislation that has to do with the social security, especially the likes of the Workman Compensation Act and then Pension Reform Act and then the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund and all of that, and some of the things that have been able to address. We're going to highlight them or roll them out and then possibly look into practically, apart from the legislation, the practical example, what is obtainable on ground, how well, especially the private sectors, do they cater for the welfare of their workers, maybe at retirement. We'll look at that, and then we'll look at how well have we carried the physically challenged people and maybe the downtrodden along with some of these social security schemes or structural adjustment programs, as the case may be, from this part of the world. So basically, I don't know if you have some details concerning some of this legislation down.
There's some prominent social security schemes that are set up by the federal government over the years, and one of which you mentioned is the Workmen Compensation Scheme that actually started in 1987 to 2011. And this scheme was actually set up by the Workmen Compensation Act, that's WCA, and their objective was to ensure that workmen were compensated for injuries suffered in the course of their employment. And while this appeared laudable, it applied only to unskilled and low-level employees, and also employers were not obliged to pay pension in certain instances.
If you study this particular act very well, especially when people who have been engaging in unskilled labor, you see, they don't really attach much premium or much importance to their kind of work. So it was more like nobody was there to speak for them. And this is a work that requires your strength at old age. You know that you might not have that physical strength. So now what becomes of you? So I think it was very important for people to sort this loophole, and then they see that, okay, they came up with a scheme like this that was built to address that. Along the years, we saw that some of those things actually, they saw more loopholes and then capitalize on those loopholes and see how they could actually better the system. And that will actually lead us to the next social security scheme that the government put up. So, Mr. Chris, can we have you reel that out?
Another one is the Nigeria Social Insurance Trust Fund.
Okay.
Which was established in 1961 to 2003. It was formerly known as the National Provident Fund before it metamorphosed into National Social Insurance Trust Fund in 1993. Yes. And this was to protect the sector, the private sector employees in Nigeria who were mostly in non-pensionable employment. And the scheme ensures the payment of a portion of an employee's emolument,
Okay.
which is deducted and remitted to the scheme. So, unfortunately, employees under the scheme did not receive the supposed benefits because it was largely inaccessible.
Yeah, I think I tend to study the story surrounding this particular scheme, and it's actually disheartening to see that okay, people saw that this was a problem, and they came up with a scheme like this. At the end of the day, people never got access to their emolument, to their entitlement that they actually saved and all. And why the whole thing actually touched it touched me is the fact that they saw this particular set of people where their employers were largely multinationals or foreigners then, and then in their employment letters there was no space.
There was nothing
for pension.
Pension
They were not pensionable and all. So people saw that okay, I think it's better you save for the rainy days, and then people yielded to that idea or that initiative, and they saved for the rainy days. And when the rainy days came, they never got access.
Nothing to fall back on.
They never got access to it. So it's quite bad.
Very sad.
And I think we keep seeing improvement upon improvement, but even in as much as it has been better than what it used to be from report and stories we've seen, I think there's still room for improvement, and we definitely get to it. Let's take a look at the next scheme that was actually put in place by the government, which happens to be the pension scheme, enacted in 1954 down to 2004. So maybe just people, if you have it, you can actually come up with it.
So that scheme was actually enacted in 1954 to 2004, and it was governed by the Pension Act and other relevant legislation and guidelines, including policies issued by the government. And under the scheme, a portion of emoluments of public servants were deducted and paid into pension funds. I like that this scheme came up right now, and it's quite interesting and similar, or perhaps worse than the case under NSITF.
That's the National Nigerian Social
Insurance Fund. Yes, pensioners have been known to struggle to access the funds, and in view of the seeming shortfalls of above scheme, that's the NSITF, the federal government of Nigeria, FGN, over the past 10 years has moved to revamp the social security systems by introducing this new legislation and setting up requisites in institutions, and then the renewed vigor in fields has led to a significant improvement and provide a glimmer of hope for workers in Nigeria. Quite interesting there.
And I think this is basically more like what we've actually seen in the past.
Yes.
The only shortfall with this particular one is the fact that, okay, after people must have seen this and they must have learned their lessons, and they came up with a scheme like this, but the result they got was worse than what happened during the NSITF days, according to a report that we got.
Quite sad.
Yeah, at least that the days with the NSITF, people were some good number of people were able to get access to their entitlement and all of that. But in this case, it was reported that it was worse than that. And then the government saw that they needed to carry out some improvement on it. And then they saw that, okay, the improvement came and it provided a glimmer of hope for workers in Nigeria. And then some of the recent legislation enacted by the federal government to reinforce the social security framework in Nigeria includes the Pension Reform Act in 2004 and 2014. I think that actually talked about, he addressed so many issues and loopholes in the system. And then even the Employee Compensation Act enacted in 2010. But before we go to the Employee Compensation Act, let's take a look at the Pension Reform Act that was enacted in 2004 and reenacted in 2014, because this particular PRA is one issue that the drama or the story behind the Pension Commission, PENCOM, and all of that. So let's just take a look at the Pension Reform Act in 2004 and 2014, Mr. Chris.
Yes, the Pension Reform Act of 2004 to 2014 was to improve on the erstwhile NSITF and public sector pension regimes. Then under the scheme, the custody of pension fund is transferred from the NSTIF to private sector companies.
Okay.
That is the
pension fund custodians.
Yes. So, and there are a lot of benefits that came with this. The advantages. It provided some checks and balance by vesting administration of the pension funds with other bodies. That is the pension fund and administrators. So it brought some form of transparency in the system. And also the introduction of the mandatory life insurance for employees and strict guidelines for investment of funds, thereby protecting the funds from embezzlement and all that.
We also saw that the other laudable improvisation under the Pension Reform Act include the introduction. Okay, you actually talked about that. And then in July 2014, the PRA was further reenacted, retaining some of the existing structure under PRA 2004 and improving thereon. And then we saw some highlight of the improvement, including increasing the amount to 18%, where the worker provide 8% and the employee provide 10%. We also saw that they increase our powers of the Pension Commission, which is empowered to commence criminal action against erring companies. But the problem here is it's not about the companies, but what happens when the Pension Commission in question actually becomes the erring partner of this particular deal now? Then how do you handle that? I think that is where the anti-graft agency comes in.
Yes.
Because we've seen a situation like that where there were some stories surrounding the Pension Commission sometimes.
Yes, they've been allegations of embezzlement and mismanagement of funds over the years. So,
okay, we also saw creation of a pension protection fund where government is expected to set aside a minimum guaranteed pension for contributors. Yeah, that's one improvement we saw from the reenactment of the Pension Reform Act in 2014. And then away from that, we now look at the Employee Compensation Act enacted in 2010 that actually we became effective in 2011, and it repealed the Workman Compensation Act of 2004. Unlike its predecessor, the Employee Compensation Act contains comprehensive provisions ensuring employees are compensated for accident at workplace or outside the workplace. I think this is actually a good one because it's so unfortunate that companies that have actually been, I don't want to say exploit, but have actually been leveraging on the labor, the workforce, or the energy of their employees tend to turn their back on these employees when they actually need them the most. Especially, okay, fine, we know it happens in the private sector very well.
This is common with multinational companies, you know.
And then the private sectors where somebody is coming to work and maybe due to the person cannot come to work, maybe because of things that happen to happen to the person. It could be even it may be understandable when it happened outside a work environment, but when it happens within the work environment and then the company is reluctant, is not even showing any sign of interest in this case, it actually very, very heartbreaking and disheartening.
Yes, it would actually have a lot of effect, like psychological on the employee themselves. Because I think if you're not able to, reach out to your employee in an organization, an office or a workplace, because due to one thing or the other that he or she went through, and then he's not able to meet up in the office, and then there's no sign of concern, it's heartbreaking for whoever is involved.
That we were actually talking about compensation in the place of work outside the workplace. It also covers medical treatment in case of accident involving disability, rehabilitation, and payment of compensation for disabilities and death. The mandate also covers treatment and payment of compensation to employees who suffer from occupational disease contracted in the course of the employment. There are some work environment that actually make your system prone or susceptible to some kind of hazard. Like if you're working in a place of high radiation or high thermal emission, you should know that your skin is actually in a danger for some skin disease and all of that. You see people talking about cancer of the skin and different things. So this Employee Compensation Act covers on all of those issues and everything. And then additionally, the Employee Compensation Act improved on Workman Compensation Act by extending its cover to all employers and employees in the private and public sectors of Nigeria. All employers and employees are expected to benefit from the scheme. Recall that the Workman or Workforce Compensation Act was actually basically for people who were engaging on skilled labor, but this particular one covers everybody.
Yeah.
So that's one of the improvement that this one actually came with, and it's quite good.
Yeah, I think there's so much improvement on this angle, on this particular scheme, where we're saying that every both the employee and the employer has benefits and is benefiting from whatever the compensation comes with the scheme, right? So you're not leaving, no one's actually left aside on what on left aside to do on the negative side or the negative angle. Like no one is actually left aside. Like they are looking forward to something positive, and then both the employee and the employer actually have benefits on it too.
So it's like a win-win situation.
Win situation, yes.
All right, the time is actually just ticking gradually, and we'd like to go for a quick break. When we return, we now take it a step further, because we've seen that we've not really, especially from the private sector, and then with the young ones who are actually coming into the Nigerian workforce, we've not really seen them show that commitment to putting money in their pension fund or in any kind of fund. And we might want to look into what is the possible cause of it and then the way forward. Please stay with us and don't go away.
Josephine Paul, Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Right, welcome back. This is still African Patriot Radio, and you've been listening to this amazing program, You, Me, and Society. This afternoon, we've been talking social security from this part of the world. My name is Elvis Ogan. I still have my partners in progress in the studio with me.
Yeah, my name is Josephine Paul. I'd like to say welcome back to the program.
I'm Zion Chris saying welcome.
Okay, big shout out to everybody that's actually watching and listening to all from different part of the world. I see you, Mr. Ewole Jacob, also known as Mr. Raj, all the way from Sierra Leone. And then Don Ezekiel is actually giving some shout out to Mr. May 11. We see you. Tell a friend to join us. All right, you can actually be part of the conversation by dropping your comment below our live stream right here. Just tell us your conversation, or what your contribution is. Okay, tell us your contribution or whatever you have to tell us.
Do well to share your contribution on the program because it's human and society. So every single person has a bit of what to talk about on this great topic.
We all have stakes.
It's everybody's business.
Everyone's business. A big shout out to YQ Kwame Mope. He's actually watching at the moment. Shout out to you.
Okay. All right, don't forget to actually subscribe to our Facebook fan page. It is at www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio, and then we're good to go. We're also streaming on YouTube. I almost say Instagram.
Very
on
soon.
YouTube, and it's at African Patriot Radio, so you can actually stream there as well. But we entertain your comment more on Facebook because it's quite handy. All right, let's get back to what we are talking about. We are actually talking about our social security, and we've done a recap. It's more like a continuation because we actually started the topic last week, and we were unable to conclude it. So we trying to wrap it up today. So we did a recap of what we did last week, and we just took a look at some legislation that borders on the welfare of people concerning social security when we become age and when we're no longer active in duty. What do we fall back on? And it's very interesting legislation that actually looked into catering for some of those things and then addressing some of the issues and problems. And before we went on the break, I was talking about we've seen how young bloods and young people have actually been joining the workforce lately, and we've not really seen them demonstrated that commitment towards putting money in their pension trust fund or what you can call it. And we want to look at why that way. I think I remember there was a place I was working where some pension company they came in then and they were trying to address the whole issue and tell us what it's all about. I think it was then that I knew that, okay, I'm supposed to contribute a certain percentage of my take home, and then the company contribute a certain percentage. But then it was when we were now having series of allegations from the pension commission. So myself personally, I was quite skeptical of queuing into that.
Anyone will be skeptical, just like
you are.
Yes, because there's no point putting. You've already seen. They said when you see, there's a saying that goes that when you see your neighbor's beards on fire, you look for water and put on yours, so that yours won't get caught with fire. So based on experience that other people's experience that they've seen, maybe their parents and other aged people, they believe that the system is not transparent enough for them to want to contribute to it. So I think that is one of the reasons why the young people don't contribute to the scheme. So
yeah, because I think if there's room for improvement, if dual workers or dual civil servant or workers as workers, but the unskilled and skilled labor people, if they are being given or paid pension duly according to their working time or their working, their period or year of work in the office or in the service, their years in service, if they are being paid duly, if there's no embezzlement of their funds, and it's them given to them duly, like you said, definitely young people that are coming up to go into this field of work, this field of service organizations, they want to come for it. I think that they're seeing results and they're seeing the advantage of it, and everyone wants to be partaking in it. But if there's no improvement, if these schemes or legislatures or shuns, are being put into place, are being they are considering them, and then there are various benefits attached to it, every single person will run to it. That's why we're looking forward to a change and effectiveness.
The problem here is you're supposed to contribute 80%, right?
8%,
and your employer is supposed to contribute 10%. But by the time you don't contribute, do you know your employer might not really need to contribute to, because you are not contributing. So I think people need to look at it that way and see that, okay, if you are not contributing, that means your 10% is actually tied down somewhere. So you need to contribute, but we need to make the system more transparent first, so that we can gain the people's confidence back. Gain the people's confidence to actually key into that very well. I think the employers actually need to take up this case and see how they could talk their employees into seeing the need and the reason. But that's where the issue comes in. You imagine that, okay, your take home is more on a round figure, and then some percentage is needed to be taken off at the end of the day. What the situation could actually look like. So it's one thing, and then like we promised our listener the last time we were here on this particular topic, we said when we come back, we will actually be taking a look at how well has the private sectors actually what are the modalities they are putting in ground to see that or put on ground to see that the welfare of their workforce is actually being put into consideration, especially when they are old and they are leaving office. But one thing we've been seeing from this part of the world is the fact that is that job security really there, that you have someone work for a particular company team, maybe he has spent 35 years with them and he needs or he's actually ripe for pension from them.
Well, I think some organizations are trying, but they need to do more in that regard, because you can most of the people that I have seen that have retired from the private sector don't get to enjoy
any entitlement or emolument.
Any entitlement. It always ends up in court cases and the rest. So you see, they are trying their best, but a lot still needs to be done in that regard.
In my encounter with the pension company that actually came to talk to the my former place of work that I was actually working, and as curious as I am, I had to ask some technical question, and I was like, okay, now what happens if you stop working with this company? What happens to the contribution you've been making? And it was like, no matter where you work, you're supposed to have one pension account. So your money keeps getting there. That's why maybe when you upgrade from one level to another, and then your salary changes too, the 8% of your new salary, your take home will be greater, but you still have to put it in that listing. But there are record that will actually be reflecting what you've been contributing, and then the 10% that your employer has been taking and all of that. So I was like, okay, because I had to ask that question, because where I was before, I was there for a particular project, and I knew that I was going to leave that place immediately. So I had to ask and be sure. These are some of those things that people need to know, so that they'll have more confidence in the system as well.
I remember vividly where my dad worked. I think he worked there over 10 years or even more. And I think one time I actually witnessed their working scheme and how they actually operate in their office. It's actually an oil company. And I see that they actually give their employees, they give them a little packages. Yes, they give them, they make provisions for welfare to their staffs and everything. I think they do it monthly and all that. Then I think they also have provisions for pensions. Like if you retire, like you will still have to, there's still opportunity for you to actually be funded, like your pensions and all that. And then I was just looking at the whole, working environment, like how they make their staffs comfortable, how they're able to, make there was actually provision for medical security, like healthcare benefits was actually attached to it. There was healthcare benefit. I think there was insurance as well.
There was
health insurance. That's how they call it. Yes, health insurance. And then there were a lot of benefits attached to it. I'm saying that in that kind of situation, it's a private sector actually. Okay. It's a private one. So in that kind of situation, it would give room for people to, want to work more, want to put so much, effort in doing.
It's all of those things put together that I call job security.
Job security
is not your ability to remain in your job for long, but how secure, how well do they actually look out for your welfare?
Are they really accountable for you and all that? Like I think they take accountability of what you do. Like you're accountable for your health and all that other benefits that actually welfare packages. Yes. So you see, and I remember also a story of this is not really a story though, but I remember I think I shared this on the program last time of one of my aunts that actually worked. That was actually the government sector. She was actually a teacher, and then she worked for a particular year. And then it was time for her to retire. I remember vividly how she had to struggle to actually get this fundings, like her pension was actually due. I know that she had to go through the process of picking the form, applying and all that.
Very rigorous process.
Very rigorous, yes, actually.
I'm telling you, 4 years later, people are still battling.
The irony of it is that I remember vividly at that period, it wasn't coming for like the fundings, the pensions were not made available. I think they just kept delaying. Every single day you go, you were seated down or you were queuing to actually make is it reform? I don't know. I really don't know but I know that the process to actually get paid or to actually fill the form or whatever it is, the process that is actually involved is not an easy ride. And then that's why people give up, and that's why people even die at the process. People even have some medical issues, and then they're not really attended to. But these are people that deal for these pensions. These are people that actually needs this funding. I mean, because they are long term of service, you can't say it can just flip away. You've forgotten how these people were their service they rendered in that space of work or that organization or that place. So that there's a whole, it's really rigorous, and people actually need to consider this as well.
Still,
you see, Elvis, the problem here is not having a system to cater for that. Is how accessible is the system.
Yes,
that's the problem. That's the
problem.
question. So if they can try and make the system more accessible, that people don't have to go through rigorous processes to access the funds, then I
think myself and Josephine Paul actually talked about the other day where we were saying, okay, so this person has actually been working with you for over 30 years, and then it's close to retirement. It's not very normal, understandable that, okay, you start making plans on how this, if ordinarily they mean well for the system and they mean well for these people, you try to tidy everything you needed to tidy so that this person will not have to go through all these rigorous and all of these things. And apart from that, okay, and if it's happening on the age of retirement, you know the time was first appointment later, and then your last promotion, you know the level the person is retiring on. I was actually talking about it the other day, and Jojo was like, are you trying to tell them what to do? Or I'll be like, no, it's not really hard, especially when we're talking about everything online these days. It's just to have a very secure firewalls that will protect this side, so just away from hacking. And then after just very authentic verification, you allow people have access to their money. I was making an illustration of, okay, somebody who is going to retire at maybe at about level 14, level 15 thereabout, and has been receiving good amount of money. And then we now look at the situation of things in Nigeria where, okay, you have siblings, you have children to actually pay their school fees, do a lot of things, and then we basically practice some kind of extended family system in this part of the world, Africa as a whole. You have your cousins, your extended family to cater for. So basically, you don't even really have much to save on your own. So your only savings is actually your contribution to your pension scheme. To the pension scheme. And then after 4 years, you are still struggling to get your pension. Remember that when you are retired, your take home is no longer coming. So for 4 years, how do you expect these people to live? And then what is actually, where are they going to process the whole thing from? Are they going outside this planet?
I mean,
why does it take that long?
When someone is already weak, you're putting the person through all this difficult processes.
Yeah, and it would affect. I keep saying that it would affect people psychologically and mentally as well. And you know, making these complaints and setting these illustrations actually out there because it's quite societal. Because a lot of people out there away from work, away from office or service to federal government or private sectors, they themselves actually have things like actually use this cash or this fundings actually to cater for themselves personally. Some people may want to, you know, venture into businesses that will actually fund them, that will actually make ends meet, like actually every day they can actually feed on this, you know. And if at all the people that just retired are not, you know, paid or given some amount of money fundings from their pensions and they're not being funded, how can they, most of them that even want to even go into business, how can they even start up this business? And it will affect them. Looking at the society aspect of it, I think most times the poor, the people that are even, you know, that are not the unskilled people, they're unskilled, seriously, because I think they're left aside, like the poor, they don't even attend to them. Do you know, I was even looking at this other angle of it. What if away from fundings, they are even making provisions for some welfare packages, some food items to people like this? No, have you? I don't know if you actually can look into that aspect. Okay, now we're in a country where things are inflation is actually growing high and things are actually changing. Most times, I think one of the challenges we have is on the monetary aspect of it. And I was telling you about how much was actually being made available, that they said they were going to give to some Nigerians. 1 million Nigerians will be actually cashing out 5,000 naira. I was asking you how far.
That's for the conditional cash transfer.
Yes, I was asking you how far has this been implemented, and if you see that particular data or figure was not really exact number or population we have in Nigeria.
No, that's not even up to 1% of what we have in Nigeria. I think our population is almost at 200 million now.
So now
I'm just talking about 1 million people out of 200 million.
Out of 200 million.
So what happens to the rest?
What happens to the rest? I mean, some particular people are receiving these funds and some are not. Okay, look at the rural area.
You know, before you can actually come out with the statistics like that, I think kudos to Nigeria Bureau of Statistics. They have actually been trying with putting out some statistics lately. But I think when we're not talking about the database, like you made mention earlier, I think we need to have a comprehensive database.
A comprehensive one, yes.
Where your age,
accurate,
your state of origin, residence, and everything will be, and then your occupation. Then when you are changing job, it should be reflected as well. So if we are now saying, okay, we have about 200 million Nigerians, we know how many percentage that the youth account for, we know how many percentage the women account for, the men account for, and then the aged people account for. So what are we looking at? We're looking at, okay, how many people are employed, how many people are unemployed, how many people are earning below a particular amount of money, how many people are now retired or aged that they cannot cater for themselves. When we do all of those things, we'll now look at, okay, we'll now know the people that actually need these welfare packages of this social security.
Right. I think that's actually one solution you've actually profiled. I think so, because if you actually look into this, it goes a long way. We will not really have so much, problems or challenges right now. At least, even I know that every single phase we actually pass through a lot of challenges, but it can be tackled. It can be, it can be addressed.
Yes. In the vice president's word, I love that his word so much. He said, the administration came out to meet so many challenges, but he believed that they are surmountable.
Yes,
I think they have to do a lot in data in
data collection,
data
generation,
management, and all those things.
Yeah.
So because it will go a long way to know what to do
exactly,
and to know who to focus attention on.
You know, like when we now talk about how well has actually private sectors made arrangement, or how prepared are they to make sure that okay, their workers are being catered for very well and all of that. Okay, fine. We know that the sole aim of every business is to make profit,
yes.
But you should not throw the welfare of your people away because
making profit at the expense of its people.
It's not really right. So basically, what the private sector need to do is just for them to know that okay, before you employing, you need to check the capacity of the company, then know what strength your staffers or your staffing can actually carry.
So that you know just go and be employing people.
And then when you're looking at their employment, when you are looking at okay their remuneration, you need to take into consideration okay their taxes, their pension contribution, and all of those things, so that you don't go and employ more than the company can carry. And then I think it's better the private sector do an audit, or if they can actually have a body that can actually go around and see okay how well has these people been prudent and then be faithful with their pension to their staff. It will be very nice where okay it will be more like the company now enforcing the Pension Act and everything on the staff, so that you know there's something we don't really have from this part of the world, which is quite sad. Our maintenance culture has actually waned a lot, and then the savings culture too. I've actually I had friends from other parts of the world where they have their piggy banks where they save and everything. I remember a particular friend of mine.
We used to have that when we were growing up.
Yes,
but I don't know what happened.
These days, what really happened to those things? And then we also, when you were talking about some conditional cash transfer and then some schemes and initiative by the government, how well do we actually the government cater for the disabled or the physically challenged people? Because these are the people that need these social security packages very well.
Yes.
And we need to look at okay how well do we cater for them. I think there was actually this bill or this law that was enacted some times back that actually talked about discrimination, that talk against discriminating people living with disabilities or physically challenged people. Where if you take a look, if you study the bill very well, it talks about if you want to erect any building, you must have provision for physically challenged people. Okay, if in the case of election, we're looking at how the electoral body can actually produce a braille ballot paper that the visually impaired can actually see, and all of those things. Yes, that's one part of it, but we were you record that social security is any form of monetary policy or assistance given to people with low or inadequate or no income at all. So how well do we actually look at these people? That is where the issue of the conditional cash transfer comes in. And then I think I saw a projection that about 5 million people, or quite a good number of people, will be benefiting from that scheme by 2021. So I think it all boils down to data generation and the willingness of the officials.
And I hope it wouldn't just be a political statement.
That's another thing.
Yes.
Okay, our time is fast spent already, and I want us to conclude in very quick terms before we say bye-bye on the show this afternoon.
All right. So my word, should I call it word or what? Or actually I will actually plead with government officials, with people that actually part of this scheme and part of every legislature we've mentioned. I think the one that's come right now is the pension PRA.
The Pension Reform
Act. Yes, is actually made available for people to pay retirees and to pay people that actually retire. So in our society today, we're seeing that that one of the challenges that we have is actually the exact number, the data figure to actually reach out to these people. All right, so I think that actually has to be looked into, to consider, know the exact number of people that we can that work both on skilled laborers, on skilled workers, and people that are actually in every segment and organization. So if this actually is taken into place, we would actually know the exact money and benefit. You actually have to reach out to people, and then secondly to the disabled people, and then I think that is where our concern should be, because these people cannot fund for themselves. That they don't have that ability to go out there to hustle, to start up a business. So they should be considered as well. They should try, even if it's welfare packages, just try to make available these resources and these packages to people like this.
All right.
Well, I would like to say this to the people that have been entrusted with the responsibility of managing this pension funds. I'd like to say to them to try and make the funds accessible and also be prudent in managing these resources, because this is what the people have worked for, and it wouldn't be good that these funds are not managed well.
All right.
So do the right thing.
Okay, quite a great one right there from my slim brother and my actually beautiful sister. It's okay. We've seen a series of reforms as concerning welfare packages and then social security from the legislative side, or different legislation concerning that. I think when we're now, like the Pension Reform Act that was reenacted in 2014, talked about handing more punishment or giving the commission more powers to punish erring officers and officials, as the case may be. But I think it goes beyond that. It needs to go beyond that. Especially, we don't really need to look at maybe embezzlement only as the crime. Making the process so hard, beyond unreasonably hard, should be seen as punishable act as well. And then look at it, and then we need to have more how do I call it now, sensitization concerning the whole social security or pension thing, so that people will have more confidence in it, and then they just need to do the right thing so that they will have people's confidence back on it. All right, that's the much we can take on the program this afternoon, and we'd like to say a very big thank you to you for riding with us on the show. Stay tuned to African Patriot Radio for more interesting programs. Until we come your way again, my name is Elvis Ogas. So we'll just take you on a musical ride from now through 3:30 before the game show comes on board by 3:30 through 4 o'clock. Don't forget, at the top of the hour, 4 o'clock, we'll be vibing to some amazing African vibes.
is Josephine Paul. Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Josephine Paul. Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
From the start, them they tell me, say definitely I go blow. Every time then they hear my sound, then they come ask me for more. Now the love I receive all true, they bring me tears of joy. Baba God, I beg you, oh, say you make my heart so pure. Although I change my story, now my prayer every day, make you change my story. Let your blessings come my way, change my story. Now my prayer every day, make you change my story. Oh, I make you change my story. I see Connie Bobo come, every day we walk and pray, no darling. Them ask me when I go shine. Oh, Oluwa no ah. I see Connie Bobo come. Every day we walk and pray, no darling. Them ask me when I go blow. Oh, Oluwa no ah.
Man, I've been doing this shit for a long time. Been not too easy, sure you know that. Sharp money, my love will bill. Money on my mind, every minute. All of my life, I've been working on it. Mama used to tell me I could make it. Oh Lord, I keep praying for your blessings. Will you watching my story today? From nothing up to something. I did pray for your blessings, yeah. For your blessings. Will you watching my story today? I might pray every day. From nothing to something. I did pray for your blessings, yeah, yeah.
I see Connie Bobo come. Every day we walk and pray, no darling. Them ask me when I go shine. Oh, Oluwa no ah. I see Connie Bobo come. Every day we walk and pray, no ask me when I go blow. Oh, Oluwa, Oluwa. Oluwa change my story today. Right now I dey hear my sound. Oluwa change my story today. From nothing to something. Asigonibo bongo. Every day we walk and pray, no darling. Them ask me when I go shine. Oh, Oluwa, Oluwa. Asigonibo bongo. Every day and night, say, them ask me when I go blow. Oh, Oluwa, Oluwa.
My day don't oh yeah, everybody get their own story. Yeah. Kira kita odola laye, if you're making that dough, you know me shalaye. Ozu go pay muragba day, no one mamu body check and your shake. If you think it, you can make it. Enter studio and start to make it. Omo, I believe and then I made it. One emulation and then I break it. Muma lowa lowa, muma kole mole ni waju ele amatu yon fanda. Lowa lowa, muma kole mole ni waju ele amatu yon fanda. Muma lowa lowa, muma kole mole ni waju ele amatu yon fanda. Lowa lowa, muma kole mole ni waju ele amatu yon fanda. Mama told me, boy, this life ain't no easy go. This life when I turn by, turn make it count, giving meaning go. I expect to check on my ninja, Baba show me the way. Magical way, authority, LA, Papa Dakunjo, Dakun me. Let me the reason say this ain't got no go far. Let me the reason I no get back. It show you I know the reason I'm looking. See for your eyes, see my nigga go blow pa. Muma lowo lowo, muma kole mole ni waju ele amatu yon fanda. Lowo lowo, muma kole mole ni waju ele amatu yon fanda. Muma lowo lowo, muma kole mole ni waju ele amatu yon fanda. Lowo lowo, muma kole mole ni waju ele amatu yon fanda.
I remain your extraordinary DJ Elegant. Let's go. Masu, may all and all our prayers be answered. The vision is right. Let's go. Masu.
This sounds amazing.
Raise the roof. Danny Ace wanna mix yo.
Oh, Danny Ace, the magic finger.
Hey yo, Caribbean, tell me no shoot back, me no rebound. But the looking at your eye be like you Egyptian. Girl, it like your style, she a swim for your ocean. Backside big like a bumper, mind smell bright like a Santa. She no do no silicon, be your silly boy. She fi do no dirty wine, man down, gunshot for your area. Boom boom boom, gunshot in the area. Bend the drip on the back, she a tempter. Pour some ice, galley hot like a boiler. She a controller, she no DJ, but she fi a control ya. AI girl with the A1 sound coming through blazing. Them a color girl trailblazer. Whoosh, she a fight for her tune, them a color fortune. Tell them man I color fuck you. Tell them man I color fuck you.
He just wanna let them know. He just wanna let them know. He just wanna let them know who I be. He just wanna let them know. He just wanna let them know. He just wanna let them know who I be. Bad girl strike like a thunder. Just for your wine, see no blunder. See me I fight for your matter. Me the ganja as a lighter. Girl strike like a thunder, just for your wine, see no blunder. See me I fight for your matter, me the ganja as a lighter.
I life up your seekers. What you wanna do, but massa vodka. Either way I whoop ya, come ask me later. So come ask me later. Nina London girl, South Rick. Got you feel the lockdown mood. Good book crit, on the rhythm savage mood. Good book Rick, telling me a showstopper. Look good, B. Nina London girl, South Rick. Got you feel the lockdown mood. Good book crit, on the rhythm savage mood. Good book Rick, telling me the showstopper. Look good, B. Me just wanna let them know. Me just wanna let them know. Me just wanna let them know who I be. Me just wanna let them know. Me just wanna let them know. Me just wanna let them know who I be. Bad girl strike like a thunder. Just for your wine, see no blunder. See me at 5 for your matter. Me the ganja as a lighter. Bad girl strike like a thunder. Just for your wine, see no blunder. See me at 5 for your matter. Me the ganja as a lighter.
And the wire, but bang 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 say, Now realize, girl you're good and very very nice, very very nice. On top of your matter, oh I personalize, girl our future I don't visualize, girl. See I be thinking about you, girl, every day and night, and the lovely things you do, you they control my mind, girl. Oh yeah, baby, give me good loving, 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 You the champagne me. For the lovely things you do, you the champagne me. But I can never let you go, baby, champagne me. For the lovely things you do, you the champagne me. And I'll never let you go. If money back all at me, see you making me go gaga. And if I be a slow starter, for you I run over. Hey. 7 months before your birthday, I put my reminder. Yeah, this how I love me, it go last it forever. Oh, and I will hold you tight and I will treat you right. Even for that and baby, I go be your light. Cause we will never fight. Now I realize, say now only you, baby, now you there, my man. Yeah, nah. This must be love, baby, I can feel it. Oh yeah. And I know, baby, I can see it. Oh yeah, baby, give me good loving, 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 You the champagne me. For the lovely things you do, you the champagne me. But I can never let you go, baby, champagne me. For the lovely things you do, you the champagne me. And I'll never let you go. And I will hold you tight and I will treat you right. Even for that baby, I go be your light. Cause we will never fight, now I realize. Say now only you, baby, now you there, my man. Yeah, nah. This must be love, baby, I can feel it. Oh yeah. And I know, baby, I can see it. Oh yeah, baby, give me good loving, baby, give me good loving, baby, give me good loving, baby, give me good loving,
Oh no, no dey pop, no dey pop, no. My Sherry, your love that wonder, baby please, no send your man. So I give my heart for you. Yeah, yeah. Baby, please, no one no other. I want you, my finance. Rock, baby, baby, don't want for you. I go on for you. Just take me as I am. I did there for you anytime I am. I 100% love you when I say, babe. I want no the plan, baby, no they pop. You know say man they pop. Just take me as I am, yeah. I did there for you anytime I am. I 100% love you when I say, I want no the plan, baby, no they pop. You know say man they pop. Yeah, no get no, 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 no get no.
It's Angelo. I'll be already know. Life na jungle, oh. Paddy, you need to struggle, oh. Sure you want collect all the bundle, oh. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Life na jungle, oh. Paddy, you need to hustle, oh. If you want jump, so they bubble, oh. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Reggae baby, yo. I land to you, they make men go crazy, yo. They say you find the pass it a rego, maybe, yo. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Reggae baby, yo. I land to you, they make men go crazy, yo. They say you find the pass it a rego, maybe, yo. When the beautiful ones are not yet born. Go shout, yo. Anisha, it's your birthday. Go shout, yo. Oh, yeah, yeah. Good morning, afternoon, depending on which time or evening. I hope say this little piece of advice I've go get meaning to those who been they feel solo. Based on their baby, you are all on your own. Now you pray to the ceiling. I know the situation of the country right now, no funny. You know go even feel wash your got clothes, make you big money. I know say you go like to right your wrongs, but there's no penny. Meanwhile, you go how do you see that on one wife? Still on it. But based on this fact, you say you won't give up. Buna, you feel give up. BP rising, not great drop. But based on this advice, you say make I shut up. I go shut up. One more line, then I lock up.
Waiting, man, do. Life done, they do all for man, do. You guys find a way to survive, too. Another value, do. Waiting, man, do. Life done, they do all for man, do. You guys find a way to survive, too. Another value, do for man, do.
Life na jungle, oh. Paddy, you need to struggle, oh. Sure you want collect all the bundle, oh. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Life na jungle, oh. Paddy, you need to hustle, oh. If you want jump, so they bubble, oh. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Reggae baby, oh. I land to you, they make men go crazy, yo. They say you find a pass it a rego, maybe, yo. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Reggae baby, yo. I land to you, they make men go crazy, yo. They say you find a pass it a rego, maybe, yo. When the beautiful ones are not yet born. Go shout, yo. Anisha, it's your birthday. Go shout, yo. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Baby, your back did it cause I go slow. They made bad man one dance, see a zone two. Show me your back, make I spend all the money. Now man they walk, now babu they chop
Oh my lordy, lordy, Ninja situation ready. Boys just they grind on a steady. All I want ask is just one more question.
Waiting, man, do. Life done, they do all for man, do. You guys find a way to survive, too. Another value waiting for man. Waiting, man, do. Life done, they do all for man, do. You guys find a way to survive. Another value waiting for man.
Young famous on
on the mix.
It's Blaze and the Big Baby.
One man fit carry plenty woman. Hypocrite around and say I'm mystical. Me I know sound I like to do man. It no matter if they identical. Like as you melanin, Angelina oh my God. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it like as you melanin. Angelina oh my God. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. They say I too ugly. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Angelina kill it best. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina oh no. Angelina kill it best. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina oh yeah na na. Sikira oh sikira. Yetunde oh yetunde ah. Sikira oh yeah sikira. The way they give me the comparada. Sikira oh sikira show. Sikira oh sikira ah. Sikira oh sikira. Like as you melanin. Angelina oh my God. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it like as you melanin. Angelina oh my God. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. They say I too ugly. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Angelina kill it best. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina oh no. Angelina kill it best. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina oh yeah na 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 na. Oh la li la la la. La 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 la. Oh la li la 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 la. Oh la li la la la. Oh la li la la la. La li la 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 la. Oh la li la 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 la.
It's Victory and the Bits.
Dun 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 dun. Vanessa. When I been calling you answer. What the volume oh. That's when we get to Allah. Not until I met Fatima. My baby girl, she the answer. My baby give me assurance. Hey, we zero wahala. Not until I met Fatima. My baby girl, she the answer. My baby give me assurance. Hey, we zero wahala. She the boss my brain like. Yeah. Love for Mona Gigi. Yeah. For your love, I don't grow beer. Marry me, let's born children. Hold my hands, let me take you there. I push up on me, yeah. For your love, I don't grow beer. Marry me, let's born children. Hold my hands, let me. Auntie Vanessa. When I been calling you answer. What the volume oh. That's when we get to Allah. Not until I met Fatima. My baby girl, she the answer. My baby give me assurance. Hey, we zero wahala. Not until I met Fatima. My baby girl, she the answer. My baby give me assurance. Hey, we zero wahala. She the boss my brain like. Yeah, yeah. Love for Mona Gigi. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Love for Kanaku. Yele. Madam in Chopa Put. Yele. Now so him I sharpen. Yele. He enter Eve heaven. Yele. Love for Kanaku. Yele. Madam in Chopa Put. Yele. Now so him I sharpen. Yele. He enter Eve heaven. Yele. But that no shock on me there. For your love I don't grow baby. Marry me, let's born children. All my hands let me take you there. I could just come with that there. For your love I don't grow baby. Marry me, let's born children. All my hands let me answer Vanessa.
Let me know on the mix.
I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world there's room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful.
Once upon a time in our lives, yeah, situations stabbing like knives, yeah, questions rising, how do I fight, yeah, that is not for you and me, leave everything to the king, you need to feel nice, yeah, painful feeling means you're alive, yeah, ain't no dead man feeling likewise, yeah, thanks and praises to the king, after suffering comes relief. Life is hard and I can understand. Things we see sometimes don't match up to what we deserve. Not the same thing. Everywhere you live, you smile, you love. Hate is ugly, shouldn't be when you're the one involved. You were beautiful in every way. Sun or rain, you have me any day. Price for joy, you name it, I will pay. I will never trade you for no one in any way. They see bearing in you, I see babe. I embrace. You were star, no one can take your place. I will never trade you for no one on any day. Doesn't feel right, yeah. How they do me bad but flex life, yeah. They cheat me but still they leave large, yeah. Where's the drive to stay good when surrounded by evil? You need to love still, yeah. Let go from unless you won't heal, yeah. That is at the wheels to stand still, yeah. Trouble, pain, they disappear when you wait, you wear a chair. Life is hard and I can understand. Things we see sometimes don't match up to what we deserve. Not the same thing. Everywhere you live, you smile, you love. Hate is ugly, shouldn't be when you're the one involved. You were beautiful in every way. Sun or rain, you have me any day. Price for joy, you name it, I will pay. I will never trade you for no one in any way. They see bearing in you, I see babies. Had to love you all that I embrace. You were star, no one can take your place. I will never trade you for no one on any day. See in life, what you like will likely shun you. But be careful what you like and what you shun to. He's your type, you trust him and now he hurt you. But the other loved you but he wasn't for you. And it's unwise, yeah. We want this but when it comes, we turn a blind eye. Oh no. Yeah. You were beautiful in every way. Sun or rain, you have me any day. I could tell you, baby, I will pay. I will never trade you for no one in any way. If the bearing in you, I see baby. embrace. You are star, no one can take your place. I would never trade you for no one on any day.
SOS Music.
We all got blessings right inside us. You can just name mates, get rid of the virus. Cause I know, every day you pray, you stay. I know. Cause I know, you came, you asked, you praise. I know. Cause when the sun goes down and you still gotta use for the light. What if and all you wished for ain't what you gonna see tonight? Say it's gonna be fine. Say it's gonna be fine. Say it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Man, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Man, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Sometimes the music got me thinking, if I'm really gonna make it, maybe leave it. But that's a basic. I mean, that's a part of thought and everybody gonna face it. Put a max on, but you still face it. No faking like I'm Cruise on a mission with his face change. I ain't talking moolah when I'm talking face change. Opportunity to prove a skill upstage. And when you do, there's no change. I remember 2010 trying to put down my lyrics. It's funny, writing 20 songs in just a week. It's just you with your melody, no beat. I ain't bragging about house and no beats. No room for the coaches. Tell me how the team's gonna praise. Well, it's just me listening to music from my uncle's room. Talk about preaching the gospel. Now it's all real like NF. Cause when this song goes down and you still gotta use for the light. What if and all you wished for ain't what you gonna see tonight? Say it's gonna be fine. Say it's gonna be fine. 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 The change comes out right from inside. It all springs out from what you desire. As a man think getting inside so easy. So think right, cause that's who you be.
1, 2, 3.
She's gonna be fine. She's gonna be fine.
Oh na na na, na. Cyrus on the beat. Oh na na na, na. Fuego. Don't you ever leave me for the paper. She said my success is the payback. You be the sauce, you be the flavor. I no go ever use your flavor. If you give me love, I no go run away. And every other day go be like holiday. Maybe scatter body or your waterways. The way you hypnotize be like I the crazy. You know say body no be firewood. Come make I show you up for my hood. You know, say body no be firewood. Come make I show you up. Yeah. You be my rhythm and blues. I fit to make you my muse. Linda AKG for the news. Ovia baby for the groove. Yeah. You be my rhythm and blues. I fit to make you my muse. Linda AKG for the news. Ovia baby for.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Air right now on African Patriot Radio. It's such a beautiful and amazing time. I hope you are having a great time over there. Just a few minutes before I could actually say good evening to everyone. For now, it's still a good afternoon. And of course, I know and I hope you've been actually enjoying our program so far so good, right from the morning Patriot to the midday crew, and then it's actually the sunset crew. And of course, guess what? It is the game show. I would like to welcome every single person on board right here to the game show, another segment where we have to answer some questions that we think or you think is quite easy, and all you need to do is drop your answers. Well, I hope you had an amazing weekend because mine was fantastic. I would have loved to know how your weekend is, but I know we do not have too much time to talk about our weekends. But of course, it's another wonderful time for you to answer some of my simple but amazing questions. I call them amazing because I know that they're not quite difficult. All you need to do is just send in your answers or call me up. Okay, I'll just go straight up to the first question right here on the game show. Of course, did I actually forget to introduce my name? My name is Josephine Paul, but I know when I'm actually on this particular segment or program, you can actually call me Jojo. Yes. All right. It's actually going to be a travel game questions. Games that I'll actually be giving out to you all. All you need to do is send in your answers via the official page and handle African Patriot Radio. If you've not followed, I wonder what you're actually doing. And if you've not tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend to follow the page, I wonder what you're still doing. Of course, we're streaming live also on YouTube at African Patriot Radio. But right now, check us up on Facebook and drop your answers to my big questions right here on the game show. My number one question, straight up. What does BMW stand for in English? I want to find out, all of my fans on the game show, if you've actually been streaming, watching, and you've actually been answering my questions, or you've been following the program, you know that this particular one should be very simple, and my phone should actually start ringing at the moment. What does BMW stand for in English? In English, I'm repeating because I know some people have different definition or meaning to that, but this one is actually in English. Hit me up and let me know what your answer is. 081-384-614412. I'll take that again. 081-384-612. 080-6844-612. And of course, I'll actually take your answers via our official page at African Patriot Radio. Drop your answer. What does BMW stand for in English? Who's going to be my first winner and who's going to answer this question correctly? Remember, you can actually stand a chance if you've actually been an active follower and listener and you've been participating on the game show. You can stand a chance to be my guest on the game show. And of course, to everyone that's going to participate or win the show or win or get the answer correctly, you actually have access to free airtime. Coming from me, your number one, Josephine Paul. All right, what does BMW stand for? Hit me up, 081-386-14412 or our official handle, African Patriot Radio. Drop your answers and I'll run on a very quick official break to find out who got that answer correctly. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us and tell me what your answer is to that big question. Stay with us.
Baby, let me take you there. No time to check time, love you, baby, fair and square. I'll be here beside you, baby, sure you know I care. Don't doubt my love for you now. Come closer, girl, don't back down. So far it's you I fancy. See, no, they come too far from the roadside bar, cause not there they see you. See, I say bad sharp guy, not the shy type. See a girl, I they feel you. Connect with me now, baby, let's go crazy. Cause I know, say you go be my number one. Baby girl, I tell you. Biggie, heavy. Baby, turn up, go down, don't stop, go steady. International, one chief rocker. Baby, go down, go shut the one showstopper, yeah. Biggie, heavy. Baby, turn up, go down, don't stop, go steady. International, one chief rocker. Baby, go down, go shut the one showstopper, yeah. Everybody, they call me the Confirmer. As them see your face from afar, them they call me the Confirmer. Yeah, as you find like that, my mama go they call me the Confirmer. See my guy for the hood, they tell me oh Benny, I say you be Confirmer. Yeah, see I say you be, yeah. Baby girl, take your time. See the one thing with me, girl, me I know they ask 2 times. But that doesn't mean that I don't want you to be mine. No playing games now, baby. This time around, you'll stay here. Don't slow it down, my baby. Biggie, heavy. Baby, turn up, go down, don't stop, go steady. International, one chief rocker. Baby, go down, go shut the one showstopper, yeah. Biggie, heavy. Baby, turn up, go down, don't stop, go steady. International, one chief rocker. Baby, go down, go shut the one showstopper, yeah. Everybody, they call me the Confirmer. As them see your face from afar, them they call me the Confirmer. Yeah, as you find like that, my mama go they call me the Confirmer. See my guy for the hoodie, they tell me oh Benny, I say you be Confirmer. See I say you be, yeah. Everybody they call me the Confirmer. As them see your face from afar, them they call me the Confirmer. Yeah, as you find like that, my mama go they call me the Confirmer. See my guy for the hoodie, they tell me oh Benny, I say you be Confirmer. See I say you be, yeah. Biggie, heavy. Baby, turn up, go down, don't stop, go steady. International, one chief rocker. Baby, go down, go shut the one showstopper, yeah. Biggie, heavy. Baby, turn up, go down, don't stop, go steady. International, one chief rocker. Baby, go down, go shut the one showstopper, yeah.
Right here on African Patriot Radio, and I hope you've actually dropped your answers. A lot of answers coming in straight up from the number, and I don't know why some people are still not, responding via the page, but actually you can send in your answers via the number, and I'm seeing a lot of reactions to that. Edna Charles is saying, "Be my wife." BMW. I know a lot of people have different, meaning to that. And this is from Gift Adams from Asukuru. She's saying, Bavarian Moto W. Did you get that? Actually, that was almost correct, but that's so incorrect. And this is from Joseph Atakaru. He's saying Bavarian Motor Vehicle. Nope. That's so incorrect. Isha Jude from Cairo is saying Bavarian Motor Works. And this is from Emmanuel Sukuru, also saying Bavarian Motor Works. Shout out to every single person that's actually sending in their answers right here. I know that some people would say, "Be my wife," but that is not the meaning. That is not what BMW stands for. Shout out to Joseph Atta. Your answer was correct. Bavarian Motor Works is the full meaning of BMW in English. So big shout out to you. You are the winner right here on the game show for my big number one question right here. All right, let's move on. Let's move on and on. Another question right there. Okay, let me just calm down. This is for food lovers. This is for people that actually eat more of junk. Which country is responsible for giving us pizza and pasta? A lot of people have been eating and feeding on that particular junk, or should I call it that particular snack? Forgive me. Which country is responsible for giving us pizza and pasta? You think you know the answer and you've been feeding on pizza and pasta? Well, send in your answers via the official handle, African Patriot Radio. We're streaming live right now on Facebook, or you can drop your answers via the number 081-3861-4412. I'll take it again, 081-6861-4412. Sorry, I have to take it out again because I know someone did not hear me. 081-6861-4412. That is the number to send in your answers, or go straight to the page, African Patriot Radio on Facebook, and drop your answers. Which country is responsible for giving us pizza and pasta? Some people will run to a restaurant to ask, but nah. You think it's simple? Drop your answer and I'll get to find out who got that answer correctly. Our time is speaking so fast, so be my lucky winner. Get a chance to be my guest on the game show. Let me quickly take a break right now and find out who got that answer correctly. Which country is responsible for giving us pizza and pasta? Do not go anywhere. Stay with us. I'll be right back.
My name is Josephine Paul. Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi,
MM Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
is Josephine Paul. Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Josephine Paul. Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Too many hours for my life, wallahi. But I did pray me, Papa, shining lights. Also never paper, bad man still they grind. I pray the one day my mama go smile. Yeah. I'm on a journey, I don't know where it leads. Daco don't cry for me, Daco pray for me. Too many eyes, so things that lay before me. I pray that Baba shining light on me. See them go fair when they hear my song. All my fans, they ask them, they cry for joy. All my life I've been praying, Baba pick my call. Make a blow, no. Make them no. Them go fair when I drop my Colombi coco. It is sweet them for party, they do them totori. All my life I be praying, Baba pick my call. Make a blow, no. Make them no. So many nights I swear, things my mouth can't tell. We all just praying for better days, make the thing just gel. Do my best to lift the rest of it, beat my chest out. Say Baba, just shining light on me. I'm on a journey, I don't know where it leads. Daco don't cry for me, Daco pray for me. Too many eyes, so things that lay before me. I pray that Baba shining light on me. See them go fair when they hear my song. All my fans, they ask them, they cry for
Double pro.
I beg you carry shoulder up, oh baby. I beg you show them this younger, oh baby. Dance and break all of your waist, oh baby. Until they allow it to, oh baby. Oh, I beg you carry shoulder up, oh baby. I beg you show them this younger, oh baby. Dance and break all of your waist, oh baby. Until they allow it to, oh baby. Oh, I beg you to me, jeje, je. Corona magbese, je. I beg you to be jeje, je. Corona magbese, Have you thought about my proposal and the life I want for you? I beg you, baby, make you come closer when I'm singing this song for you. This love song got me stay up all night, cause I'm tryna compose for you. The last time that you say you won't go, girl, you broke my heart into two. Just call me baby, I'll call you boo. You want me so bad, I want you too. My number is 08042. I'm only one call away from you. I beg you to be jeje, Corona magbese, I beg you to be jeje, Corona magbese, Gonna go fit to get to big back, but no be down with the drum loco. It be your loving, we gon' make me psycho. From Kampala to Michael. I'm jello with the bamboo. Canadian girl, fi be kitty card. It be your loving, we go to the train. Oh, anytime I sing, go she not to do for biz. Get, and you be a minado. Now you the rise my temperature go. San Francisco, I sing you dope like Jimmy Jatto. I beg you do me je. Corona magbese, je. I beg you do me je. Corona magbese, je.
Double pro.
Alexis Media.
From the start, them they tell me, say definitely I go blow. Every time then they hear my sound, then they come ask me for more. Now the love I receive all true, will bring me tears of joy. Baba God, I beg you, oh, say you make my heart so pure. Oh, I change my story. Now my prayer every day, make you change my story. Let your blessings come my way, change my story. Now my prayer every day, make you change my story. Oh, I make you change my story. Every day we walk and pray, no darling. Them ask me when I go shine. Oh, Oluwa, Asikoni bobo nko. Every day we walk and pray, no darling. Them ask me when I go blow. Oh, Oluwa,
Man, I've been doing this shit for a long time. Been not too easy, sure you know that. Sharp money, my love will bill. Money on my mind every minute. All of my life I've been working on it. Mama used to tell me I could make it. Oh Lord, I keep praying for your blessings. Will you watching my story today? From nothing up to something. I did pray for your blessings, yeah. For your blessings. Will you watching my story today? I might pray every day. From nothing to something. I did pray for your blessings, yeah.
Asikoni bobo nko. Every day we walk and pray, no darling. Them ask me when I go shine. Oh, Oluwa, Asikoni bobo nko. Every day we walk and pray, no darling. Them ask me when I go blow. Oh, Oluwa, Oluwa, change my story today. Right now I dey hear my sound. Oluwa, change my story today. From nothing to something. Asikoni bobo nko. Every day we walk and pray, no darling. Them ask me when I go shine. Oh, Oluwa, Asikoni bobo nko. Every day and night, yeah. Them ask me when I go blow. Oh, Oluwa.
She move my day bed, don't need. Oh yeah, everybody get their own story. Oh, yeah. Kira kita odola la yeah. If you're making that dough, you know need shalaye. Ozu go pay murabala day. No one mamu body check out your shit. If you think it, you can make it. Enter studio and start to make it. Omo, I believe and then I made it. One name you lishe and then I break it. Moma lowa lowa, moma kole mole ni waju ele amatu yon fanda. Lowa lowa, moma kole mole ni waju ele amatu yon fanda. Moma lowa lowa, moma kole mole ni waju ele amatu yon fanda. Lowa lowa, moma kole mole ni waju ele amatu yon fanda. Mama told me, boy, this life ain't no easy go. This life when I turn bright and make it count, giving me nickel. I quit to check on my niche, Papa show me the way. Magical way. Authority, me. Papa da control, da conga me. Let me the reason this thing I no go far. Let me the reason I no get back. It show you I know the reason I'm look at. See for your eyes, see my nigga I go blue pa. Moma lowo lowo, moma kole mole ni waju ele amatu yon fanda. Lowo lowo, moma kole mole ni waju ele amatu yon fanda. Moma lowo lowo, moma kole mole ni waju ele amatu yon fanda. Lowo lowo, moma kole mole ni waju ele amatu yon fanda.
Extraordinary DJ. DJ Elegant. Let's go. Lasso, may all and
Josephine Paul, Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Yes, we super back, and it feels so good to be back in the building like we promised you that we're gonna be at around this time just to bring you sounds from all over Africa, any part of Africa, east, west, north, south. My name is Elvis Oga, and it is my pleasure to welcome you officially on board today's edition of the program Urban Vibes Africa. I still got my guns in the studio with me. What do you do, people?
All right. I said that on the game show that we'll be back to give it like super little. Yeah.
You already know how the story goes.
Yes, and of course you can call me JoJo when I'm right here on this Urban Vibes, giving you all the vibes that my name brings.
It's Urban Vibe Africa, people. My name is Zion Chris.
Zion Chris is in the building. One time for my people, one time for my crew. I think I listened to the game show and JoJo was talking about Monday comes with some motivation where we want to go on some urban vibe music. So, Queen of Motivation, should I call you that?
Right now, I know you want to put me on the spot, but this is how I want to introduce this Monday. It's Monday. It's new Monday. It's new week. It's new goals. So go out there, set goals, and do what you want to do and be positive. Right.
Okay. I would love to give you one before you come through with the next one.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be like, do that thing you've been wanting or you've been longing to do now.
Okay.
It's never too late to get started.
Yeah. Okay.
Stop procrastinating.
True. Procrastination is evil. It's little evil.
It's the bedrock for failure.
Yes. Don't forget to always be awesome. Begin your Monday with an awesome motivation. An awesome positive mindset.
Okay, big shout out to my man Elkanah or Luke Benga who just joined us. Big shout out to you. It's so good to have you with us this evening. And it's Urban Vibe Africa. We're about to set the whole place on fire. Just like my name Inferno. But this fire ain't hurting.
This is the kind of vibe you need to get into the mood and do that which you.
You know what I want to say when he actually said his name is Inferno? He just got the fire, but his fire is not that. I was going to say, don't leave me.
It's all good. That actually reminds me, Don't Leave Me challenge has been flying all over the places. And you actually giving me some vibes and some lines on that this morning.
Yeah.
Jojo has got some games, man. She's got some A-lines.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Jojo was like, for the fact that your boyfriend bought your ex bought the iPhone you're using does not make it an iPhone X.
Yeah.
It's all good. Let's come through with some more motivation as we prepare our playlist for the day.
I would just have to ask every single one to pardon me because the motivation is like buzzing and I'm still trying to figure out exactly the one to do. But the little one to have is spend your time, 80% of your time thinking of something positive and thinking of the positive and the future and not the negative, like not the past experience.
Whoa, I think I love the sound of that already. I don't know what's up with Slim Chris. What's happening, man?
Yeah, I'm good.
Are we motivated and inspired?
Yeah, let me just drop this one quick.
Okay.
Don't let yesterday take up too much of today. This one is from Will Rogers.
Take too much of today.
It's more like instead of you talking much about your problems, why don't you talk about a few gains or successes you've recorded?
Lamenting about your failures, it has a way of keeping you back from achieving that which you are supposed to achieve.
All right, let's get in the playlist like right away because it's Urban Vibe Africa and we got some amazing record. We'll be spinning on the show this amazing Monday afternoon, man. I really want to start the week in the very proper way and we've been doing that since 10 o'clock in the morning, so we ain't gonna relax. Like, we're gonna keep it at that same level, energy level.
Yeah.
It's all about the positive vibes only.
Truly.
Bad energy still far away.
I feel like it's Friday already.
You don't want to know.
You see one thing that goes with Monday, how you start your week
true.
says more of how the week will go. So when you start your week with something positive, something energetic and staying far away from bad energy, trust me, your week is gonna be splendid.
Okay, like, how about we start this all the way from Ivory Coast? I got this brand new record titled Love in Toronto.
Whoa.
Coming from my man, Soul. Sool.
Sool.
Yeah.
Soul, give us two.
All right, let's get some love all the way from Toronto. Check this out, brand new one coming from my man, Soul, all the way from Ivory Coast. He's an Ivorian man, Cote d'Ivoire. He calls this Love in Toronto. Lover. Are you ready to get it? Let's get it.
Yeah.
Elle fait du bling bling quand elle dégage. Si tu me donnes les clés de ton cœur, mon baby, avant que tu changes d'avis, je t'appellerai ce soir, oh c'est promis. Je dirai des choses que tu voudras entendre. Mon bébé, je vais te faire rêver. I never go cheat on you. I go love you, love you, love you. From Africa down to Toronto. And I go love you, love you, love you. Laisse-moi goûter ton miel ce soir. Ton miel ce soir. Laisse-moi goûter ton miel ce soir. Ton miel ce soir. Laisse-moi goûter ton miel ce soir. Ton miel ce soir. Laisse-moi goûter ton miel ce soir. Nanana. Hey, she a belly dancer. She a belly dancer. She a belly dancer. She a belly dancer. Chaka, elle fait du bling bling sur son passage. Like I love it all. Maja, elle fait du bling bling quand elle dégage. Big up Marco, je le vis depuis prévu. Kiki Bilango Nangai, et va venir ça.
Beats on the track.
For night time, your body they glow like light. Now you be that type, everybody go die. Everybody want follow, fight over you like Tyson. Now you be that type, I go make my wife. Yeah, you shine like electric bulb. I mean like you. Now you love me, the beat from my heart. Yeah, you shine like electric bulb. I mean like you. Now you love me, the beat from my heart. I just say happy say your boyfriend leave you, run away. To say the papa no leave, I for no fee in the way. And Dubai could be waiting for our way. Because your friends them gather, let's celebrate. Because your friends them gather, let's celebrate. Now you love me, the beat from my heart. Now you love me, the beat from my heart. Yeah, you shine like electric bulb. I mean like you. Now you love me, the beat from my heart. It in my mind like the Ten Commandments, and I stick to you like it's what the Bible say. It in my mind like the Ten Commandments, and if I say I go to do without you, baby, not lie I tell. But we have a steady sex like an exercise. Having the sex to electrify. Have a lot of girls when I sex my size. Have a lot of girls that could testify. But we have a steady sex like an exercise. Having the sex to electrify. Have a lot of girls when I sex my size. Have a lot of girls that could testify.
Carry beats on the track.
More music at the MastersFreeProducts.com.
So says the so yeah. Me bim bim. You shake up your body to the contour. After the party na Toronto. If I'm done, you I go run to. Arabato bato. Money go ask one day. Oh yeah, wait. Oh yeah, come feel me. You a bad man one. You be murder. You are a murderer. Yeah, you be murder. I'm a day. You be murderer. You be murder. You are a murderer. Yeah, you be murder. I'm a day. You be murderer. Yeah, permit me. Girl, I wanna handle you. Control the central core, do you? Like to know day I go can do you. I go gentle you, I no go enjoy you. Now you dey totally me brain, girl, you be Jimmy Jat. You love me like you dey use the jazz. And come close, girl, I wanna kiss and caress. Do for me, oh my girl, you know that. I like the way your body bounce down. Money got great body. This some money, some melody. You be murder. You are a murderer. Yeah, you be murder. I'm a day, you be murderer. You be murder. You are a murderer. Yeah, you be murder. I'm a day, you be murderer.
yes, I wouldn't know if actually Slim Chris is giving us some kind of vibe that he actually told us that it's sounding more like he is feeling like today is Friday already. You guys almost got me distracted. I wouldn't know that was because of the sound anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Beautiful record right there from Success D. He calls that one Murder.
Murder. I love.
Yeah, you know those kind of feelings where you be like, you've stolen my heart away, but no crime. And or you be like, if love is a crime, I'm willing to be.
Man, I'm telling you, when you fall in love, most times you just lose your senses.
That's the one that say love is blind though. Yeah, but so far I think my favorite was Electric Bob. I don't know who sang that, but blew my mind. Like it was giving us some holy lines. Like if that's the 10 Commandments, I'm gonna follow.
He was like, you're my mind, like 10 Commandments.
Like 10 Commandments.
And I'm gonna follow you or stick to you like what the Bible says.
Oh my goodness, I'm in love.
I still Urban Vibe Africa on African Petrol Radio, and you still have the Trio of the Sunset crew in the building, and Jojo will want me to say the trilogy of Sunset. The trilogy on radio is all good.
Yeah.
All right, studio time check is exactly 4:45 p.m. 15 more minutes before 5 o'clock.
Yes.
That's we're talking 1700 GMT. We steady keeping it banging on a 100% level right here on your
Back to
radio
back.
station. Back to back, ain't nothing short of that.
Like
It's all good. So we're getting some motivational quote from the Queen of Motivation.
Yes, this one's coming through. Failure would never overtake you if your determination to succeed is strong enough.
Whoa, I think I love that already.
Yes. I mean, that reminds me of unwavering determination to become a motivational person you are. Like, you should never think failure. Do you understand? Let your mindset take the lead. Like, be strong. Be positive about everything. It's about life. And failure is not an option. Yeah, I will always say that. This is more, we may encounter defeats, we may encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated. Do you understand? It's a motivation. I want you to understand that no matter how many times you encounter defeats, just know that you must not be defeated. Because I think we're trials, temptation. I mean, yes, we're faced with a lot of challenges rather.
True.
And that is not that does not mean that it should allow us to overwhelm us. I think it's quite interwoven with what I just said. Be determined to succeed.
Bottom line, if you try this time and you didn't get it right, you don't get it right, don't quit trying. Keep trying until you get it right.
You're gonna make it.
Trust
me. Yes. Nothing as good as that. All right, more coming. Yes. Whether you think you can or think you can't, you are right.
Whoa.
Yeah. So it still said the path of of being positive. All right. So whether you think you can or you think you can't, just know that you are right. All right.
Whoa.
Yes.
So it all depends on what you believe for yourself.
Yes.
Trust
Depends
me.
on what you believe for yourself. Failure is simply not opportunity to begin again. This is time for more intelligently. All right. Yes.
Wow. There's something about trying that I love so much. You cannot separate. I'm not getting it right. I wouldn't want to call that failure because I'm trying to manage my words at the moment.
Okay.
You may not really get it right at the first time.
Okay.
But the fact that you didn't get it right make you know that, okay, this is how it might not work.
Yes.
I think that
You
every
found
time
different ways
different
to
way.
succeed.
Every time we talk about that, it reminds me of the man who actually manufactured the electric bulb.
Yes.
That he had to try it.
Edison.
Yeah, he had to try it up to 1,000 times, and then
Million
when they asked him how
times.
does it feel like to fail 999 times, he said he didn't fail.
But
He only
found
discovered 999 ways of not doing it.
it.
I was like, good. And that actually made me, I think I came across this motivational quote concerning, was it Abraham Lincoln,
Okay.
U.S. president,
Yes.
one time U.S. president, that his dad was a cobbler, and somebody was trying to make jest of him that he was like, you're a son of no man, that your father was a cobbler. And he turned that around, and the person that was trying to mock him was later mocked. He said, my dad was so good at what he did that out of the thousands or millions of people he made shoes for, nobody came back to complain.
Interesting.
Yes, before we forget that it's all about Urban Vibe Africa, let's get back to the music. And I have this beautiful record still talking about starting from the scratch. Never despise your days of later beginning. This is started from the bottom. It's coming from a man, D Jogsy. He teams up with I2 the Legendary on this one.
Whoa.
Beautiful record.
Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Keep it coming.
All right, let's go get it. I too, the legendary, got featured by the Josie on this one. They call From the Bottom. Check it out.
Yeah. TMS on this one.
Let him know.
Josie.
I to the legendary. Yeah.
Na.
Aye.
This is Nepso.
Started from the bottom, now we here. Now we heading to the top, no stopping. We'll be hustling to the fake and thing, yeah. Now things are getting better. We don't care about no hater. We just all about we paper. There's some boys from the ghetto, movie crew, chasing up our dreams, yeah. Middle finger for the hater. One time for me paper. Me shine bright, me I looking like a nepa. For the haters, have no time, I'll see you later. Being talk of the town is a dream. You can hate, but it's stopping no shit. Prove me wrong if you're right, then no shit. Don't tell me say so you want in a million. Say don't worry, you gon' make out a billion. Just don't give up your dreams and your passion. Every day and the night for the money. One love on me, shout out for me mommy. Give it up for the one time champion. TMS give me grace to carry on. I'm steady sticking it just like a scorpion. Like a soldier, I'ma get my khaki on. Started from the bottom, now we here. Now we heading to the top, no stopping. We'll be hustling to the fake and thing, yeah. Now things are getting better. We don't care about no hater. We just all about we paper. There's some boys from the ghetto, movie crew, chasing up our dreams, yeah.
You know we made it from the bottom, we're balling out, people talking. When you hit the top, man, you probably become the topic. Yeah. Grew up from the streets where niggas shoot for free. My mama told me to go to college and get a degree. Right. I was so eager to blow like Mayweather. Used to hang around with niggas, cold time, no sweater. This is halftime. I'm still rapping my city, now we on shine out the front line with the soldiers. This is hip hop, so don't get mad when I get too tough. Each time I grab the microphone, I get you ripped off. Right. Fake rappers, it's time to stay focused. Disappoint you like a father rejecting his own sons. Right, see I go the keys to my city. Fans be playing my city, haters be mad at the D. They looking like sons of P. From Madtown till Las Giddy, I'm getting eaten and breathing. Still I provide for the needy, cause I'm the ninja. Yeah.
Started from the bottom, now we here. Now we heading to the top, no stopping. We'll be hustling to the fake and thing, yeah. Now things are getting better. We don't care about no hater. We just all about we paper. There's some boys from the ghetto, movie crew, chasing up our dreams, yeah.
I to the legendary. What it is, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all already know. It's straight out from Mac City. Y'all already know what it is, ladies and gentlemen. Josie, what's up? TMS. One time. It's one time and one time only. Yeah, signing out.
This your waist, yeah. This your waist, Muhammad. My friends, they call me Sufferhead. Girl, I'm loving the way you spin up your body for my case, oh. Yeah. More anointing for my head. Girl, I'm loving the way you spend all the money for my pocket, oh yeah.
Baby, I beat you down for you. Say you know me, say you turn me up and down like boom. Yeah, like Nunu. Girl, I need to swear for you. And he go catch you, Yeah, you know one thing, make I enter the place, but you go catch
do shima. Why you come to make me feel like say me a newcomer? Every day you give me one leg over. Hey, I say na so woman take kilimingo. Temperature one kick commando. I'm rub off in my body and so girl take up the pen and paper and bingo. Hey, girl you see me na newcomer. Take me out of the regular. Do something blow my medulla. Hey. Nobody be moving for this place, yo. If I love you, make you love me back.
Die for. If you happy mania for. If you happy spend all my money. Oh baby, if you happy die for. If you happy mania for. If you happy spend all my money. If you happy die for. If you happy mania for. If you happy spend all my money.
For boyfriends, people mania for girlfriends, people mania for their hustle, people mania for different things. For your sake, me, I'm ready. I will go extra mile for you. If I go Kaduna, na you. If I go Abuja, na you. If I go Lagos, na you. If I come Makurdi, na you. If I come Migeden, I still you. Yeah, remember.
If you have to die for. If you happy mania for. If you happy spend all my money. If you happy die for. If you happy mania for. If you happy spend all my money. If you baby, my love for you will never die. You're my boo, my ride and die. If you I go die for. If you I go mania for. If you baby come follow me, make we go to go. If you fine father, fine mother, fine daughter, a very fine daughter, fine father, fine mother, fine daughter, a very fine daughter. Now you be my any dogo. If you have to die for. If you happy mania for. If you happy spend all my money.
Okay, I wouldn't know if I should call myself the king of surprises. I just want to put that surprise on you. How many of you know that I was on that song? I was on that song.
I will have to believe that because the way you were like vibing to A and my song be this, like,
but
I didn't get it.
But normally on the norms, man, if I'm actually listening to a song I love so much, I could just be like, see my song, I know, but that's way beyond that. That was actually me and my producer on that one, MCJ, the Dove Beat.
Please, I'll have to go listen to the song again.
That's a big surprise anyway.
We call that one EBU. We're just trying to bring the Ghanaian vibes on that one. So big shout out to all my Ghanaian friends. Pasheka, I'll see you. AG Holy, I'll see you. It's all good. Time check is exactly 4:57, 3 more minutes before 5 o'clock. We're still keeping it going on a back-to-back note right here on Urban Vibe Africa on African Patriot Radio. Queen of Motivation, you got some for us.
Yeah, let me just round this all up right here on the Motivation Monday. Okay. I would have to say this: trust because you're willing to accept the risks, not because it's safe or certain. Learn to trust, and also make sure when you actually want to trust someone or you want to trust something, trust the process and make sure you've been positive about it. All right. Another one you have to know: all our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them.
Damn. I love the I love the one in particular. Like the last two are actually one of my best.
Yeah.
Especially when you say learn to trust, not because it's safe, but because you're ready and willing to take the risks.
Yeah.
That sounds more like my own philosophy of life.
Whoa,
Because
nice one.
like I expect anything from anybody, so you had to disappoint me.
And the one you just and the one you dropped, the second one you dropped.
Yeah.
There's no limit to how far you can go in
Yes,
life.
yes.
That's
You
one
follow, you
thing.
can
That's
trust
one
yourself.
thing you should know for sure.
Yeah.
There's no limit. You are the one that will set a limit for yourself. But there's no limit
Yeah.
to how
All
far you
right.
can
This
go.
is gonna be the last one.
You keep telling me it's gonna be the last one. You still coming through with the next one.
Yeah, because probably I didn't have that time to just drop all the motivations I have today. But this is gonna be the last one. I'm gonna
Okay.
wrap this up saying that good things come to people who wait, but better things come to those who go out and get them.
Then
So
what-
go out.
then-
Be a
then-
go-getter.
Then
Be
who,
a go-getter.
Who get the best ones?
The best one comes to those that
Before you even think of going out, they're already there. It's not good. Our time is up. I just
Yeah.
wish we could just keep going on and on and on. But unfortunately, can we just get some last words from you?
All right. You've heard that. All of the motivation I pulled are actually my last words. So if you got anyone, that's for you. Just keep doing you and be safe and be positive. Yeah.
All right. I'm from Slim himself.
All right. Be positive. Stay peaceful. And spread love all around.
All right, stay safe, stay positive, and then keep listening to African Patriot Radio anytime, any day. We'll be leaving you with this beautiful record coming from Zik9. He calls this 16 Me. He was trying to tell a story of how he loved the girl, and he was shy of telling the girl. But trust me, if you fail to plan, that means you plan to fail. Last one from Elvis Oga. See you tomorrow, same time, same place. But don't forget that in the morning, you'll be checking out the Morning Patriot. I think Mr. May 11 is going to come in the morning with May in the box. You don't want to miss that, trust me. But meanwhile, let's leave it with this one coming from Prof. Jesus 16 Me on the get-go. Check it out.
It's young to the big
Yeah. They got me singing, oh Lord, yeah. That's a curse. Oh,
From Mix Nation Top.
opportunity comes but once. And even though I get many chances, I miss those calls. Oh Lord, I know see me, I like you, girl, of course. But now I leave where they found me. Oh yes, of course. And I fail to try. It come be like say I dey plan to fail. I know everything, but to tell you say I love you, it be like say na failure they fear me. I been at the 16 me, the 16 you con the 16 we oh. I fall don't let you go. I will come through for you, make a try to let you know. Oh Lord, I fall just let it show. How me I dey feel for you, I fall just let it show. Oh yeah, body on a freak like a bundle of dollars. Oh. And she not 4 plus 4 figure 8 in total. Yeah. She the finest chick and I swear that she's loyal. She loyal. Oh, baby carry body like a yoga. 50-50 no cheating. Feel the ways that I'm feeling. She want the things that I'm wanting. Oh, 50-50 no cheating. She feel the way that I'm feeling. But now the 16 me, the 16 you con the 16 we oh. I fall don't let you go. I will come through for you, make a try to let you know. Oh Lord, I fall just let it show. Come me I dey feel for you, I fall just let it show. Oh yeah. Effective money, see I fell about. So many chicks on the queue, but not only you I want. Only effective money, see I fell about. Waking up with you is the only things I no. The only thing that I'm wishing you running through my mind like Olympics. Fresh fine lips, no lipstick. The only thing that I'm wishing running through my mind like Olympics. You're the number one on my wish list. And I fail to try. It come be like say I dey plan to just let it show out.
It's young to the
Oh yeah,
JD Sweet Sound.
from NextNationTop.com.